Hello everybody and welcome back to the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. My name is Nekkra and I'm your desk host this weekend, and I am joined by an incredible team of casters to bring you through all of the amazing TFT action. Day number 1 was so exciting. Yesterday we had 32 players and we cut the competition in half in some of the most intense TFT games we've ever seen. And for day number 2, we have now 16 players competing over the course of 6 games, where all of our lobbies are reseeded every 2 games, but only the top 8 get a chance to advance to day number 3, where there is so much more on the line, so everything to play for today. There's $20,000 in prizing available at this tournament, and so everybody that doesn't get a chance to make it to day 3 from today's competition still goes home with something, but it's really all about what happens tomorrow. The bottom 4 from tomorrow get a bigger chunk of that prize pool and an invitation to set 6.5's Innovation Cup, but the top 4 get even more money and that coveted invitation to the Gizmos and Gadgets NA Regional Finals. I'm so excited to get this party started, and joining me on the desk to bring us through our first game of the day, we've got Admirable and Frodan. Admirable, day number 1 was so exciting. What are you looking forward to for day number 2?
You know, one of the things I'm always looking forward to on this is the fact that just more is at stake as each day continues to go up. And that's always been one of the things that's the most exciting to me. You know, it's a bit bittersweet to see some of the players have to get knocked out at this point, but that's just kind of the nature of competition. And so 16 players, it didn't matter how you slice this field apart, was going to look fantastic. And today is absolutely stacked. As I was piecing together notes in this one, I think this is one of the longest list of notes I've ever had to put together just based on past tournament performances that were sitting here. So I am really looking forward to seeing who could stamp that resume just a little bit further.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be such a wild day of competition. But Frodan, how about you? How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I think today we have such an interesting mix of players. If you look at who we have, it's pretty much split down the middle between established players versus those who are really challenging the old guard. You have Sox, Solus, you have Bertosaurus, Setsuko, DQA, Ramblin, Spencer, and Pocky. These 8 players, we've seen them across multiple sets perform very well. Some have even gone to World Championships to represent North America. We're not that surprised to see him. But there's also 8 other players who have been stamping their names onto the North American scene. You're talking about Asa, who's really crashed the scene. Dark Noob had a really great, impressive performance yesterday as well. Can they be challenging some of these established vanguards who have been here for quite some time at the beginning of TFT?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you take a look at the points cutoff from yesterday, there were a lot of what we would call the old guard that cut it a little close. You know, Pokygom, Spencer, DQA, Ramblin kind of just narrowly squeaked into today's competition. So let's see if they can turn it around today to qualify for the top 8 tomorrow. But what were the compositions that were played yesterday? Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the statistics here. And Admirable, as we take a look at this graphic, you know, is this kind of what you expected to see going into yesterday's tournament performance?
To be honest with you, I figured that Urgot would be a little bit less favored than it was throughout the course of the day, but honestly, Urgot performed pretty darn well over the course of it. I do feel like that with some of the nerfs that have been coming in and some of the adjustments in terms of balance, that it just would have been way less favored. But players continue to lean towards that direction. Not too much of a surprise. It's a pretty strong core build that's in the center of it, and as you move to the end game, it's definitely not bad, and it can be stacked pretty high, and Urgot's one of those compositions that just, frankly, if you have a Tom Kench there, it doesn't necessarily stop building on top of how powerful it gets. And then the Syndicate Shaco Carry, where I do feel like that this is one of those builds where it's very difficult to see a win with it unless you just have fantastic augments and items line up, because it feels like a build that you more so get forced into than something that you necessarily actively move into. It's like you got a pretty poor series of augments in conjunction with what your board was and what your items were, and so you just kind of lean this direction. You hoped to make top 4, and it didn't have the greatest top 4 rate from yesterday. But I think, again, that one's one that was kind of more expected from me. Wasn't going to see it as favored, and weren't going to see it perform as well. So those are really the 2 standouts to me from yesterday's compositions.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of a narrow snapshot of what we got a chance to see yesterday. But Frodan, before we move on, I really want to talk about the innovator stats here, because we saw it pop up a lot on those lobby winner graphics, but these statistics seem to tell a bit of a different story. What's going on here?
Yeah, so To look a little bit closer at the data, Innovators already is impressive at a 31% win rate when you do play it, but that 31% win rate is actually 100 when you hit 7 Innovators and you get the Jace online with the Innovator emblem. It's actually dragging down the win rate and the top 4 percentage if you don't hit it. So the 5 Innovator version of this is actually a lot weaker, and that's not a surprise, right? 5 versus 7 Innovator. Any player who's touched this, I can tell you that 7 Innovator is much stronger. But to see the chasm of difference is actually quite surprising, because we actually had about a 7-6 split. So basically, round those averages out in your mind. 7 Innovators is the absolute truth. If you can get it, you are trolling if you're not playing Innovators, and it's available to you this game.
Yeah, I mean, 5 Innovators, thanks to our wonderful statisticians in the back, it was a coin toss whether or not you got the top 4 or not with that composition. So 7 Innovators, definitely the way to go, especially when you can get that Dragon online. But here are our 16 players competing today. These are how the lobbies have shaken out for the first 2 games, and after those first 2 games are complete, we will be reseeding the lobbies, and we will reseed them again between games 4 and 5. But taking a look at this, Frodan, give me some first thoughts about how you feel like these lobbies shake out for these first 2 games.
The lobbies are going to basically put you on a certain path and make you feel like, based off of how you're opening, maybe you end up having to play a little bit more aggressive and risk-free, or like more risk-averse, depending on how things are going. But I just look at Lobby B right off the bat, and it's just really hard. I think I'm very convinced. I did some VOD review of Darth Noob and Robin Vankanob, and it seemed like they have some really interesting lines. And then you have a lot of established players here. When one of the most unknown players is also performing some of the best, like Darth Noob, Robin Vankanob, and Kivix, that's a really scary lobby. Lobby B looks incredibly stacked.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really tough lobby. But even taking a look at Lobby A, Admirable, Solus, Pokygom, and Ramblin are all in the same lobby, and they just so happen to be some of the remaining players left that we have that qualified for the mid-set finale through a tournament finish in the Piltover Cup, the Challenger Series, or the Zon Cup.
Yeah, not to mention that Sox is in here as well. Sox, I think, has one of the most stacked resumes in terms of tournaments that can be added onto here. I'd say in terms of momentum, Sox is definitely having a strong day from yesterday with a 44-point performance from day number 1. And then just taking a look across the entire board, I have been very impressed seeing Dish Soap and Covenel play over the last couple of events. And then with Vile, just kind of the way that Vile spoke about their goal for coming into this one, and then seeing them perform as well, I'd say it's a bit more of a formulaic feel that I saw from Vile's side, but very decisive in terms of how they're going to play. And then Nexiamo, I haven't gotten to see too much of their play, but I'm really looking forward to seeing more of it. I think that both lobbies, again, just kind of any way you slice this is going to be stacked, and I'm so excited to see that these lobbies are getting shaken up every couple of games as well, because that's something else I want to see, is these players get mixed up and not be able to just get inside of a groove of how they want to play and let that be the case because they're sitting in the same lobby for 6 games. They're going to constantly have to evaluate things, their position in terms of the points, whether or not they're going to have to take those risks. I love when players are constantly getting pushed in terms of that comfort level. They can't just be able to take a step back and just play the game exactly how they would on ladder all the time. They're going to have to make adjustments about that, and we're going to see who's going to be making them best today.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a little less variance because there are only 2 lobbies playing today, so you're bound to hit many of the same players as we do shuffle these lobbies around. But hey, viewers at home, make sure you get involved in the TFT action happening this weekend. The stock markets are open, so head over to fantasytft.com and interact for free. You have a chance to win some rare little legend eggs if you can predict the winners and I think the losers also of each lobby correctly. So make sure you spread those investments out and let's see how you do over the course of today. But I love what you said there, Admirable, about some of these players in Lobby A, and Frodan, you mentioned as well in Lobby B, they are trying to kind of continue to make a name for themselves or put their stamp on the map. And for Covenel specifically, they're coming off of being second in the lobby at both the Piltover, and the Zon Cup. So the fact that we're going into Lobby A to start everything off, I feel like there's so much at stake here for all of these players to kind of kick off the day right, when you do have 3 out of the 4 players left that qualified their way through here through tournaments. And then you also have a bunch of these newer players that are trying to, become part of that guard, become part of that TFT guard. So for game number 1, we are going to be following Lobby A. Admirable and Frodan, start us off strong.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome to day number 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets Teamfight Tactics mid-set finale. We're hopping on board with the lobby point leader from day number 1 in Sox, representing East Coast Gaming. Now, Sox does start off with Singed with a Rod. Seems like Sox is still pretty open, capable of playing all kinds of styles. Don't really think he will be playing too much of a commitment to Innovators. I do want to say one thing. In the pre-show, I misspoke. It is not 7 Innovators has a 100% win rate. It's a 100% top 4 rate. So I just want to make that clarification, because Innovators are still a very powerful opening avenue.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. You get an extra unit in play. That unit is not weak. And there's the Innovator units themselves. They're really not that weak, and they tend to be pretty strong item carriers for the early points of the game. I did want to hop on board with the notion that Sox again is choosing a Rod from the opening carousel. It feels very much like Sox is on the In Rod We Trust company that's taking place, and frankly, I'm on board with him right now. It feels like Rod goes into every single composition at the end of the game at some point, and it feels to me like it's a little bit rare that an item kind of hits every single one of those angles from any way you slice it. Like what composition is going to see a Rod at the start of the game and go, oh, great.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Since they buffed Laka the Iron Solari, so now it does feel like Rod has more choices in the early game. Part of the problem in the past was Rod felt like it committed you more towards the AP line, because the only AD item that you would really slam would be to go for Ginsu's Rage Blade, and even then you can't really make use of multiple rods in the comp. Now with Locket, gives you an opportunity to have some front line provided, or even just defensive tank stats for your back line in case you're trying to just play a mainly all damage focused composition using either ability power champions or even attack damage. Finds an early Samira, does sell it to try to make gold, or rather buy some of the other champions, and picks up more pairs. A little bit of an awkward start here for Sox, because he does have rumblings of what could be a strong early game, but he doesn't have any 2-stars yet. And I think this is a site almost a little bit too familiar for a lot of players that prefer this style. And it's so difficult because on the one hand, you want to be competitive on the board. On the other, you don't want to sell any of these pairs.
Yeah, the only pair that I'm looking at even considering a sale on would be honestly the Caitlyn's at this point, which even that might be a little bit loose. Just the idea that, moving up to 4 presents you a little bit stronger on the 2s that you could find, and I'm thinking like Zillion pretty specifically with that regard, but you do really want to find some 2-stars right here, and I'm thinking exactly on Ezreal and Singed in that regard. I think it's just one of those times where, this is the variable you were offered. You're going to have to lose your first round a lot of times when you don't have any 2-stars. And that feels like Sox is just accepting that. But, this is I think one of the biggest strengths that Sox has, is that he's presented with all sorts of different angles and finds all sorts of solutions that are available to him. So we'll revisit Sox and see how he's doing in a couple of rounds.
All right, let's take a look at some of the augments as we hop on board with Ramblin'. So we have some tempo options in the form of the item grab bag you saw from Sox, a nice edge from Solus. We have some economic-focused ones too, like Pocket Gum taking Calculated Loss, which is a position that he is very familiar with, as well as some players like Vile, who's going to be taking Pandora's items to try to make sure to get the right components, or even reroll entire items in general. So a pretty decent mix. I'm curious to see who is going to be able to get the upper hand. We're talking a little bit more and focusing on Ramblin'. He is one of the players that really likes to focus on the AP tree, opening tier, flexing around whatever items that he can get, and mainly focusing on high burst onto his compositions, as opposed to simply going down the AD tree. That being said, Ramblin's not opposed to playing AD. Yesterday we saw him doing some pretty weird stuff where he opened up something like this with like Shiv or Blue Buff, Morel Nomicon, Guardian Angel, and all of a sudden, an Urgot 2 shows up, pivots his entire comp to start to go towards the Chemtech Urgot carry. which landed him a very solid top 4.
Hey, he knows what's powerful, and that's really one of the things that that I've really respected about Ramblin' is that he recognizes that power very early on. This is no mystery in terms of that power, is a 2-star Swain at this point. But honestly, you touched a little bit on like the playstyle idea as well, and this is something that I've noticed about Ramblin' a lot recently, is it has been a bit more focused on momentum and tempo in the middle of the game. He double leveled on the previous round in order to get a 5th unit in play. And that 5th unit proved very powerful in the fight, and if players are not going to keep up, with pace on this, which, a lot of players are going to be doing so, he's quickly going to pull away with a massive win streak. So getting Zephyred here right off the bat because of scrap, something he certainly does not want to see, but this Twitch goes untouched again for quite some time, and gets a couple of Shiv procs off here, as well as a lined-up attack. Is that enough to win this fight, though?
It's not. It's just straight up difficult to deal with this Ezreal if you don't get backline access. And a pretty nice win here for Exniamo, and puts Ramblin' a little bit further back. Both leveled to 5 to continue to streak. And so a really good opportunity for Exniamo to capitalize off that makeshift armor. Just showing you how defensive stats like that are really powerful in these early skirmishes. Taking a look once more, I want to point out that Covenal does have that does have the Ancient Archives, which often leads to an Innovator start. Don't know exactly what's on their board, so would like to check it out a little bit of time, but also a really healthy showing. 3 players have yet to lose this game in Solus, Exniamo, and Covenant.
Yeah, I always love to see that too. Like, who's going to get the win streaks going and who's going to keep them going as well. Because when a player has them going for long enough, that is one of the scariest sights that you can see if you're sitting inside the lobby. Now, when you're like us and you're sitting outside the lobby, it's very exciting, and I can't wait to see what kind of comps they put together that have these sorts of big win streaks here. But for Exniamo, as we hop over to their side, we just saw them defeat Ramblin'. That scrap onto a Zephyr was such a big deal, and this is just one of my favorite points that you pointed out to me, I'd say about a week and a half ago now on scrap, is that just how powerful Belt is on scrapped units.
Yes, that's right. The utility that you can get off of the belt component is really fantastic, whether it's an aura item like a Zeke's Herald or a Banshee's Claw, or even just the straight up power of having grievous wound burns like a Sunfire Cape of Morello. Now, granted, Morello, Namicon, Sunfire Cape, these aren't really great items onto Ezreal. I feel like I cursed them. But situationally, it can be quite insane. That's why it really depends on what component you're putting on whom, right? For example, on an Echo, this is fantastic. On an Ezreal, not nearly as good. However, the caveat to it, it's 5v4, level 5 versus level 4, and VLA is clearly not interested in win streaking at this point. So, ends up being totally A-okay.
Yeah. For Exniamo, in 9th place at the Reckoning mid-set finale, was about all I was able to cook up in terms of their tournament resume. And again, I haven't been able to see too much of their play, but I have been impressed with what I have seen. It's been very patient. It's also been very deliberate as well. A lot of times, I think that when Exniamo is making a decision, there's a very clear direction that they want to take. It's just how they're going to take it is really where most of that thought process starts boiling in. So I'm looking at an Echo here, for instance, and I am always looking for a way to get Echo in play, especially when my board is really attack-based and not ability-based at the start and at the midpoint of the game.
All right, well, going up against a fully 2-star Yordled board outside of Malzahar, that's actually going to be very difficult for Exniamo to take down. This Vex 2 with the Stone Plate also has insane tankiness. Just look at it, 5 units, full-on blitz effort, and it takes 2 of them to go down before finally able to take down that Vex. But thankfully, there's not much damage behind it. Exniamo off to a full win streak, and Pakigam, that's a pretty decent loss. Remember, he has calculated loss. Totally okay with taking these early L's in order to build up his economy and his stash. So, by all means, both those players were very happy with that exchange.
Yeah, I was looking at Pakigam's bench as well, and it is looking quite big. I think that Pakigam is about to have a pretty large explosion in terms of their access to the board. And as we hop over to Solus' side, Solus, I do feel like, has collected a pretty healthy gold total here. 27 gold on a 5-win streak. Like, my gosh, this is a ton that's going on Solus' side.
Yeah, usually around 30 is pretty much to be expected. Any more of that usually means that you start off with an economic augment. So very, very nice opportunity here for Solus, who does have the Katarina with the Ionic Spark already slammed. We've seen a lot of Katarina, finds Katarina too. That is very nice indeed. And the best part is that Solus needed a big power spike because he was playing an all 1-star board. The fact that Solus even found a way to 5-streak playing all 1-stars is already pretty nice, although possible that he may have sold a unit at the very end of stage 2 that we didn't see. But it's a good setup. Now the question is, does he want to continue to level and increase his power? And the answer is yes, but Exniamo also found a Trundle 2. Does not end up queuing into him though.
Shroud gets slammed for a Ramblin', as well as a Stone Plate on top of that as well. Very unusual that you see these items slammed in the middle of the game, but if you need utility and you just don't have access to offense, it's just kind of what ends up happening here. 4 Academy on Solis' side, and look at that Katarina just slice through the board. This is a very strong opening for Solis, and I feel like if Solis could keep this moving, this is very likely to be a win streak through stage 3. But I do think they need some upgrades here.
Yeah, so the question becomes, does Solis end up rolling at all to develop his board? We'll find out as we do enter stage 3 too, and we hop on board with Vile, a player who had quite a tumultuous day number 1. He started off with 8th. Then, in the next 4 games, proceeded to get first place in 3 of them and top 4 another one. So, some high highs and some low lows for Vile yesterday. Woo. And made a lot of the players who were cheering for him sweat. Now, that being said, seems to be in a position that's kind of awkward, right? You had the innovators, your board is upgraded, you don't have bad items, you're at 54 HP. So I do wonder from Vile's perspective if he wants to try and commit to a win streak on stage 3 and roll it down at 3-5 and go to level 7. Or is he just going to just commit to this kind of board state and say that at stage 4 is when he's going to make his next big move? Yeah,
I do feel like that for Vile here. Again, a lot of their play has felt very formulaic to me, but it has felt quite strong and deliberate. So what I'm looking at here is that I haven't been able to have this like big determining factor of when I watched Vile's games of whether or not they're trying to get to 8 and really manage their econ still on top of the fact that they're trying to put together a board. I don't feel like they're going to have that luxury this game. Or if they're trying to get to a fast 8 or roll a bit on 7. I've seen a mixture of the 7 and 8 rolls quite a bit. But with being at 46 HP, you're going to have to make something happen. And so this is an adjustment in order to try and influence what this tome is going to give you, I feel like. And exciting choices here.
Gets 3 traits offered that was tailored to the previous board, which was Sniper, Enforcer, and Challenger. Ends up picking up the Sniper emblem. The reason why we say oh no is because the clear favorite that you want in this spot is the Innovator emblem, so you can move up eventually to 7 Innovator. But, Sniper is still workable for sure, and this is definitely one of the interesting changes to the Tome of Traits, which is with so many traits active, in this case it was 9 traits, did get 3 selections that were tailored to his board.
Yeah, and I do feel like this is part of the contributing factor to the roller coaster that Vile had yesterday. You take a look at their tournament resume, they took 3rd place in a Reckoning Challenger Series 4, and they made top 8 at Piltover Cup. But if they're willing to take these kinds of risks, it kind of shows why they're able to get these wins and why at times they're going to take these 8th places. You're willing to take risks, and sometimes these risks can have major consequences attached to them. Here, Vile, I feel like, is suffering part of a consequential side, but it's not a huge consequence. It's not what you were hoping for. It is still a strong emblem. It's just how strong is it going to be in this game? We're going to find out as we approach stage 4 and stage 5.
Yep, can totally play Jin. Ignore the Urgot. You can actually play Sniper Urgot. It's totally fine. But it seems like Vile is going to be focused a lot more on the Jin aspect of things, which is completely understandable if it's not regrettable that I didn't find the Innovator emblem. Taking a look at the rest of things, did Dish Soap take what I think he did, which is lifelong learning? Augment that scales your ability power with each combat on your scholars. If that's the case, I would like to check out that board pretty soon.
Yeah,
that sounds really interesting to me.
Honestly, it's kind of weird. It's like one of my favorite augments, but it's just the one I've had like the absolute least success with here. And you see the tome on Covanel's side. That's an Innovator that's on top of that Vi right there, and that is a fantastic find. 5 Innovator, 2 Scrap, 2 Clockwork. You're sitting at 6. You got 50 gold. You have a decent health total. Dan, this is feeling like an outstanding board to be having at 3-5.
Yeah, I'm all in Covanel. YOLO. And fantasytft.com. This looks like an opportunity for Covanel to continue to stabilize pretty easily. But the problem is that the hardest part of any 7 Innovator setup is hitting Jace, and you're fishing for Legendary. And as we have experienced and through multiple sets in TFT history, sometimes people don't give you the time for that, as Katarina, with her Shumpo, is going to delete the entirety of the back line. Solus, very dominant in this current position, and just delivering a lot of punish for players who are not able to get their comps into the spot that they want to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very common factor for set 6 is the level up on 3-5. I do feel like this was something that we saw. Whoa, that's
What?
2 legendaries in the shot for Dish Soap. I was saying that this is going up to 7 on 3-5 is something that we saw in set 5, but it feels much more common in set 6 because of the way that augments are toying with economies at the same time as well. You're just going to have to be aggressive because other players are at times. But my gosh, you talk about putting a Tahm Kench in play as well as being able to put your Morello now onto a Kai'Sa. This is not good news for the rest of the lobby.
Okay, hold on. Let me sell everything and all in on Dish Soap. Give me a second here. Holy moly, I can't believe what we just seen. Hitting not 1 but 2 legendaries at this stage of the game. When this is the perfect window for Tahm Kench to be able to capitalize upon, because when boards are still in the middle of transition and a little bit weaker, you can start farming some items, and the further you can get ahead of it, better. And he's not going to get punished for it either because he has a consistent damage source through Kai'Sa with Morellonomicon. This is absolutely ludicrous.
Plus, you have a scaling augment with Scholar as well. So if your Scholars live, they actually get buffed by more, I believe. Was that the change that ended up happening to this? They kind of cut it to a point where you're like, you get some, and if they live, you get more. And that is just, like, it's so good when you get this strong of a board. Like, everyone's, like, taking a visit here to make sure that it's a believable situation. And you pretty much hit the nail on the head, I think, with the Tahm Kench thing. The earlier you get to feed this unit, the stronger it gets and the more it pays off.
Yeah, not to mention that it looks like Dish Soap is a little bit low on the item section. Does end up getting a couple. Finds an opportunity to play Quicksilver.
Ooh.
Spatula is quite interesting as well. We'll catch up with them later on. For now, we're going to hop on board with Pokigam, who is...
Wait a second.
Re-rolling Yordles?
Now, I know that Pokigam does some unusual play, but this is certainly one of the last things I think I would have expected to see. Oh, no. Oh, no.
You hate to see it locked into having to lock the shop. This is one of those really awkward moments with Yordles is that you don't actually have the bench space to be able to pick everything up.
You know, you know me, Dan. I am not opposed to locking shops, and in fact, I am constantly looking for reasons to do so.
I mean, that is true. That is for sure true. The other side of it is that this isn't the power spike that Pokigam is looking for. It really needs Tristana 3. And so this is one of those situations where Pokigam is just crossing their fingers, saying, please, just have a Tristana pop out, combine everything, and I can just buy both of these units and move on. And the problem is that until he gets these 3-star Yordles online, he's just going to continue to take more and more damage, now down to 30 HP.
Calculated loss, though, combined with Ascension, the Yordle team does take a long time to win. So I'm kind of curious to see how that Pokemon board will pan out. We're going to see it in a minute. Vile goes up to 8 on 4-2 and starts the roll.
Doesn't really have too much to start things off. Just pairing up whatever he already has. I guess the Blitzcrank 2 is nice. I'm still kind of wondering about the Pokemon situation, who hit Lulu 3. So has a couple of 3-star Yordles online. I was talking to Jirachi, another person who has been picking up TFT casting lately, former competitive player, saying, I think we might see a little bit of Yordles. Leave it to Pokigam, who hits Tristana 3 as well. All right, we're seeing some fireworks in early Tahm Kench. We're seeing 6 Yordles. What's happening?
Well, we're seeing day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale is what we're seeing. These players are not messing around. They're trying to be as aggressive as they can and make the strongest boards they can, because the goal here for today is, again, to be in the top half of the lobby, which means if you are making top 4s, you are doing your job. Your goal is simply to be in the top half. You don't have to be winning every single lobby. You just have to be doing better than the other half of the field.
Oh dear. Well, if you're talking about who's doing better than the other half of the field right now, Solus is still streaking at 100 HP.
My gosh.
Very, very dominant position. Meanwhile, for Vile's perspective, we do have the 4 snipers. We picked up the Jhin, have the Scion in the shop. A lot of people really like using Scion frontline. When do we make that transition, though? Is it better to replace these 2-star units for 1-star? I don't think so. A lot of people would rather just play higher quality units in just playing a 1-star Scion, even though it goes into your final comp.
Yeah, the other question, too, is going to be on the 4 sniper versus 2 sniper angle. You do have a sniper emblem here, so being able to, like, for instance, if you find Orianna, being able to turn Orianna into a sniper and have that really destroy the back line when it has time to do so, that's a big benefit that you can have from Orianna. So for Vila here, I do feel like this is a difficult spot where I feel like a lot of the purchase of this Scion was boiling down to whether or not they were going to win this fight.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual to see Jhin-based compositions go to level 8 at 4-2, but given the current health situation, there's just so much pressure being applied by Solus. Every opponent that Solus played puts so much damage. Pocky comes down to just 8 life, and he doesn't look like he's that close to 3-star Yordles. I'm not entirely sure what Pokegam can do, and he has not really many good choices here on the carousel.
Well, someone's getting a Jace with a belt. That's going to be Socks. And Dish Soap. Is that Dish Soap's second spatula now?
I think so, if I recall correctly, because the spatula dropped for the Tom Kench, or rather, right after he got the Tom Kench.
Golly, that's the biggest dango I ever did see.
The big dango. That's a daddy dango.
Yeah.
Well, Solus still is pretty much locked for what looked like to be a top 5, top 6 position, but wants to continue to push into streak. Let's hop on board with Ramblin'. Ramblin's been slamming his items. Doesn't really have a definitive strong carry to build his board around just yet. Finds Jace, finds a couple of challengers. Doesn't look that strong to me, though.
Shiv Morello are the available offensive items that are here for Ramblin'. I feel like Ramblin' is really in a state where the fact that their items have just panned out to mostly utility has been a big struggle. Now, that being said, I'll be curious to see exactly how Ramblin' is going to end up panning this one out. Obviously, uses the Shroud right away. But a little bit of hesitation here on where this stone plate is going to go, and I do feel like this last augment is going to tie everything together here for Ramblin'.
Yeah, but Ramblin' is looking beyond anything else to play Victor from this position because he has 6 Scholar online, and when you have 6 Scholar, the best unit that you can use in tandem with that is Victor to charge up his mana for his Chaos Rays. Finds an opportunity for some more power. Does pick Stand United immediately. Finds triple Scion. If there's a holder of the Stone Plate Gargoyle, that is definitely one of the best persons you can ask for.
Yeah, you already have a redemption crafted for this as well.
So I guess we scaled down to 4 Scholar at this point because we just can't really afford that much board space to play weak Scholars. There's an Orianna potential in the shop as well, but right now it seems like Ramblin' is just going to be on a slow bleed plan and hope that he can top 4 just based off of the fact that he has more life than other people. But right now his board doesn't look that strong.
This is a lot of 1-star that's in play, and in order to free up the belt, you're going to have to sell a Jaina as well. So that's going to adjust the board even further. Everything feels like it's costing Ramblin' something in one angle or another. And my gosh, it just seems so difficult. I don't know how this is supposed to be pieced together here, but this is seriously lacking some offense.
I mean, he just also has lacking a lot of gold. He's a bunch of 1-star units. Jace gets enforced and pulled, so no backline gate. The frontline gate on no units. The Seraphine Encore basically didn't do anything. He's hoping that Morello burn alone is going to be enough. Oh, it's not Morello on the relevant units. Morello on a Janna. Ascension does kick in, though. Sion's still tanking a pretty decent amount. It's really about HP preservation. 2 units barely survive. That's devastating.
Yikes, Pocky. Knocked out in 8th place. The Yordles not getting through today. Oh, yeah. Pokygam's final augment was not the strongest looking either.
Definitely not the case. I think Pokegam really tried to make the Yordles happen, and it just wasn't going to be the case. A lot of times people believe that Yordles is largely predicated on getting augments like so small. Whatever. I was looking forward to see some really fun, interesting Yordle action. Didn't get it, but perhaps we can see some other interesting comps later today as well.
Decent gold count there from Ramblin' at the end. Copenhagen going to be moving up to 8 now at stage 5, the start of stage 5 here. Where does this roll end up stopping? We know what we're looking for.
Yeah, pretty much just looking for Jace, and that's it. If we don't find Jace, we can use Jhin temporarily as an item carrier because there's a lot of overlap into those items. But it seems like for now, we're more interested in just playing like a steady 4 scrap variation of this board, which I also like. Just giving more tankiness and stall. Right now, for Covenel, we've done such a good job preserving HP, it feels like we're almost guaranteed top 4 based on that. If we can win 1 or 2 fights, pretty much almost guarantee a top 3 at that stage. So Covenel in a really good spot here.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic spot for Covenel as well. It's like despite the fact that you don't have the board that you want ideally, you do have a healthy life count, and you also have binary as well. So you're going to be able to drop a couple more items onto some of these units, and sometimes that's going to be enough to swing the fight. Right now, taking a very soft loss, that's something you're happy to see. But Sox getting knocked out in 7th place.
Sox and Dish Soap. You're telling me this man hits Tom Kench and Kaisa at 3-6 and loses in bot 4 pretty convincingly, right? Yes, the other players' health totals were in the low double digits, but at the same time, it's the entire round. So it feels like some of these players have large gaps in what their chance at the top 4 was. Definitely unfortunate for Dish Soap and Sox. We're in a 2 in the shop here for Vile, who's just trying to hold on for dear life. Does have a pretty strong upgraded board in the form of that Braum 2 to tank for a long time. Ballbreaker does stall, but Yone is nowhere near close. Yone does close the gap here to try to get into the Jin. The Curtain Call able to just get enough damage. Solus takes his first loss of the game.
The king can bleed. Oh, look at that, dude. Celebrating.
That's right.
Wow.
So our top 4 has been determined. Exniamo does bite the dust. Vile, Ramblin, Covenel, and Solus all in the top 4. And Oriana 2 completes Vile's board. This is a really good showcase of, yes, you didn't get to hit the exact emblem you wanted, but stick to your guns. And you never know what might happen if you just play a very solid Jin board. We've seen plenty of Jin boards yesterday take top 4s.
Yeah, and I think in this spot here, too, it felt like everyone has been spending their gold quite as a necessity, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing too much potential for a level 9 Axis here. I'd say like the one player maybe is Solus, just because Solus has so much life. They can take hits for a couple rounds and really stack up that gold. But for the rest of the lobby right now, it is about positioning, and it is about 2-starring your final portion of units, and how strong of an item are you going to get off of this carousel that's coming up. Because right now, these boards are looking not ideal, but they're looking pretty strong.
Wow, that Scion got taken down by that big 4th-shot Curtain Call with the Giant Slayer, critting for max damage, and Ramblin puts down the single digits. A couple of impactful items onto this carousel. Lots of support utility items as well as just straight up raw power. And Ramblin ends up taking a Chalice. The Shroud taken immediately by Covenel. And Vile, not entirely sure what he even really wants at this point. Maybe a frontline item, because he has a lot of backline items already. Hop on board with Ramblin, who, by the fact that he even got a top 4 is impressive in its own right, because I just do not feel like this man was hitting when he really needed to. But his HP lead did end up leading to a top 4, and he's holding pairs of really impactful legendaries. So, you know what? This might be exactly where Ramblin drops off. Top 4 is good enough. Don't think he can really compete with Vile and Covenel's board. And he might even be due up for Solus, who, as we know, Solus did such a good job getting to level 8, having a lot of HP.
Ooh.
And Solus has finished his board, and based on his current economy, doesn't actually look like he was going to 9. He rolled it down for 3 stars.
Yeah, I think they had the ability to potentially access it, but, the 8 challenger mark, it's like, a lot of times it's like, what are you going to 9 for? Is kind of the way that I look at it. And so when I see this board and I see this fight take place, I see exactly how Ramblin made the top 4 spot. It's just because you're taking soft hits. So like as you said, life preservation and stemming that bleed was a big performance for Ramblin in this one. A top 4 lead off the day, pretty fantastic.
That's right. Count is 7 of 9. That's the amount of Fiors that we have so far. No one else playing Fior. We know Covenel playing Innovators, Vile playing Jin. So uncontested lanes by everybody into the top 4, at least by what the currently is existing. Covenel finds Seraphine too. I don't think that changes too much. And from Solus' perspective, he has such an HP lead. It's pretty much about who is playing for 2nd place and what he has to do to counter them. Pretty scary board. Gets his board shrouded, except for the Yone on the side, working his way in. This is actually one thing that is very dangerous about the Innovator board, is that if you don't really set up a good front line, the challengers make their way immediately to the back line and then get access to your damage dealers. Covenel might just bite the dust here. Wow. Solus with the double kill. Not even trying to get to the point where he scales a few or 3. One of the most dominant victories that we'll see all weekend long. TSM FTX Solus cruising to a game 1 victory.
What? It's just a smashing that took place. Was it 2 rounds that they lost in this whole game?
I think it was 1.
I think it was just 1. I think it was that one loss at 5-2. That was all the damage that Solus took. That's absolutely bonkers. Like, it wasn't even close, Admirable. What was Solus's secret to be able to just preserve that much HP?
I don't know if it was much of a secret. It feels like they had knife's edge. They had a bunch of challengers. They put them all in the front couple of lines and then just watched them do the rest of the work at that point. I guess it's kind of just like how I described the game TFT in general. At that point. But I digress. The point of this one is just they just had a strong board. Sometimes you just have to recognize the opportunities that are presented to you and take advantage of them. That is a big part of the game, and when you have oversights to those sorts of things, they don't pay off for you. In this case, they did recognize it, they took advantage of it, and very much so. Big win here for Solus to kick the day off.
The combination of Solus did really well and streaked for a long time, and also the rest of the lobby just felt kind of low roll. Like, no one was really hitting 2-star legendaries.
True.
The high roll moments didn't end up paying off. Like, Dishsoap didn't get like the Tom Kench snowball that we were looking for. Players who were looking for Son of Innovator didn't hit. It looked like it seemed like Covenel still had the bear and everybody else had the Jace. So when those kinds of things happen, when one player has such a dominant lead and other players are barely like scrapping to just get 1-star copies that finishes their comp, you have really one-sided results like what Solus just did.
Yeah, I mean, even Ramblin had such a hard start, just wasn't hitting anything, but was still able to get that top 4 based on that HP preservation throughout the game. But Yordles. Frodan, I would like your opinion on Yordles, please.
Yordles is, content that you can make for YouTube for most of this set. There hasn't really been many viable paths, but I would say that in defense of Pokegam, it feels like this patch, people have been trying to make Yordles work more often. I've been seeing people actually play it for a decent amount of success, even at high challengers. So as much as it may look kind of weird that Pokegam tried to play Yordles and he went 8th, and a lot of people might point and say, oh, like, he was just clearly not trying or throwing. Yordles in the right spot actually can have dominant performances, and we all know that when you do get the Yorlord Vigor online and you don't check it, that ends up just straight up dominating the rest of the lobby. So I don't hate the choice from Pokegam, and obviously we didn't watch his entire perspective in the beginning, so I can't say if it was correct or not. But I love the fact that he tried, and that's what makes Pokegam one of my favorite players to watch in tournaments, because he does what other people wouldn't even think twice about doing.
I mean, that creativity might actually be the secret, or just like the key to success when it comes to making the top 4 of the, or the top 8, I guess, of the day, to be able to move on to day number 3. Even in day 1, though, we actually did see a Tristana reroll comp with the Yordles active and everything. It was played only once, but it did get a first when it was played. So you're right, Frodan. Whenever the conditions are right and you can go for it, that's definitely a sign that you should go for it. But Admirable, especially as we take a look at going into the second game of the day, we're keeping the same lobbies for right now until we reseed them. So, what do you think people can do to kind of just, make some adjustments to what they just saw from even just lobby A players?
Well, I think a lot of this, like as Dan kind of said, just the players seemed like they low rolled a bit in this first lobby, and so it just really just keep your head on your shoulders at this point. I feel like just because you fail to find the final part of a composition in your first game, it doesn't mean that you should just suddenly have this complete flat of your self-esteem and then be like, well, I guess I'm just not going to hit anything then, and I'll just go into standardized play mode. It's keep your head on your shoulders, keep attention to the rest of the lobby, and when the right situation calls for it, go for the right move. Like in this one, again, I kind of want to focus in on Pokegam a little bit here, because I do feel like this creativity is like a bit of a double-edged sword, because this is now twice that we have seen him pick up a comp that no one else, I think, would have picked up on, and it didn't quite work out for them, and I'm thinking back to the Reckoning set where he played an Assassin Callista 3-star, and it was like,
True.
This was working really well right up until Callista got this Assassin emblem. And then it just all kind of fell apart from there. But that's part of the beauty of Pokegum, and also just, again, the attention to the lobby and the willingness to try things. Pokegum held on just by a thread with a 1-star Vel'Koz forever because they just had so much attention to the rest of the board. It didn't matter to them they weren't finding this 2-star Vel'Koz, which I think would have possibly secured them a spot at that championship. Instead, they grit their teeth. They played as hard as they could. And in this one, Pokegum, same situation here. It's probably just like I guess Yordles didn't work in this first game. Maybe I do need a different set of augments in this one. Shrug and then continue playing. That's the way you should be playing this game right now. Just because you have a failure in your first game or your second game or what have you, it doesn't mean that you stop trying. It means that you just hone your focus a bit.
Well, I definitely love the diversity of compositions that we saw for even just this game number 1, but we finally have Lobby B results, so let's go ahead and take a look at our Lobby winners. DQA taking the first place spot in Lobby B. It looks like Frodan Kaisa did work out this time.
Yeah, we all know what Kaisa and Victor are capable of doing at the very top end. It's all about how safely you can get there. I think what's cooler is that, it's not a style that DQA is known for. DQA is really powerful when you play 4 cost flex because DQA strengths is his ability to roll down 80 gold extremely quickly and be able to build boards while threading the needle of staying open to 2 to 3 different paths. That's usually where DQA is at his strongest. So it's cool to see him switch it up a little bit and get a win with an AP flex comp.
Love to see it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Lobby scoreboards, though, for this game number 1, just see where everything ended up falling. And pretty good start for the day for some of these players. Asa, one of those players that came in from the Challenger Series and also just from incredible performances from the tournaments leading up to this point. But Admirable, like you said, this is just game number 1, so I can't wait to see what game 2 is going to hold, especially because we will be looking at Lobby B.
6 games in place for today. I'm very excited about that one. Asa holding on to a strong one. Spencer kind of clutching through with the consistency that they have shown over their tournament career. For the rest of the players in the bottom 4, though, just trying to swing this back around, create a bit of an upheaval, and reverse these situations that took place here. Still a lot of play left today.
I mean, even some of the players that we saw yesterday, took maybe a little bit of a warm-up just to get back into the flow of things, but then some of those players really took off when it came to the performances they were able to put on in those, further lobbies. But Frodan gave some great tips on maybe some players you should invest into during that game number 1, so head over to fantasytft.com during this break. No, don't listen to Frodan's advice.
Oh, definitely.
The players
listen.
I invested in lost. I should have invested in Solus. Before the markets opened, Solus was like 4x the value of everybody else. I'm like, there's no way. Solus is so overrated. Like, why would you buy Solus before we see the opening carousel? And the believers won, like, right off the bat. Like, they just said all in on Solus. Like, half his chat invested in Solus, and he won the lobby.
Heart of the cards.
Maybe heart of the cards, maybe heart of the player, but maybe invest in Solus now because he might be going to the moon. Who knows? We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2. We're about to head into game 2 of day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale, and I'm so excited to be welcoming Crowan and Wolfie back to the casting desk for today. Crowan, how are you doing after that day 1?
I'm doing good. It was exciting day 1 action, and I mean, it's not slowing down here in game 2, as we just saw Solus absolutely dominating that lobby. And there's some interesting stuff happening in lobby B too, so kind of this peak action everywhere.
Wolfie, how about you? How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to be back for day 2, and it does feel like lobby B and lobby A, they both started off very strong in different ways. With in one lobby, kind of the tale of Solus dominating, and in the other one, just a very high power level across the whole lobby. So it's no slow starts here for day 2.
Yeah, kind of interesting to hear about that juxtaposition because, you know, lobby A, it really felt like it was a case of just, you know, meh rolls, just really not getting what you wanted, maybe from the carousel, your augments, the shop. But Chrome, what else was kind of going on in lobby B that we can look forward to going into this game too?
Yeah, I actually think Lobby B was one of the more unorthodox games that we have seen, or at least that happened in this tournament, or at least, you know, through this set in the past few patches, because no one was really going for a traditional standard comp. People kind of just started to lean one direction because of the augment choices, because of very specific things that happened. There was like one Jhin flex board, everything else was kind of just pieced together, very kind of scrappy, play what you get, play the strongest board, and DQA managed to hit a Jason Kais on level 7, and absolutely dominated the lobby. Didn't finish it as fast as Solus did, but, you know, it went to stage 7, but he had, you know, Victor 2, Jace 2, Kaisa 2, just a bunch of legendary units that really hit hard and no one could deal with them.
Yeah, we definitely saw a little bit of that yesterday from some of our players, just getting a ton of those legendary units, especially when their abilities are so useful when you put them together. But I can't wait to see how the meta develops over the course of the day, because at the top of the show, we got a chance to look at our top 5 compositions from yesterday. And Crone, it kind of sounds like there was a lot of variety in Lobby B, and we saw the exact same in Lobby A, just having to work with what you got. So very excited to jump into this game number 2. Crone and Wolfie, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nekkra. Into game number 2 with Lobby B. And Wolfie, I mean, we were both watching this lobby last game. It was a very interesting one. What do you have to make out of the action that we did see? We know that DQA took it home, but there's still some other storylines that happened as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like what you called out with a lot of unorthodox compositions. We saw Malzahar 3 with 6 Arcanists go second. We saw an Assassin, 5 Imperial, 4 Assassin, Talon reroll go third. We had a player go to level 10 and finish, I believe 6th, and another player went with Yordle reroll and finished, I believe 7th, might have been 8th. I think it was a 7th though. So I think the big story of the last lobby was that we had a gold augment followed by a gold augment followed by a prismatic augment, and so I think that really allowed players to play a little bit more unorthodox, just because their augments were providing so much additional power, so many additional resources throughout the game. But jumping on board here, I'm curious to see if the players really intend to play such kind of an unorthodox style, or maybe if it was just having to do with the augments. 2 twin shots out of this first drop, by the way. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Twin shot's great, especially with the gangplank, can lead you into the direction of mercenaries. That's, you know, not super unorthodox, but as we get into the augments, it is just going to be silver tier augments, nothing super spicy. All of these options are good. Thrill of the Hunt, Phony Frontline, probably the ones that you're going to lean towards. And for DQA, I imagine I'll pick one of the two, but anything that jumps out to you, which one would you go for in this situation? It's a very early game, very open.
Yeah, I think what's nice is that these augments are all very flexible. I think there was a case to be made for Ascension, just because you do already have 2 vests. So obviously being able to slow down the pace of the game and allow your units to survive for longer with more tankiness, you get better use out of Ascension. But Thrill of the Hunt is more conventional. I think it's going to be useful now. It's going to have a little bit of value later game, and even though it doesn't scale necessarily as well as Ascension in some regards, I do think the power it provides is better in the early game, because for the first 15 seconds you have no augments. So so I think that it actually is a good choice here. You're going to see last item is a sword here, so some nice options. We do see a pre-level here, most likely hoping to find that third mercenary, either a Quinn or a Misfortune. We'll have to see if they get it. No dice, but some good 3 costs here. Both Shaco and Samira are pretty good, as well as a Twisted Fate pair. So not the worst shop, though. Nothing that's going to really improve the board super drastically right now. With this Guardian Angel Slam, a unit or an item that's very flexible, can be used on Yone carry, Urgot carry, and really on any carry. Appreciates some kind of defensive item. So yeah, should be interesting to see how this board does. Not a lot of defense.
Yeah, not a lot of defense, not a lot of direction either. The GA, like you mentioned, very flexible. No mercenaries yet. If DQA can find mercenaries in the next couple of rounds, it will be really good. But looking over at Ace's board, this might be a bit of rerolling happening. Already got some Camille's, got a zillion, and those units do fit very well into that Twitch reroll board. The Shiv Slam is here, though, and Asa is a player. Actually, I do want to kind of call back to Mismatch Sox' interview yesterday, where Sox called Asa just like a better Sox. And while their playstyles are similar, I think it's great to hone in onto one specific aspect of it, and it's that Asa and Sox are both very good at just making these scrappy boards and finishing with placements higher than most players would be able to in that situation. And we see a situation that Ace's board is 5 Camille's and 1 Zillion. Like, what does that do? Not much in the early game, but maybe if he goes for a reroll, goes for an early Camille 3, and has that to transition him into a strong kind of mid game, then he can just, get a top placement just off of, that early game direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only was it already 5 Camille's found, there was also a Nico's on the bench. So definitely an interesting start, and we'll have to see if they're able to turn it into it. If they stick with kind of Camille reroll, or if they end up just using it as a placeholder. But jumping on board with Roby now, has a Zeke Slam, a super useful item in the early game. And it's actually not bad throughout the whole game as well, with that actual Challenger augment, buffing up the attack speed of all the challengers and implying it's a less flexible augment, right? Challengers, although they can be used, you could stop a Fiora or Kaisa into a lot of comps. Typically, if you take a challenger related augment, you're going to want to be playing challengers in the end game. So I'm interested to see how, talking about a player who was being very flexible and is known for their flexibility, seeing kind of the contrast of that, which is a player who, at least as of this early game, probably has the direction in mind already. Holding, and actually, they're not even making any use of this challenger heart either. They have a Quinn on the bench, and that's it. But Graves 2 is not a slouch. So this board definitely isn't weak by any means, though. 1 win, 1 loss is always a little bit awkward.
It is going to be a nice direction, however, even if Roby Van Knob isn't going Challengers right now. Challengers actually was the most popular composition yesterday. Coming into today, I think 25 times it was played, and I think Stilless won game number 1, actually, in Lobby A with a Challenger board, so still super strong, and no surprise that Roby Van would want to go that direction, even if there aren't that many Challengers that he has in the early game, and ones that he even wants to run, right? It's going to be the Kog'Maw buffing up that Graves Twin Shot to be a little bit stronger, get a unit or 2 kill, right? They're not winning fights right now. Actually got 3-0'd by Setsuko. But still, it's going to be that mid to late game pivot that is really, really crucial for Roby Van Knob, especially with that Nico's help, being able to find a Yone 2, Fiora 2 at a level 7 roll down, because I think that's looking like the trajectory that we have to go with here. It's still on the table, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to depend a lot on if they're able to stabilize before, and ideally in challengers, because you're looking for Yone and Fiora, and Kaisa, sometimes Braum as well if you want to run down a Braum. You would prefer to roll on level 8 just because the odds are way better there, but you're right. And sometimes you don't always get to play the perfect game that you want to play, and sometimes you're forced to roll a little early. Picking up a GP here that has a cloak. GP is a strong even in the early game because it can farm you gold. We'll have to see what use that cloak gets made into. But Innovators is a comp that we were talking about a lot yesterday, and here it is on the board. Now, there's no augment buffing the quantity of Innovators. There's no, I guess, Tome of Traits or anything like that. But Makeshift Armor is really good if you do want to play Innovators into the late game, because it does actually buff up that innovation as well. So super flexible item slam here with the Runons, and that's actually all that is slammed, and it's a flexible augment as well. So I like this play a lot, just keeping your options open, playing strongest board, and you have 100 HP to show for it.
Yeah, not that much gold. Probably would like to win this round so they can hold the pair of Camille's and Talons, but actually a Zephyr scrapped into by Kivix is only going to hit the Zillion, so not too much of an impact. Ezreal is, in the middle of the field there, but still a lot of damage. Is going to be able to get enough. This is a huge win streak potential. If Bertosaurus can keep it, looks like he will be able to. So Ezreal doing a ton of damage, and there's still a Singe 2 in the front line, so going to be a great fight here for Bert.
Yeah, that was looking a little dicey because Bert had positioned such that if anything was going to get pulled in, it would be his Zillion, thanks to the way that he positioned, or maybe the Camille if it was the opposite side. But this is the scrap Zephyr has other ideas in mind. I'm curious to see what Bert will do here, because I think that there's a case to be made for taking out the Talon, selling the Talon pair and the other units on bench, keeping the Camille's, and being able to make 20, but actually playing strongest board here once again, putting on a Shaco to get Assassin, Although I'm actually not convinced that that's stronger than Clockwork, but yeah, it looks like they're considering a couple different options here. We'll have to see what they go with, but yeah, looks like they did end up going with the Camille, so and the Talon, but they are going to win here. DQA has hit that Mercenary. Can't tell exactly how long that's been in for, but definitely going to lose here unless. Yeah, I don't think there's any way that DQA could possibly win. So it is going to be a 5-0 loss, but DQA is okay with that given that they were only playing 3 units and they have 30 gold on the bench.
30 gold on the bench. Pretty good. DQA, I think, has only had Merkson for 2 rounds. DQA did win 2-3 before the carousel, so the very max it could be is just 2 loss right now. We'll have to tune back in later to see how far that can bring DQA. Oftentimes, if a player does have a great Merc game, a good cash out, it does accelerate them into a top finish, top 2 at least, if not a first. Not all the time, though. Moving over to Setsuko, one of the 2 players at 100 HP. And these are just some good tier 2 units in the early game. Darius, even with no synergies, right? He's still going to be very tanky, very solid frontline. And then Ezreal, I guess Scrap is only a synergy that he's running, but being the primary carry here, I'm curious which direction Setsuko will lean into. It does have 3 Arcanists, has not made a single completed item, but now it's time for Setsuko to start making these items. Morello's is available, IE as well, potentially. So what is he going to?
Yeah, we see a Scion in the shop. No hesitation there, just leveling immediately. And they have a couple interesting options here. They could slam Shojin plus Morello's and play Malzahar. I think that's a very good unit. They are going to start selling here. Looks like they put a rod. They're going to build Morello's. Makes sense. Malzahar with Morello's is extraordinarily strong. I'm actually kind of impressed that they had gone so long without slamming any completed items, just relying on Scrap to buff that up. But yeah, very solid board here. And Malzahar is going to be doing damage throughout. They do slam the Guardian Angel, which is useful again in a lot of different comps. I really respect the dedication to be flexible here, right? Like Morello, this Guardian Angel, you could have slammed some more committal items, but choosing to keep your options open and not lock into anything while still playing a powerful board. So they're going up against Burt, so our 2 win streakers. They both level to 6. We're gonna have to see who comes out on top here. Burt's Lysandra just not gonna cast off. Ezreal's chipping down away at the Zillion. A trap claw actually is really helpful in slowing down this Malzahar. I think it's actually going to be the difference maker. Ezreal takes out the Zillion, but the opposing Ezreal, thanks to that trap claw and maybe that scrap value. It's not. No, it's not scrap. But yeah, good slam from Bird. It maintains their 100 HP win streak and saves them a lot of gold in the long run.
Yeah, both players level, both players slimming items, run into each other, but Burt comes out on top of that one. Moving over to Spencer. This needs to be a roll down. This is a rather weak board, only 54 HP. Looks like it might just be a bit of a Shaco pivot. It is a bit awkward, though, because if you want to go Assassins, Ascension isn't that great. So, yeah, the Jhin going in, it might just be Jhin Sniper kind of board here.
Yeah, having trouble hitting anything. They do eventually hit that Shaco, but this board still looks pretty weak. And unfortunately, they're not even playing Yordle anymore. So they've rolled 10 gold, sub 10 gold, and yeah, I mean, Shaco 2 is a good unit, but I wonder if it's going to be enough. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to stabilize this board, though. They did hit an upgraded, I think.
Upgraded Warwick?
I thought did they hit a Leona? Did you see by any chance?
I think the only other upgrade was a Warwick there.
Ooh.
Not sure.
Yeah, by the time Ascension kicks in, it's almost a little bit too late, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
all the units are dead, and boosting your unit's damage output is not going to help if your units are gone. It still has 20 gold after selling, but 46 HP Crone, and they're going to have to figure something out quickly. They have not won a single round all game.
Assassin Heart, but again, Ascension with Assassin is not really great synergy. Assassins finish fights quickly, but it is going to be that route. Okay, so Spencer's saying, I need this. This is my one out. I've hit that Shaco 2. I will not get that much value out of Ascension. It will get a little bit, right? There will be some fights where Shaco gets stuck on a Bramble Vest unit, or Shaco is just the last one alive trying to like 1v5. So Spencer, I think that's kind of his only out right now.
Yeah, I think that's a mark of top players as well, is realizing when they're not going to be able to play a perfect optimal board, but it's time to kind of just play a suboptimal, not a perfect board, but something that's going to be stronger right now, and just accept that Spencer's probably no longer playing for first place. They're probably not even playing for top 3, but finishing 4th or getting the best they can out of this, and recognizing that they can't really afford to roll anymore if they still want to get to level 7 and ideally level 8. I think that takes guts, and I think that's a mark of a player who was well versed in TFT.
Definitely. An interesting stat from yesterday, actually. Well, Syndicate Shaco Carry was one of the most popular compositions. It was played 12 times. It actually got first place 0 times.
Ooh.
It did top 4, 41%. But yeah, definitely not playing for the win this game for sure if you're playing a Shaco board. You're just playing to pray to top 4, but even then it's not likely. And especially from Spencer's spot here, I think like a fifth would be like a great finish here.
Yeah, I totally agree. And actually, that was a really unfortunate fight. The Shaco jumps right into the Zillion, and the Zillion somehow gets 2 casts off on it, both slowing it down and sticking it in stun for a little bit. So, really rough fight for Spencer. They do have pick priority here. They're probably going to want to pick up an Infinity Edge, although thinking about what they want here. See, it's not gloves to take in. I don't remember if they had gloves or sword on the bench. You know, they have one of the two. But, I mean, IE Last Whisper is good, and there is also a chance that they can pivot out of this. I mean, they did just take Assassin Hearts, so, you know, it's probably not super likely, but maybe if they hit a random Yone 2 or a Jin 2, they could still, you know, kind of just give up on some of their arguments and get out. And the nice thing about IE Last Whisper is that pretty much every AD-based carry in the comp can utilize it. So,
yeah,
hopping on board with Asa here, who is in third place overall.
Still one Camille away, and actually doesn't have the Nikos anymore, so Nico'd something. Maybe it was the Echo 2, just to try to play for tempo. Yeah, I think that's a good play, actually. I love when players don't save their Nikos for like 4 or 5 cost units, but they just use it to, you know, accelerate their early to mid game. I think Asa streaked for a while. Unfortunately, did lose that last round, and I kind of wonder who he lost to, because this board still looks very, very strong. Maybe it's end up going to be not worth it because he did lose throughout stage 3.
Wow, it's actually Deathblade, not IE, so that glove was taken. That's very unfortunate for Spencer on the other side here, who probably wanted to build IE, but the gloves were the first thing taken. So, yeah, I think what's also interesting here is that Asa doesn't have a lot of gold. If you look at their gold count, they only have 30 gold, which for this point in the game is a bit late. Ascension finally getting some value, and actually it's gonna win Spencer the fight. I guess it's not the worst loss for Asa, though. They just lost their streak, and they were already on a 1 loss, so not the end of the world to lose there by 1 unit, most likely. And it's a pretty big win for Spencer if they're able to turn it around. Hopping on board with a big cash out from DQA, a lot of gold, a component, and Nico's 2 components, and yeah, some gold. So not sure how long that loss streak was, but they are out of it now. They have GP2, they have a Fiora, they have a Nico's, they have a fair few components. We'll have to see where things go from here. One of my favorite units that does not seem to be popular in competitive play, Galio. We'll have to see if it can play.
Any Clapios?
It would allow, I'm just going to say, it would allow for 3 Socialite. You're already playing the others, so, I mean, it's. I'm just saying, but looks like it's going to be passed here.
No.
Going up against Spencer.
Maybe if there was already an IE potential, I think rolling to a Galio on 7 would just be like, okay, that's my direction, right? Like, it's not going to be bad at that point. It has been nerfed certain times, but still can pop up in a high roll situation, and this is close to that high roll situation. DQA, not making use of it, however, is holding a lot of gold on this bench, is strong enough to continue this streak. I also think that DQA's loss streak was 5, because I think he lost 2 rounds at the end of stage 2 and then just the first 3 of stage 3. So it wasn't that big of a cash out. And I think that's reflected in kind of his gold right now. Generally, if you cash out in Mercenaries, you're going to be able to have enough gold to repair your economy, go level 8 kind of on pace, and still have a good board. Not necessarily the case here for DQA, though.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see a big pivot here. They are going to be probably selling some units on their board. I would guess the Vi comes out as well. Well, I guess we'll see. But they just saw that, their board strength is very solid. So although they are a bit behind the econ curve, I think what they could do is if they're able to hit if they high roll and hit either a Fiora or a Braum naturally, they could Nico the other one and then end up with 2 upgraded 4 costs and hopefully use that to rebuild the economy a little bit. They don't have a great offensive items here, though. Spatula pops out of
Interesting.
One of those orbs, so we'll have to see where that goes. Jumping on board with Bert, who has lost, looks like just 1 round if I had to guess, but it's level 7, 50 gold. It's a very powerful board and very good augments for the innovation, both self-repair, keeping it alive, and makeshift armor, giving it extra tankiness. So looks like Bert might be sticking with this innovation all game.
Yeah, I think this is a great spot to do so. You already have a lot of great upgrades. That Banshee's Claw, even we saw it get value in the early game. Bert, on pace, just needs to find a Seraphine or a Jace to get that bear online. Probably no 7 Innovator here. Wouldn't need that emblem, of course, either through an augment that comes or just getting it on like a stage 6 carousel or something like that. But Bert still one of the highest HPs in the lobby, actually facing the other highest HP, Setsuko. this direction's going to go. Setsuko's board is pretty upgraded. Malzahar 1 carrying the backline, though, but has some decent items. Looks like it's not going to be enough, though. Just such raw power and tankiness in Bert's board. The self-repair getting value as that Scarab comes back, and yeah, it's a 6-0 loss.
Yeah, I think one of the things about Malzahar is that you really need time. You need to buy your Malzahar time so that it can spread that damage and the Morello's effect across the whole team. And I really like Trap Claw specifically against Malzahar because every time that Malzahar tries to hit either Zillion or Heimer or Ezra with a spell, they will instead be met with that Trap Claw blocking it. So it buys a lot of time, as does the innovation, and obviously getting an extra unit on the board to slow down Malzahar, and also self-repair keeping it alive as well. So overall, their support, I think, just had too much health for the Malzahar to chew through. We do see an aggressive level here, but not rolling. I like this play a lot. Let's get Camille in, which gives you Clockwork buffing your whole team. And we do see GQA on the other side of the board here, who has, I think that's a Seraphine 2 and a Fiora 2 here as well. Looks like they've used that Nikos, although they don't have any gold at their level 7. So interesting play from GQA. Looks like they're kind of accepting that they're going to be on level 7 for either the rest of the game or just a while, but they did get a lot of value out of this. Fiora getting more and more casts off. We see the GP has been the GP2, and I think there was 42 gold sold as well. So looks like this fight's going DQA's way.
Oh yeah, as it well should. DQA is definitely the strongest player in the lobby right now. That Seraphine 2 and Fiora 2, fantastic. DQA, I think, reforged the spat, because did get a spat drop, and yeah, no longer there anymore. Interesting. Kivix on the other side here, 5 Chemtech, 4 Bruiser, Urgot 2 already, and still has Nico's help on the bench. But again, another player going very aggressive at rolling at level 7. Not many players, you know, greeting out to level 8. What do you make of that, Woofy?
Well, it's actually, I just did a little check through the lobby, and of the 8 players in the lobby, only 2 of them are above like 25 gold, being Setsuko and Asa. The rest of the players, there's several below 10 gold, and most of them are at like, yeah, between 10 and 20 mostly. And so I think it's interesting. I think that probably says something about how the players felt about their board strength relative to the rest of the lobby. And yeah, the fact that only the players in the top, most of the players in the top, not even including Bert, who, you know, is barely over 20, feel like they had to roll down. It should make the rest of this game very interesting, because one of the ways that you can get stronger in TFT is to spend your gold. And if you feel like you're going to go out soon, a lot of players will just kind of continually roll the rest of that gold down. So really interested to see how the rest of this lobby shakes out, and maybe it's a commentator curse. Maybe the game that we're watching, the board strength isn't going to get to that totally capped out power level.
It might not. I mean, players are already kind of under the fire, Darth Nub being one of them. 12 HP is running a Protector Kog'Maw reroll style composition. I think just hit some more 3 stars in that last round, which is why they won. But, you know, rerolling, while it can be consistent, you don't just get to, you know, play those comps and get top 4 for free. Darth Nub close to other 3 stars as well. Have to see him hit those to really stabilize. But most players are, you know, around that middle of the pack, between 60 to 53 HP, you know, second to 5th. It's really time to see, you know, the players that are going level 8 are rolling down the rest of their gold right now. Are they going to hit? Darth Nub hits the Kog'Maw 3. That's big.
The big hit and double Kaisa. That's so
wow.
funny.
Insta-sell.
They didn't even consider it. There was, you know, made Malzahar 2, felt good about it. Malzahar 2 was like, yes, I'm finally here. I finally made it to the field. Immediate sell. So, I mean, I can't blame him, right? There's, you know, GA, Morello's, Kaisa being buffed by Shiv and also by this Chalice. So, yeah, definitely a strong unit, though. You really, really want to get that to 2-star to make it to its most powerful, because it's not going to be enough here. As you can see, the board's kind of getting melted by this Yone 2. And Kaisa 1, I mean, she's strong. I think Kaisa really shines when she can stick around for a while, right? Where she has time to kind of, you know, get those auto attacks off, increase her missile output, and with nothing, I don't even know if anything else in the board is upgraded, to be honest. Like, it looked like a lot of 1-stars. So, gonna have to see where they go from here. Final augment is that middle tier, so it will be interesting to see how the power level increases from here.
Rill being the pickup, again, no surprise, throw one of the most consistent, just good generic augments. Fiora 2 upgrade is very good. Wonder what the items will be, where they'll be delegated, because there's a Quicksilver potential. There was potential for a Banshee's Claw, but the belt instead went on the Scion for now. Scion only being at tier 1, taking 2 board slots, doesn't really feel that great. I think it's maybe even consideration to take those out in favor of Braum plus another unit. Maybe, you know, a mutant if he can find one. Go 3 mutant. We'll see here soon, however.
Yeah, I believe the mutation is Voidborn, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
I think it is.
Yeah, okay, yeah. In that case, I mean, Voidborn can be very powerful with Kaisa, especially with the static Shiv, because anything that she, touches that's below 20% will just immediately vanish from the board. So definitely interesting to see them consider what they want to do here. If they want to go maybe get a Mundo in there, since you're already playing Malzahar and Kaisa. So I definitely think that's one way that this board can get stronger, in addition to obviously getting some upgrades. But a big fight here. Asa playing the Infinity Force in that Seraphine, but it's only Seraphine 1. Kaisa spreading the burn across the whole board is a big deal. Orianna gets an ult in the backline.
Ooh.
That bear gets stuck and stunned. Kaisa's going to ult to throw out the hunt, healing her back to full HP, and she finishes off the last Heimerdinger, and finally a win as Spencer drops to 1 HP, and we have to see if Dark Noob is able to, they are able to win their round. So the players at the bottom are very close, and the players towards the middle, this lobby is so close. 56 HP in first place, 49 in fourth, and then 35, and then 20, but mostly pretty close, I would say.
Definitely, especially the top four, only a 7 HP gap, super close there. Players in the bottom really feeling the pressure. Darth Nub, one of those players. We see this Protector Kog'Maw reroll comp online. Some great items for the Kassadin, great items for the Kog'Maw as well. But a Spatula available, already has a mutant. If a cloak drops here, that could be just a free 5 mutant. A Malzahar has not been found yet, I guess. Still one away from Caitlyn. Blitzcrank could go in as well, of course, for an extra protector. Ooh, not the best items. I mean, Redemption actually for a Kassadin is super good, but then you're left with a TG and not a third item on the Kog'Maw. It could be a Hodge Kog'Maw instead. But moving over to Asa. Asa has waited until now to go level 8. Asa is very much, always leans into this Innovator tree. And it's definitely one of his favorite compositions, if not the favorite, hitting Jhin too. Really needs to hit Seraphine though. This is a 3-item carry. Infinity Force as well is actually pretty good on her. Isn't hitting it though.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the kind of paradoxes of TFT, right? Where you think, oh, I'll save my gold and I'll roll later, and that way I'll have more gold to roll with to hit. But sometimes in doing that, if you want a contested unit like Seraphine, the danger, of course, is that by the time you roll down, so many of the Seraphines are going to be out of the pool. Seeing a lot of value out of that Banshee's Claw protecting the Seraphine from the Braum ult. But yeah, it's a 2-star carry versus a 1-star carry, and they both have that Infinity Force. So Yone with these items is actually quite powerful, getting lots of defensive components in addition to the Challenger buff, making him attack quite quickly. So yeah, scary board from Roby, and we actually see Spencer, who we talked about trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. Doesn't look like it was enough, and they go out in 8th as Darth Nub is win streaking down in 7th.
Such a rough spot for Spencer to be in, right? The augments weren't great. Had to go into the Shaco line, but I don't think hit the Shaco 3. Got eliminated, unfortunately. 5th would have been great, but wasn't able to manage even a 7th. Asa does hit a bunch of upgrades here. Seraphine and Tarek still rolling, needs to find a Janna. And Oriana's, I suppose, as well. That Singe is probably going to be stuck at just tier 1 for the rest of this game, unless you happen to, luck into a couple of them. But that's okay. Ace's board still is a lot stronger now, and Jhin actually, made his leave as well.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think sometimes it can feel like, oh, I have 2-star Jhin versus, 1-star Orianna. That can't be better. But when you consider the double Chalice and the Banshee's Claw, I think there's a good chance that was the right decision. We'll have to see. Orianna's ults are definitely very impactful as well, especially when she hits big clusters of the enemy units. So the Seraphine, we really could see it. It didn't feel that impactful in the first game we watched, but here with this long drawn out fight, able to keep the whole team alive thanks to her healing, and also gradually whittle down the opponent, and is able to earn a win. And once again, this lobby's getting pretty close. 40 HP in first, 20 HP in 6th, so it's getting very close at this point.
Definitely super close. GQA, yeah, that Fiora is fully built right now. Not perfect items, but Fiora can make a lot of items work. There's not really any, stretch synergies here. Only, two pieces can be the largest synergy number, and that's okay because Fiora can still thrive under these conditions. There's a Braum as a fantastic frontliner. DQA is a very good player when it comes to scouting, making sure these shrouds are going to hit the best clump that they can be. Yeah, moves it last second there over to the right side. Is it going to be good matchmaking RNG? No, actually, it only hits Ezreal and Jinx.
Yeah, interesting enough, we see Burt jumping in, another Seraphine carry here, an interesting angle on that ult, and Braum actually has a bit of an awkward angle on that ult. The bear goes down, but the self-repair can keep it alive as long as Innovators survive for long enough. Seraphine, or Fiora doing tons of damage with her ult there. Braum ults once again. This Braum is just not doing a good job at aiming those ults, missed like everything. And I think DQA is going to take a big loss here. It looks like Fiora is going to get one more ult on, but it's into the bear, and that doesn't count as player damage at the end of the turn. So yeah, big loss for DQA, who finds themselves in danger of going 7th.
Wow, yeah, really unlucky Braum angle there and Seraphine getting stunned out. Zilean oftentimes kind of the unsung MVP of these fights, making sure to get that CC on units that do get into the backline, as that Fiora did. Stage 5 Carousel now. DQA grabs Thieves' Gloves, but there are still some very good items here, like Zephyr's, Banshee's Claws. Very, very impactful. Darth Nub grabs a Banshee's Claw, and those items that we saw earlier, they did go into a Redemption for the Kassadin and a Thieves' Gloves for the Graves. So still needs a Kog'Maw item, but Banshees isn't quite that.
Yeah, absolutely jumping on board here with Setsuko, who's also playing an interesting hodgepodge of sorts here with this Kaisa with the 3 items. You have Fiora too, of course, but has no items on it. I guess probably going to be the recipient of this Death Blade if I had to guess. Janna, very interesting board here. I mean, we saw them hit that Kaisa pair very, very early and immediately put it in, and it's interesting. Yeah, they're actually sold an Orianna in order to keep rolling here. It looks like, no, sorry, not Orianna, Janna. So made their board weaker, I think, here by Janna taking out another Enchanter, which could be valuable, and Scrap. No, they Scrap, I'm sorry. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting here. I don't know if double Orianna is any better, and actually the one of the Oriannas at least gets Zephyr immediately. So we're going to have to see if this Kaisa does enough. It's going to be close, I think.
Kaisa has to dodge these Seraphine ults, has to survive for a long time, but there's not enough frontline to do so. Gets some ults off. Maybe she can get one more, but no, the GA is already popped. Setsuko does survive, though. 3 HP as Darth Nub goes down, so not able to stabilize with those protectors. 7th place, not great for that comp. Usually you'd want to get a top 4. That's kind of the expectation there. Setsuko does roll into Orianna too. That is a huge, huge upgrade. These ults are going to be massive, especially with that double Chalice buff. Hits a Lulu as well, thankfully, to get these enchanters back online. Would have been good into that last matchup, but hopefully runs into some, AP damage again to make use out of those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing we can say about Setsuko's board is that they have a pretty good front line, right? These 3 upgraded bodyguards plus target dummies. If they can stall for long enough, the Kaisa can hopefully stay alive for long enough to really be impactful with her missile. So going up against DQA, this is an elimination match. We see Jace in the backline with frankly pretty good items, especially for an AP-based comp with the Seraphine here. We're going to see Kaisa gets her first ult off. She's spreading burn across the whole team. The opposing Fiora, though, starts getting really annoying. The Seraphine gets grabbed and is now gone. Kaisa's trying to stay alive. The Guardian Angel's activating. I think this is going to go DQA's way. Fiora ults one more time, and the Orianna does not get a big enough ult off. And Setsuko finishes in 6th place with DQA surviving for one more round.
Oh, DQA hanging on for these past 2 rounds, and it might net him a top 4. It's really close right now. Bertosaurus at 3 HP, DQA at 5, Kivix at 8. Asa once again has, gone on a win streak somehow with these innovator boards. I mean, just does it so well every single time he gets those online. The lobby is led by Roby Van Knob, though, who is running challengers. There's that Infinity Force Yone and a Fiora with a couple of defensive items as well. Kivix rocking the Urgot. BT would love to have that on the Urgot, but Titans was the item of choice. Not going to get too much value besides for just a shield on somebody. That's okay.
Yeah, what's interesting about this board, Crone, is that there's a Graves 1 activating Twin Shot. Oh, but a double Nikos. I wonder, that gives them a lot of options. They could potentially play Tom Kench 2 if they wanted, or maybe something else even.
Yeah, Jinx too, potentially. That could be something. Doesn't roll into a Jinx. It's gonna be, it has to be double Nico TK here. No gold to purchase unit to feed him, however. This TK will go hungry, but at least I'll have a Bloodthirster, right? That's something.
BT diff, I think is what the kids are saying. Just feed, okay, just feed.
Oh, there we go.
Here. So that's good. Decides to put his Urgot, nope, not in the corner. We'll have to see if this TK2 is going to be a big enough deal. Zephyr activates, but it only hits the Zac, which shouldn't be a huge deal. TK gets thrown before it can eat anything. Let's see, it's wandering around, eats something. I didn't actually see what that was. Urgot is gradually chipping away at this team. It's now fully stacked when it comes to Titan result, and I don't know if this Seraphine is going to depend on if it takes up the Kench. It doesn't do it, but Urgot on the Heimer does his best, but it's not enough, but that was a ghost. And so, oh my goodness, Crowan, 8 HP in second, 5 HP in third, 3 HP in fourth, and 2 HP in fifth. A player could go 5th here, or they could go. I mean, in theory, they could go first. And we could have a top 2 after the next round. So this is going to be very, very, very close, and it's really going to come down to the wire here.
Because even Roby Van Knob can get eliminated here, right? 18 HP is not safe. Asa just took a huge hit in that last round, dropping all the way to 2. This is so intense here. It is only game number 2, but setting yourself up to be in that top 8 to advance to tomorrow is huge. Zephyr in the front line. Oh man, what's gonna happen here? Oh wow, that's a Jin 3 for Bert.
Oh my gosh. Jin 3. Did it get shrouded, so it hasn't had time to get its a spell online? It is going now, but has it been doing any damage? The Fiora's on it. The Jin gets KO'd by the Fiora. Jin 3 is worse than the Fiora 2. Is that true? Fiora into the backline. I don't think the damage is here anymore. Fiora's going to take out the bear, and Burtosaurus, despite hitting a 3-star Jin, could go as low as 5th. 5th place with Jin 3.
What? Jin 3, 5th place, shrouded, and then CC'd as soon as he got that ultimate online. Fiora is not an assassin, but she might as well be getting into the backline, taking out the Jin. That's such a heartbreaking finish for Burtosaurus in this game. Asa squeaks out a top 4 again, always seems to be able to do it. Absolutely crazy. What a game we have here, as this next round could be our last.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on board with Roby now, going up against the I think that's the reward of Kievix. We see this Kench too, but the QSS very useful into that. Fiora also has a Dragon's Claw, which can be useful in keeping her alive for a little bit, getting damage. The Sandra's down. Yone is gradually cutting through those units. It is on the Thieves' Gloves here. It's onto the Urgot, but its HP is getting low. Is it going to be enough? The Urgot's now Titan's resolved all the way up. It's going to be close. Takes it out, and it's just this Kench. I don't think it's going to be enough, and Kievix falls. It's all down to DQA. If DQA loses here, they do not. It's going to be, we have our top 2, Crone, Roby versus DQA.
All right. We got some challengers, and then there versus, well, I guess not really challengers, but there is a Fiora carry. She is a challenger. Shroud. Fantastic pickup for Roby Van. What does DQA end up grabbing here? Doesn't really know what he wants. Gonna be a rage play at the end of things here. DQA on a 5-win streak. Roby Van Kenob on a 2-win streak. And Roby Van levels up to 9. This board is just getting stronger, Woofy.
Yeah, Shroud is a great pickup here, too. You can position your units so that you have a very high likelihood of getting something good. We do see on the other side of the board, DQA does hit Jace, too, which is a rather big deal, but the Thieves' Gloves items aren't great. I mean, Gunblade is basically worthless on Jace. I don't believe he does any magic damage unless I'm much mistaken. But the final fight is upon us here. We have DQA versus Roby Van Kenobi.
Let's see it here. Going to be enforcing the Braum, so his ults are going to be stalled, and that's a big deal. It allows Seraphine and Orianna time to ult in the backline. Are they going to be able to hit enough damage onto this Yone, though? Yone is still alive. Fiora makes her way into the backline as well. That Blade Waltz, but it doesn't take out the Jace because he was upgraded, and it looks like it is going to go the way of DQA. Is it enough damage, though? It is! By just 1 HP, DQA wins game number 2.
Yeah, that was an incredibly close fight. Or maybe not that fight specifically, but I felt like the power levels of those two were very similar throughout the lobby. So really well played. And we are going to jump on board with the other lobby here, which is down to what could be the last fight. Kaisa, is she able to do it?
Oh,
looks like just 1 unit left remaining, and Solus actually takes a loss here. So we will get to watch more of this game.
Yeah, we get a chance to digest what's going on here. Solus, once again, in a top 2 situation. Is he going to make it back-to-back first places? Is actually rocking a kind of similar comp to what we saw DQA win the last lobby with. It is just a carry Fiora with no, very tall synergies. The biggest synergy number is 3 with Enchanters. And it is going to be good up against that Kaisa damage. 5 mutant board for Valet. Kaisa 2. All right, there's such binary drop value as well here on this board. Seems like those boards are usually the most capped because it allows you to spread your items. You get to itemize multiple carries. Fiora, though, does have just 3 items, or has 3 items on her, so she won't be getting that value. Challenger on that Jace, though, could be big.
Yeah, absolutely. That allows you to activate another unit with binary, and although your main carry, or your previous main carry, Fiora wasn't getting it, Jace, obviously, with this blue buff and this challenger emblem, is going to be attacking very quickly. Fiora, or Orianna also has decent Thieves' Gloves items here as well, allowing Morella to burn the whole team, and ZZ Rot for a little bit of extra units there. Jace, unfortunately, it's a Zeke, so he does have a lot of extra attack speed, but he's not buffing anybody else. Death Cap on the Braum is not amazing, so I don't think these are the best items you could have gotten. Death Blade up on one of the frontline units as well here. Kaisa's ulting already. The Kaisa 2 is a big deal. Jace gets stunned by the Yuumi. The Jinx is online. Jinx 2 and into the backline, but the Jace is attacking it. Is it going to be enough? Orianna ults, and I didn't see if she even finished the cast there. And Solus, who was in such a strong position when we joined this game at 40 HP, is now down to 3 HP. And Crone, I think the next one's going to do it.
I think it will. 4-loss streak for Solus. The only thing that can really turn this around is, yeah, I was going to say maybe a frontline Jace. Maybe he'll be able to do enough. But a lot of it is these Fiora ults. Is she able to get to the backline or to at least wherever this Kai'Sa jumps to? She very narrowly missed out on another ultimate in that last fight, and I think if she had gotten that off, it could have actually been the difference. So these fights may be a little bit closer than they appear. Some last-second repositioning. Braum to the side. Is this going to be enough, Wolfie?
Yeah, they've moved basically all their units out of the Shroud. They do get Zephyr, though, on the Jace, but might not be the end of the world. We see a big cast and ult stunning actually allowing the Kai'Sa to dash out of the way of the Braum ult. That's a big deal. Yuumi also ulting immediately as well, getting a lot of stun into the backline. Jinx melting the opponent's team. Oh my goodness, Jinx just absolutely shredding through things, and I think that this is going to be a win for, with that Kai'Sa ult, it's going to be a big win here. And yeah, the Kai'Sa 2, Jinx 2, legendary level 9 board, very, very powerful as it turns out.
Yeah, great job to Valet there, taking out Solus, not allowing him to go 1-1, but still impressive for Solus. Nonetheless, 18 points thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Solus and Vile both have had incredible performances to kick off games 1 and 2. But let's talk about the real winner in the room right now, which is DQA with back-to-back firsts. Wolfie, I mean, you got a chance to take a look at what was going on in Lobby B in that game number 1, and obviously game 2 kind of felt like it was following the same pattern with everybody just being so close and the power levels really dictating the pace of the lobby. But, what is it about DQA, or is it the play style, is it the comp? I mean, back-to-back firsts.
Well, actually, Nekkra, what I think is so interesting about these two games is that in the first game, DQA was playing with a lead. He was very far ahead in terms of econ because he was able to hit both Kai'Sa and Jace on 7. He had perfect Kai'Sa items with Morella's GA and the Archangels, and was able to use that to just go fast level 9, roll down, hit a bunch of upgraded legendaries, and win the game. In this game, we saw DQA rolling on 7-0. He had a bit of a mercenary streak. I believe Crowan called out, I think it was 5 streak, which isn't normally enough to say, oh, I got 5 mercenary, I'm gonna win the game, or 5 streak with my mercenaries, I'm gonna win the game. And so what I think is really interesting is that we saw him roll to 0, and yet despite rolling to 0, and I think I said, maybe he's not even gonna make it to level 8 this game because his HP wasn't that high. He clearly had a deep understanding of what he needed to do to win, and he stabilized more than enough, was able to go 8. I think he might have even been 9 at the end of the game, though I am blanking a little bit. And was able to turn that into a win, despite rolling to 0 pretty early on in the game. So I think what's most impressive for me about DQA was that the two ways in which he won were very, very different in between those two games 1 and game 2.
Yeah, I love seeing the flexibility and also just kind of rolling with the punches from some of these players. Let's take a look at the lobby winners, which should be no surprise to you all since we got a chance to see the end game of both of the lobbies. But Vile and DQA taking the wins in Lobby A and B, respectively. Crowan, I feel like Vilay's performance as well, just to be able to top that on Solus to just stop him from getting first as well. Vilay is definitely looking really, really strong in the tournament today.
Oh, definitely is. I think even we had a note that Solus on stage 6-3 was 74 HP, so Valet had a kind of mountain in front of him and still was able to keep calm and collected, and that's not something that every TFT player will do. Sometimes they're just like, all right, I got my second time to FF, get out of here, but Valet says, no, I can come back here. And really impressive stuff there, but again, even more impressive, DQA back-to-back first with, I think it was a wonderful explanation by Woofy, 2 very different play styles, right? 5 mercs doesn't usually get you to a point where you can just confidently win a lobby, and it wasn't a confident win, but still a win nonetheless that was very well played, hard fought, and netting DQA of 20 total points.
Yeah, it's going to be excited to take a look at the overall standings. But, Crowan, I want to pick your brain about this because you mentioned something about the composition that Spencer was playing in that second game, and that was the Syndicate's Shaco carry. Typically when we saw that, at least the Zon Cup, which didn't happen that long ago, it was able to net quite a few first places when it was actually played. Is there anything going on between the Zon Cup to the mid-set finale that is making this composition worse, or at least not perform as well?
Yeah, some patch notes, some meta changes. Shaco just not quite good enough. He's still good usually for some top 4s, but the nerfs, I think, to Assassins just overall as a meta shift is just not really netting them good placements. Innovators, I think a comp that will do super well against them. You can just kind of clump up in the corner. Assassins are very bad against doing that, or dealing with that, excuse me. And yeah, it's just... it was a tough spot, especially for Spencer in that game, because of the awkwardness of the augments that we saw, because of, okay, I just rolled a Shaco 2, I guess this is my direction now. That doesn't always work out. Like, sometimes you hit a unit and you're like, okay, great, that's my carry, but it was like a, ooh, okay, I guess that's my carry kind of feel for Spencer, so yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, such an unlucky start for at least that game 2, but we are going to reseed the lobbies when we move into games 3 and 5, so definitely some room for some comeback there for any of these players that might be, trying to look out for a couple more points. But Wolfie, kind of along that same note, when it comes to playing flexibly, Robert Van Knob in that last game was somebody that actually looked like they had a direction in mind, is what you kind of pointed out in that game. So, is it, what was going on there? Was it the flexibility from those players? It worked out for Robert Van Knob. He ended up getting that second place.
Yeah, so I think that there is a trade-off, right, between flexibility and overall strength. And so I think for me, sometimes having a direction in mind, even though you're not able to maybe react as well or react as accordingly, there's value to knowing these are my units, these are the units I want to look for. I'm not going to get dizzy here. And it just takes a lot of the cognitive load off of the player. So maybe it's challengers being strong, maybe it's a Roby being comfortable with that comp, and maybe it's just the value of playing a little bit inflexibly sometimes.
Well, we've seen flexibility, having a game plan, and also dealing with the hand that you're dealt. Let's see how these players shaped up over these last 2 games as we take a look at the overall scores. No surprise, DQA is sitting in that first place position with those 20 points from back-to-back wins. But Crowan, it's still up for grabs, I feel like, when it comes down to who really is in that 6th place and beyond.
Yeah, it's still up for grabs. Even players like Exniamo, Darthnub down there at the bottom can still come back with some nice games. Sox in an interview yesterday mentioned that Darthnub was one of the players on his radar, right? Darthnub, a very intelligent player, knows things that, a bunch of other TFT players that just have no idea of, a great mathematician as well. But, Darthnub, I think, can still bring this back. It's surprising to see players like Sox, like Darthnub, I think, down in the bottom 8. But it's only 2 games, right? That's a low sample size. We still have more to go. I think these standings are going to get totally shaken up by the time we reach the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have 4 more games to go. And the fact that we're reseeding the lobbies as well means that you're playing against different players and you have to readjust your play style. And so that was something that we talked about at the top of the show, that we're going to have to see these players make some adjustments when it comes down to who is going to be in their lobbies next. But while we reseed the lobbies during our break, check out fantasytft.com. I feel like Solus and DQA, their shares might be a little pricey right now, but if you invest, maybe there will be a big payoff in some rare little legend eggs. Let's find out. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, game number 3. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. I've got Admirable and Frodan back on the desk with me to bring you through this game 3. And Frodan, I feel like it's really interesting how the lobbies got reseeded and just where the players are now when it comes down to who's in lobby A and who's in lobby B, because at the top of the broadcast, you were talking about, you know, that tried and true storyline of the old guard versus the new guard, and it feels like lobby A is basically all old guard and lobby B is pretty much all new guard.
Yeah, I would say that it's it's a little bit more leaning towards the old guard in lobby A, but there's also still some really interesting like dynamics, right? Asa is a player that's been catching a lot of people's attention after, especially at the interview with Mismatched Socks yesterday. He kind of represents some of the newer players that's in lobby A that we'll be covering, but for the most part, I think you're right. I think what I'm also looking forward is what's going to happen around that middle, that cutoff. Right now, DQA and Solus and Vile, they look like they have a really comfortable lead. Just keep holding serve, another couple top fours, and they're good to go. But everybody else around that 8 to 11 point mark can really shuffle in these next 2 lobbies.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when those adjustments have to come into place by playing some new players. But Admirable, just give us a little bit of a glimpse back at that lobby B. We were only able to catch the tail end of that action, which was the fight between Solus and Vile for that first place. Was it more of the same based on what we saw in game 1, or were people actually hitting this time?
It definitely felt like players were hitting a bit more, but I was focused in on Pokygam's perspective for the lobby A in game number 2, and he had a very unusual board that was taking place. And towards the end of it, after Augment 3, he ended up having 6 Arcanist, 6 Scholar in play for a considerable amount of time. I believe it was just it might have been the rest of the game at that point. And I just didn't even realize that was like really possible to have 6 Arcanist and 6 Scholar in play at the same time. I was like, this is a lot of stuff that's going on here. And it just felt like everyone was kind of finding like their own little niche in the lobby and then seeing if they could really completely take advantage of that at that point. Ramblin, again, securing another top 4 in that one, and Socks having a much better performance than in game number 1 for him, and Solus almost getting back-to-back wins. Like, the fact that we had almost the same 2 players win both of their lobbies was already crazy enough for me, and I really thought it was going to happen. DQA taking the second win, and then Solus getting a second place in that one. And then we saw Vile again being able to take advantage of the situation they were in, despite the fact that it looked like they were taking a couple of risks to me. I'm not going to get too specific on them, but nothing huge, I felt like, in game number 2.
Well, it's certain that we have seen a ton of creativity and a ton of variation when it has come down to the compositions that these players are playing. In fact, when we look back at past tournament history, there were a lot of times where players were constantly contesting each other for the different traits, the different units that they really wanted to have as a part of their composition. And I feel like we're really not seeing that a whole lot today. So we're about to jump into game number 3. So Frodan and Admirable, take it away.
All right, here we go. Game 3 of Lobby A. We're hopping on board with DQA from Invictus Gaming, a player who's put back-to-back first place, which is reminiscent of what happened yesterday, Admirable. As we did see DQA start off very hot, being able to put like a first, a fourth, and then I believe another first in his first 3 games. So he came out really out the gate swinging hard, and then he fell off, getting back-to-back 8th places, and in his own words saying he got all of the bad luck out of the way on day 1 to make sure that he can high roll on day 2. That's what he told me.
I feel like that may be a bit of an exaggeration. What it felt like to me was that DQA had gotten the day 2 locked up yesterday, quite early after 4 games, and then just kind of turned off the Jets at that point. Because today it feels like the Jets are right back on. Back-to-back wins is just enormous. And we were discussing this a little bit between the games and how both times it was done with Fiora. And it's like very clear that Fiora is a very strong unit, but my gosh, how does he keep doing it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why a lot of the top players believe Fiora is the most versatile and possibly the most potent carry currently to build around, because she's so flexible that you can play game to game and use all kinds of items around her. But yes, looks like we are taking a look at augment choices here. DQA ends up going for Trade Sector and finds immediately a Twitch 2 with 2 bows. He could also continue to build a game plan around this Twitch, or even the Talon. And I know DQA isn't much of a re-roller, but he is capable of it. It's not like it's impossible for DQA to choose to hit the D button. And with Trade Sector, he's going to be hitting it a lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, you get a natural one, right? And I do feel like the Trade Sector certainly is not necessarily the strongest augment for re-rolling. Personally, though, I feel like this is much stronger of an augment when you are playing very much to a level advantage and trying to take those rolls in a much more tempo-oriented scenario. I feel like when you're trying to re-roll for this, you're kind of just cutting into what your re-roll team is naturally very strong of, which is just being able to roll a lot. Like you're intentionally sacrificing level capacity in order to have rolling capacity. So I feel like when you are re-rolling with Trade Sector, it's not nearly as strong as when you are aggressively leveling and trying to punish players for having a stronger board than they are.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was having this discussion with some of the players right before even the broadcast started, where I was just kind of talking about how I don't really like Trade Sector that much as an augment towards the second half of set 6. Yeah, I think it's because I put it in the same category as Hyperroll, where a lot of things have to go right in the early game in order for you to capitalize off the tempo that you get. And if you don't, and you have an inconsistent win-loss, you end up having a pretty scuffed economy that doesn't let you level the way you want to, exactly what you described. And so you'll find that you go to like a level 7, a level 8, and you'll have 20, maybe even 30 gold less than you usually do. And that's because you're holding so much. When you play Trade Sector, you just end up making a lot of these units. And the problem is that if you don't really streak on stage 2 with it, it feels kind of like Hyperroll, the augment, where you break that streak and all of a sudden you feel a little bit lost in how your economy is going to recover.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an excellent point you make, because I have felt that way a lot when I have played with Trade Sector, and I haven't been able to figure out exactly what it is that's really cutting into that spot where I'm like, I don't understand, my board feels so strong. Why am I not on these crazy win streaks that I normally want to be on? And so we're hopping on board with Ramblin' now. Excuse me. Wow, that was a very powerful sneeze, and wow. Yeah. Yeah, you're
Bless you.
Yeah, thank you. Bless Ramblin' here as well. A Golden Knife's Edge is very powerful, and I feel like when you have Gangplank specifically this early on with the Knife's Edge, a lot of times your gold can kind of take off because this unit is getting a lot more kills, I feel like, than it normally gets.
Yes, I very much agree with that. Scaling off of AD, unable to get that second shot, but the rest of the board is very nice. And this is already a situation where DQA has to kind of evaluate if he's going to just end up committing to the reroll. Does have 4 twitches, does have 2 of those singed. I think I would like DQA to consider the reroll angle at this point, because
Ezreal as well.
I feel like, pushing the tempo aspect of Trade Sector is going to be near impossible when you lose this early.
Yeah, that's a true story. I have noticed that I've seen a lot more popularity of that Twitch Innovator reroll position that DQA looked like they were positioned for in that spot, so I will be curious to see if that's the case. I will say that it's not that I think that Trade Sector is like bad on the reroll spot, I just don't feel like you're getting the full advantage of it, but I think you described like the perfect scenario there, where it's just like, yeah, sometimes you're just going to get a bunch of stuff from that one, and sometimes it's really going to mess with your general game plan. Experience is a big deal there.
Very much so. Rambo not on any kind of mercenary, just playing what is very much his best board currently, as he's going up against Darth Noob. Darth Noob really needs to perform well this in Game 3. A 7th place and an 8th place the past 2 games. Right now in dead last at 3 points, and that just feels like a chasm that's separating him the rest of the field. So we'll see. Off to another losing start, having what looks like to be an Imperial related augment. Is that even dual rule? I had to actually look it up to make sure I have confirmation, or is it all for one?
I believe it's all for one. I've played a lot of all for one because I feel like I pick it almost every single time it shows up. I don't even know why. It's just like a muscle instinct almost at this point. It's just so cool. Like your giant Imperial unit just keeps getting more health. Like, I don't know, just very, very satisfying feeling to me. And it looks like that one almost exactly. Like, I would definitely be like a 99.9% personally if I were to pick it on that spot.
Sure.
I will say that Ramblin's board here, I did want to hone in a little bit on Ramblin's board, as of course we're moving off of it, right as I say that. But, being in the 2 mercenary position when you're on a winning streak, I personally prefer the mercenary winning streak. And that definitely feels like something Ramblin would be very, very happy and capable with. As we're hopping on board with Bertosaurus, who's got makeshift armor, and this golden makeshift armor is solid gold at this point. My gosh, does this look strong.
Yeah, this actually is a really good opportunity to reroll Tristana. Or actually, maybe not necessarily reroll. This seems to be quite natural, right? Bert might actually end up just getting a 3-star Tristana by waiting and seeing it come to him very naturally. Although Pakigam holding 3 Tristanas is also going to make things a little bit more difficult. Does even have 80 items for that, too.
Pakigam's got a Jin on the bench.
He does have a Jin on the bench, but there's also a distinct lack of gold on Pakigam's side. He looks quite broke. He might have to make 10. The real distinction of what makes Bursasaurus' position so powerful is that he's already got 20 gold. He's at 20 gold, and he's streaking, which means that he's currently on pace to hit 40. And we talked about how usually when you're win streaking in Stage 5, the gold count you're expecting is around 30. So he's already ahead of the curve. A 7th Tristana. Now, let me tell you about how Tristana 3 can actually take lobbies, largely due to just the amount of snowball temple you get. And when you have Tristana 3 really early, you get to push for level 9. It's actually quite absurd how powerful that Tristana can get when you start to itemize her. And so Bert's in a fantastic position to be able to play one of the more unusual rerolls that you get to have from a position like that.
I feel like Dan's like letting me in on little secrets here too. I feel like he's gonna get a little bit quieter as he says some of these things.
Fast 9 is quite a forbidden term. You know, you say it and all of a sudden Soju just pops up behind you and says, what?
You just say it 3 times and they're
That's right. That's how you summon Soju.
I feel like Fast 9 is how you summon an 8th place really quickly as well.
Well, I mean, you have to roll twice before you die. That's just what happens. Ooh. You go 9, you roll twice.
Ramblin disrupts the streak here on Bertosaurus' side. Asa, the player who is able to come out with 5 wins in Stage 2. And wow, this board, I think, does a great job of explaining exactly why. Those are strong items for your challenger. You have a Chemtech spatula to kind of I guess emphasize that spot, and then a Mundo this early. Mundo, I feel like Mundo is often very disrespected for Mundo's ability to deal damage when given the time. Like if Mundo's given enough time, this unit cranks.
Yeah, I think the problem is that Mundo has an incredibly bad ratio of text on the screen relative to impact felt on the board. The dude's ability reads like an SAT question. It feels like a short answer essay. It's like, well, how many words can you say that he just heals a lot of HP and he just deals damage around him?
Well, that's why you just watch. Words are for morons who can't understand pictures, Dan.
It's just not the ratio you're looking for. So I think a lot of people ultimately feel slightly disappointed when they see like, okay, Uno should be doing a lot of stuff, and then he ends up just kind of like standing around tanking damage and healing a little bit. And then the prominence of anti-heal, right? When you have Morel Namicon, Sunfire Board, Weak Spot, Misfortune, like any Twitch, like all these things that stop healing, it makes Mundo's effect feel quite underwhelming, and he's a 4 cost. But that being said, we also saw a metagame where Mundo was quite oppressive, and his tags are quite good when you have Mutant and Bruiser. Like, these are really good bridges that can connect a lot of different compositions. Yeah. So, I think that Mundo, while he's rotating out of set 6 for Neon Knights, I think that he ultimately had a place in the metagame.
Yeah. I want to ask you a question here. Do you think that Asa was genuinely considering not to 2-starring the Twitch in order to perhaps get a gold count here, or do you think this is just like a wait situation and not let players know how strong you're going to be?
It's tricky. Like, I think that from Ace's perspective, everything is holding serve right now, so I'm cool with not touching anything else. Speaking of, a person that really needs to pull some levers here is Darth Noob. He's going to commit to a 3-2 roll down before. And yesterday, we saw a lot of success from the Assassin line, holding what feels like infinite pairs. His and Malzahar too. That is really good, and we have some pretty decent items to potentially set up for it as well. We just need one more Rod. We can run Namicon hitting a lot of 3 costs right now. Very powerful roll down. Is it enough to stabilize? Ends up making the locket just to make sure that he has some stable front line, has no more items committed. And I can't help but notice that he has 4 total components. This is a spot that I think a lot of players are very upset to be in, because you start off with usually 3 components. That you get a component off carousel. That means that right now Darth Noob on average had no items dropped at the end of Stage 2, which makes you feel like you can't even play the game at
It makes it a lot harder, and I unfortunately am very familiar with this circumstance, because it kind of all collided with me all at about, like, I don't know, but again, a 2-day span where it just kept happening over and over again. And one of the things that I noticed that I was probably took me the longest to figure out was that when this happens, it means you have to spend your gold to improve your board. That is the only way you're going to be able to do it for quite a bit of time. You get this augment right here, and the rest of the time, you are spending gold. And so I think that this 3-2 roll down here from Darth Noob is very well recognized that this was a necessity in order to get this board rolling. And I'm glad that this board got changed a little bit, because we were sitting on 3 Assassin, 3 Arcanist on the previous fight, and that is no longer the case. It is now 4 Assassin. That's sitting in play. So this board is quite strong, but Darth Noob doesn't even feel like it's strong enough yet. It just keeps, the whole board is 2-starred right now, and we're still rolling.
We don't have the Imperials in. He's rolling for the chance of hitting Samira. And one thing that I've noticed as I reviewed a lot of Darth Noob's gameplay is that he has a very fluid game plan. He's willing to roll at any part of the game if it means improving his board. And Ryan's a lot of Ramblin'. Ramblin's also another player that does this too, where you can throw out traditional logic out the window after scouting, rolls again and tries to look for the Samira. Doesn't hit. Oh my goodness. Sells a Malzahar too. And a lot of players would consider that sacrilege at this stage of the game. Darth Noob, you know, desperate times calls for desperate measures, and that was one of the most desperate series of rolls I've seen in quite some time.
It does feel that way, but I don't, for whatever reason, I don't get that sense from Darth Noob here. Like, I know I can't, like, see them, and I'm not speaking to them or anything. It's just not the sense I get. I actually think that selling the Malzahar here is quite good, and because it's occupying 8 gold at that point, which is what you get back from the sell, and you are clearly not using that unit. Like, if your team is rolling on 6 and you're reliant on Malzahar being on your team at that spot, and especially an upgraded Malzahar, I feel like that is perhaps just a recalculation of the game plan at that point, because that is a lot of gold you're having to commit and a lot of faith you're putting into finding Malzahar at a point like that. For Darth Noob here, again, it's clearly Assassin. They don't need to, like, spike this Samira super hard, I don't feel like, given the board situation they have here. It's find the Assassins, it's upgrade the Assassins, and let this talent crank.
I'm looking at these augments, and I just can't help but notice, but not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 players in this lobby have binary airdrop.
Yeah, this is...
Are you kidding me?
This is going to be a big one. On top of that, gosh, I really missed... I knew I should have mentally taken note of who it was. I saw the Forge plus the binary on someone's side, and that is a hefty amount of upgrade that you get.
It is true.
Up to 7 for Baki.
Baki trying to stabilize here. Baki does
items are a bit odd.
Awkward setup for the full Arcanist tree. Doesn't have any kind of crit for this Lux, but can usually raise her base AP through this Chalice of Power. I like it. I think this is something that Baki needs to do to get back into it. Now going up against Tristana, there's a binary airdrop. Those items are pretty good. A free Infinity Edge for this Tristana, add some damage amplification. Scion does smash, making it a little bit difficult for the recast, but Lux will be targeting that Tristana as long as she's in the back line. And it's really about whose backline cracks first. No backline access means that Pokegom does get the edge over Bertosaurus, and Bert does still have 7 Tristanas. He hasn't actually rolled at all. Sometimes you do see some people roll at 6 to try to get the Tristana 3 very quickly. Bert's chosen to push his tempo, and is probably going to roll a little bit more in order to get that Tristana later on, because I don't think he's actually going to be able to naturally quite easily based on his current curve.
Wow. Kivix here. I mean, my gosh, this front line, it looks serious, but the back line does not.
What the heck? We're seeing a Vi reroll. This, am I watching a Spicy Appy stream?
Dan, you are on fire today.
I mean, Kivix is also a known reroller. When we checked in with him, when we first had an interview after a strong day's performance, Kivix did mention that they really love rerolling. But this is quite unusual because we see a Zonia's Paradox choice off the Portable Forge, which keeps Vi alive when it drops below, I believe, 40% health. It puts him in a form of stasis. Although Vi doesn't really look like she needs it. She's just pushing and fisting her way through.
I mean, this is just like some anime stuff that's going on here. It's just a big punch.
That's right. One Punch Woman. Coming this fall, 2022.
I did want to talk about the way that the players tend to focus on their endgame a little bit here, because Kivix is specifically like the one player, I think, of the 16 today that does tend to focus on rerolling, I would say. And when you look at this lobby across the board, DQA, Asa, Ramblin', Bertosaurus, Kivix, Setsuko, Darth Noob, and Pokegom, there's a pretty healthy split of players who tend to focus on staying on 8s to strengthen their board, of players who will look to try to go to 9 in order to get that advantage, and one player who rerolls. And I feel like with the way that this mix is set up right now, if the players who tend to go to 9, who I would say are like Ramblin', Setsuko, sometimes Darth Noob, and sometimes Pokigam and DQA, I feel like if they can pull ahead, they can get way far ahead and just trample the game. But if they can't get to that point, it's a pretty hefty battle for 8 that ends up taking place in that regard.
Holy moly, what is this combination coming out from Setsuko having Infinity Force and Bloodthirster on a Fiora? We've seen what Fiora Flex can do. Setsuko sitting right now towards the bottom of the standing, needs a big placement, has binary airdrop as well. DQA hitting the 3-star Trundle. The power level of this lobby is starting to accelerate. However, DQA without an Infinity Edge on that Twitch is a big deal. It significantly reduces the amount of damage his peers can do. Does end up getting enough, though, and Setsuko's playing an all 1-star board. Also down at just 25 HP. I'm actually quite surprised Setsuko didn't roll it down on 7. It didn't seem like his board was entirely that stable. When you're still playing Yorls on stage 4, you have to accept that you're probably playing down like 1.5, 2 units because Yoral power is just lower. Finds a Fiora pair. Surely we go now.
Goes to 8. This is such low amount of gold to roll with here.
It's practically no gold. Has to sell his existing 2-star board to try and hit 2 stars of potentially just 1 unit. How do we even get in a meaningful board here? At this point, I think I even rather just play a second copy of Braum 1 just to get more semblance of frontline here.
I mean, I am shocked by this. I expected them to roll a bit to look for that Fiora, not to go to 8. This is just, this is high confidence in the synergies mattering, as well as the natural roll improvement that you get in this spot. I will say that the binary with the Bloodthirster and Triforce on Fiora is a big deal. I do think this unit is incredibly strong right now. It just felt a little bit unusual to go to 8 right away. I feel like the level up bug is certainly getting to people quite a bit. And Setsuko here, it does pay off this round. They get to buy the Yone as well. It's pretty tough, I think, for that spot to work. And the Fiora shows up, Dan! Are you kidding?
Just 2 natural back-to-back round refreshes of the shop ends up hitting those 2 Fioras.
Wow!
But
yeah, sure. Yeah, I would definitely go to 8 if that was going to be the case.
But at the same time, a lot of people are spiking. Bert hit the Tristana 3. I believe we saw a Talon 3 just being made as well. And then we also know that players are reroll. Keyfix is trying to go for Vi 3, Trundle 3. There's a lot of reroll. And so the importance of hitting a 2-star Fury can't be understated as he now goes up against Talon 3. But that's an enforce on the Talon, no Quicksilver to deny it. And Dark Noob is going to play for the first half of this fight without his main carry dealing damage. Does end up getting CC chained by the Vault Breaker, now going to the front line, but that's just way too much damage despite having all for 1 stacked onto the Talon. Dark Noob takes a pretty nasty loss here. And now we're heading into the carousel to see what may continue to influence. I think Dark Noob, it might even take any Braum that's on the carousel to just complete his front line.
Setsuko here on the first pick as well. This is really the big highlight, I'd say, of being at the health total that Setsuko's at, is that something like that can happen. You find a Kai'Sa with a bow. For the rest of the lobby here, for Pokigam, being able to just get a high value bow, big deal. For Darth Noob there, the sword, I have to see how that's going to pan out for the rest of their board. It did look like they needed another item for Talon in that regard. We haven't even seen the third augment yet. That's like the crazy part about this, is this lobby is stacked already in terms of what the players have been able to find. And when you look at top to bottom here, Ramblin' sitting at 72, Setsuko sitting at 25, in the middle of the pack at 38 and 37. There is a world of difference between the top and bottom end right now.
Just everybody is kind of hitting exactly what they're looking for in the sense. Kai'Sa shows up. It's going to be kind of awkward to try to pull off a Kai'Sa board in this spot here for Pokigam. Ends up making a Guardian Angel onto the Lux because I guess that's just what he needed to fight for tempo, recognizing this is a strong board. Dark Noob hits Shaco 3. This board, this lobby is completely 180 from what we saw in game 1, where it felt like everybody was low rolling. I feel like everybody is high rolling.
Yeah. And Asa here, we see that their board is very similar to what it was last time. It's big bruisers. It's a carrier of these items until you can find an upgrade. Is it going to be Urgot or is it going to be Fiora? is what feels like the question here for Asa. These two compositions tend to overlap quite well, but this is a big hit that Asa has taken right here. Everyone is spiking, and things are going to need to improve for Asa pretty quickly. Pakigam, a very key win here.
He still has a pair of Fioras on this bench, so he clearly is gearing up for a transition as well. Finds an opportunity for an Arcane Crest for Pakigam. That's a very, very easy choice, and his book finds a Yubi straight after. Huge, because that way you can continue to lean either into... Oh my goodness. When it rains, it pours, Nathan. We're just seeing everything be hit. It's been so long since I've seen a lobby like this where it just feels like everybody's hitting. Janna 2, Braum 2 being made. Ramblin is streaking. I think he's the only player how I haven't seen, like, on their perspective, hit immediately when we switch to them, and yet he's streaking.
Pakigam's having trouble getting Yuumi in play. How often do you see something like this?
Yeah, it's really difficult because the academy that you would replace it with is Leona, but it's a Leona 2, and you're telling me you want to replace Leona 2 when your front line is a naked Vex with no items? It's very, very difficult to proposition that as being the correct play. So, we'll see. Oh boy. My goodness. That is a blue buff Vi. Oh my gosh, look at the damage!
Wow.
Hold on.
This is insane. This Vi is destroying this front line and the centerpiece of this board.
And I love the fact that Kivix prioed a blue buff, says forget the binary value. I already know the best third item that I want every single time. It is blue buff. An excellent call from Kivix. Kivix is also low on HP, down to 25. It's extremely close. Look at second place. All the way down to 8th place is separated by one fight.
Yeah, and now second to first, on the other hand, that is just like the Grand Canyon of difference that's taking place. Ramblin is running away with this. I can't wait to see their perspective on this spot, but it feels like everybody has to make something happen still. Not a big hit.
AP item dropped. It's actually not bad. When you play 6 Arcanist, having Jewel Gauntlet does set you up for a secondary carry, but he needs a Victor in order to make that happen. And that's unlikely given his current situation in goal counts. Go ahead and hop in with Ramblin, who is streaking, rolling down on 8. Recognizing that this is an opportunity to really close in and cement his position for top 4. That's a Lissandra 2. Can complement his existing board. Playing a Chemtech board without actually having Chemtechs in. Or rather, an Urgot board without having Chemtechs in. Quite unusual. Looks like he played a 4-scrap Tempo board. Now going up against Pakigam, who has the Jewel Gauntlet onto the Seraphine. Look out. Whoa, hold on. She gets pulled immediately. She doesn't get to cast an Encore. That's a huge deal for this fight. And now Blitzcrank tanks the final flash from the Lux. This Blitzcrank is a hero. Give this man a goddamn medal.
This is just ridiculous. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that this is the board that Ramblin was able to streak this much with. This didn't look super impressive. It just looked like the items were distributed quite well. And I do want to point out that Ramblin picked up a 5th Urgot during that bit of rolling that we saw. So that, pretty big highlight into what their intent is here. And for Kivix's side, I really can't wait to see this board operate some more, because Vi reroll has just been, I think, one of my favorite things in pretty much every single game I have ever played of TFT. Kind of regardless of what it was, it's just been, in set 6, I haven't found a reason to do it. Is this the reason? And if it is, I'm about to fire up some games and re-roll some Vi.
You better enjoy it, because Vi is changing for Neon Knights as she does move to a 4 cost as a rival in Forza Fister. Going up against Asa, who has a Chemtech Vi. Some interesting mix-ups here. This Urgot's well protected. There's no way for Vi to get to the range within the Urgot. Urgot's safely tucked away. Excellent maneuvering from Asa to get the edge over Kivix. It's a really cool Vi build, but she needs to have the snowball effects. Kivix takes a nasty loss. 3 players in single digits. Pakigam has been eliminated.
Wow.
Is Tarth Noob going to join him? White versus Border Swords get the win! And Darth Noob takes a 7th place. Another Batu finish. One of the top point earners from day number 1, but we must roll on. Can DQA find a way to salvage? Previously on Teamfight Tactics, we saw DQA have the chance of going for top 1 and make that comeback. There's a Trundle 3 available in the shop, but we have to sell something in order to get it. Is that going to be enough, though, is the question.
Two options there were downgrade the Lissandra or to dump the Enforcer.
Okay, we're on the right side.
Keevix make the right call.
We're on the right side, and we do want to confront as fast as we can. And Vi is trying to pummel her way through, but if you look at the pressure that the Academy boards have, it's so difficult. Fiora''s going to cast one more time another Blade once he's onto the Vi. Vi immediately crushes through. Keevix lives for another round. Setsuko is now put to 12 hit points. Asa takes another loss. If Bird takes a pretty heavy loss against Ramblin', then we'll have yet another series of players in the chopping block, which is incredibly close.
Golly, it just feels like this last one. Ramblin' bleeds! Big deal for the rest of the lobby. That was a big hit that Ramblin' took as well. So now for Keevix, do any of these items like super benefit? Shojin being taken instantaneously. EQA not exactly sure what they're going to want. Asa hesitates. Setsuko hesitates. Ramblin' is beelining. Oh, hesitates a bit, takes Chalice, and Birdosaurus getting the blue buff here. So it felt like everyone was pretty hesitant in their decision on that spot. So I'm curious who benefits the most from that one. As we take a look at Ace's board, when you see two Chemtech emblems there, that is always scary to look at.
Yeah, and does allow him to play a Chemtech board, a 5 Chemtech board, which is a significant jump in attack speed, which can really amplify the amount of damage that he has. He also is playing a Kog'Maw twin shot, which means that he's making room for the possibility of going into a Kaisa variation. But that's going to be far away because I think the game's going to end pretty soon. At least for Asa's perspective, this board does not look very capped. And I think Asa is praying, pleading with Mortdog, saying, please, I want a top 4 this game. It looks doable, but this is going to be really hard. That's a Tristana 3 with Rageblade and Giant Slayer cutting through like a hot knife through butter. And Urgot has to fight 1v4. He's good, but he ain't that good. DQA out in 6th place. Asa drops down to 7 with Keevix's victory. Top 5 has been determined. Asa still has to yet fight one more round in order to go to that top 4, but honestly, his board just looks a little bit too impotent, if you ask me.
It's just got a lot of like generic principles in it. Like when the items are all spread, nothing's really focused. Like Urgot is the key feature of this, right? Like that is the crown jewel of the composition right now. Everything else is spread out, and you're just hoping that it doesn't get annihilated too quickly. So positioning, it feels like everything for Asa right now, as well as the matchup. I do feel like this is probably one of the weaker boards at this point. Can it avoid one more loss?
Actually kind of depends on how this Lissandra plays out. She does get the dazzle, but she immediately falls down. And now Yone is working onto the back line. Urgot does get protected, though. That Janet cast was huge. The Monsuno to push it back. And Urgot gets another chance at a purge. Oh, it's very close. But not enough. Asa takes -2. Keevix takes -7. And Asa once more has done it. Houdini has escaped yet again with another top 4. Well played to Asa. Well played to Keevix. Way to put on a show with that reroll Vi and Trundle. Taking a look at our top 3, you have Setsuko playing the board that we've come to expect to do well this weekend, which is a challenger board that has featured Yone and Fiora, and he even has the Kaisa with great items. This is all the recipe, all the ingredients that you need to find a way to get a top 1 in this lobby. The problem is that there's an HP difference between Setsuko and the rest.
And that HP difference is quite significant at this point. Like, Setsuko basically cannot lose another round. And, wow, those are 2 major upgrades. It doesn't seem like much, but that little backline unit, with Camille having that bit of extra HP, 1 extra attack can make the world of difference when you're looking at this. We're looking at 5 binary items get dropped, as well as you have a Socialite onto a Kaisa, with Bloodthirster onto a Fiora. Like, so much time is bought with just 1 single attack. That's a lot of Zephyrs in that back line that I just... Was that 3 Zephyrs I saw? Holy smokes.
It looks like it. Everyone getting lifted up here, and that's not the kind of air that you want at this moment. Ramblin' does end up getting a pretty nice Scion ult onto a lot of these units, but there's no way to deal with that. Tristana, the Blitzcrank pull, even though it was delayed, was actually quite clutch and able to get Tristana within range. He's now under focus, meaning that Urgot now has less units to get in the way for Ramblin'. Ramblin' now trying to work onto the rest of the champions here. The Jinx firing very slowly. trying slowly but surely whittling down that front line.
Wow.
And look at that, no damage. Urgot still able to get the job done some way. Ramblin finds an opportunity to keep on the pressure as he now has put himself in an excellent position to top 2 and has now hit Jinx at 2-star.
Setsuko found a win as well in that one, and Bertosaurus stocking up gold to try to find that difference, that level 9 spike where that one extra unit can change everything. It feels like nothing changed from the last round. It's just all going to be like different binary drops here for Bertosaurus. They got Shojin onto the Jin as well in that previous fight. Not exactly what you're looking for. See if this one's different. Deathcap can be a world of difference.
It's some AP, but he's taking a pretty nasty shroud to the face. Did miss the Scion, so he's at least able to do this many smash. Morello's been applied to his entire team. And now some more CC comes into the mix. But the Blitzcrank pulling the Kaisa to prevent the recast on the Acacia Monsoon is massive. There's no healing on this Tristana, though. Janna finally trying to get some HP back into the reserves. And it's up to this Fiora. Finishes off Bert. Not a promising sign if he's going to lose to the ghost of Setsuko, but depending on what happens with Setsuko and Ramblin, maybe Bert is good enough for top 2 and he can go for level 9. Setsuko has lost. He stays alive at 2 HP. Our top 3 hasn't been decided, but we now have a double kill very much on the table. If Bert plays against Ramblin and Setsuko faces off against the ghost and loses, we might see Ramblin take a first by killing both of his opponents at the same time.
Third bodyguard comes into play. Leona does offer a benefit of being able to buff the team as well. Positioning feels like a lot in this one. And for Ramblin, wow, get to the 2-star Jinx perspective as well. This has just been impressive, honestly. I would not have expected this board from Ramblin to be doing quite this strong, but it has been the entire time. Some pretty medium items, I'd say, across the board on the binary drop. Is it going to be enough?
We'll see. Scion aims left. That's not really what's threatening him at the moment. But we'll see. The Jinx does fire off. She's able to get one reset potentially. Slowly but surely, Scion falls down. Urgot's down as well. So it's Tristana versus Jinx. And Ramblin cruises to a victory. Setsuko eliminated in 3rd place. The stacked challenger board was not enough. And Bertosaurus with his Tristana 3 has earned the right to play for top 1. Giant Slayer is a pretty high premium item. Both these players jockey for it. Bert gets a little cold feet at the last second. Says, maybe I want it. I think he quickly clicked through all of the units and, hey, hold on. You don't actually have many units that are at the Giant Slayer cap. Because if you look at Ramblin's board, I gotta be honest. This does not look like a board that contends for first, especially when you just have an open cloak. But binary airdrop is just that good.
Goodness. I don't even know how the positioning here for Bert could really favor Bert at this point. Like, Ramblin's board is pretty straightforward. Just if it's going to be left or right. A lot of Zephyrs, that certainly helps. Guardian Angel, that can help.
Okay.
Tristana's going to be getting some scaling AP. Not a huge buff, but it's something that's there.
Oh my goodness, you're right. There's the Quicksilver also on the Jinx, and now she lands directly onto Tristana to apply the burn, but immediately focused down. Urgot's just been stuck and preoccupied with this, what looks like to be the Braum the whole time, and another bounce. I don't know if this is enough here from Ramblin, and it seems like he's about to get overwhelmed. This Tristana's undealt with. Oh, the Blitzcrank to try and follow up and kill one more unit, but Bert is going to be able to get this win, now putting Ramblin down to a potential last life. If it's another close fight, though, we're going to go to stage 7.
That stone plate on the Braum proved very valuable, and at the same time, Ramblin, I feel like, just got the Jinx trapped in that spot and wasn't able to quite break through to support the Jinx in that regard. And so perhaps that is like a bit of insight into how you want to position the team. Maybe the Jinx is the one that really needs to be protected more so than everything else. Like the Urgot felt like they could tank for quite a bit. The Jinx did not. It could boil down to just scrapping. It could boil down to the binary part. I think that positioning has a lot to do with it, and that's a lot of adjusting that Ramblin did at that final spot. And 2 chalices being found, plus a Zephyr. Big deal.
Lift onto some of these units. Oh my goodness, just look at that damage coming in. The Jinx does land immediately onto the back line, but she's not really doing much. Meanwhile, Jin and Tristana are unthreatened. And I think there's just too much pressure. Bert has done it. He has put way too much stats onto the field, and Ramblin goes down. The Tristana 3 sniper composition is going to close out game number 3 here in Lobby A behind Bertosaurus' first place.
Yeah, we're hopping over to Lobby B now to see how this one's going to be wrapping up. And so as we take some time to get situated on this board and see what's happening, I do see a 2-star Kai'Sa and a 2-star Jinx, but in the back line, I see a 2-star Jace that has a Challenger emblem as well.
That's gonna be tough to take down this Kai'Sa, though, because she does have GA, and that's often the de facto way you can win fights in the late stages of the game she's not dealt with. Solis, a player who's really going for a lot of first places, nearly missed out on another first place in Game 2, but is now in top 2 and looks like to be pretty close in peak form. Many people like to meme Solis as a player that other people pretty much can build a resume off of. But this tournament so far, as well as many tournaments in Set 6, he's really put quite a campaign to showcase why he is one of the top players in North America. Trying to position very meticulously. How Tahm Kench lines up is going to be really key, as well as can you get the right frozen heart target. And everything shows me that right now Solis is favored in this head-to-head, as a lot of things are in the right spot. Tahm Kench does get enforced, bounced immediately by a shockwave, but can anything deal with this Kai'Sa? Yes, the GA reset. Not able to actually get anything done here.
Solis taking a huge hit on this one. And I will say that when you mentioned that things tend to be in favor of Solis there, I think was that 3 pair of Thieves' Gloves on the other side of the board for Exniamo?
Possibly, which kind of indicates that it's a Merc cash. Yeah, it indicates it's kind of a Merc cash out board, that you're able to pick up Thieves' Gloves in your chest along the way. And the board state for Exniamo, by all means, looks incredible. But I don't know what so Solis, if he does have this Kai'Sa too, the longer he can protect it, the still a higher chance he can win. But it does seem like part of the problem is that he doesn't have his front line operating at full power here. He gets enforced, and then his one item Mundo has to hold off Fiora 2 and Yone 2.
Yeah, that's not really going to happen that often, to be quite honest with you. That's just a very difficult demand. So let's feed some armor there. Maybe that helps it live for a little bit longer.
Okay. Remover, so we can put the RFC potentially on Jinx instead. Maybe Jewel Gauntlet on, I guess, a different carry. Just finds Fiora. Is he thinking about Cybernetics value on Zac? He is. Very unusual, but trying to do his best to increase his stats. And one way or another, we're going to see this game end pretty quickly. A Shroud on the Yuumi onto some of his most valuable units.
And that Tahm just being stranded there. That is not a sight I like to see. And this Jinx getting shrouded takes a long time. And the longer it takes this Jinx to leap into the air, the sooner it is that Jinx tends to die. But this is a very close fight. And Solis able to pull through on that one. Exniamo now also on the chopping block is feeding the Tahm armor instead of HP or instead of AP. Is that one of the big differences here? Like, that's 36 points of armor this Tahm has now gotten in the last 2 rounds. Is that enough time to make the big difference?
Yeah, has to also make sure that this Kai'Sa stays alive. I think the big key, again, is whether or not Kai'Sa is able to stay alive and get multiple casts before her Guardian Angel gets activated. Goes for a switch, left side Shroud, and I like that he spreads his units, saying you have to choose what you want to Shroud. So here we go, the last fight, no matter what, Enforcers on both of the 2-star legendaries. The first Kai'Sa cast favors Exniamo, but unless this Kai'Sa is dealt with, there's an opportunity for Solis to potentially climb back. The second cast before the GA is a really big deal. Jinx not able to get it done.
No!
And that is going to do it. Game 3 goes to Exniamo and denies Solis another first place opportunity.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what an end game for both of those lobbies for game 3, but there's some really important finishes that happened in lobby B that some of these players really needed, especially when you take a look that Spencer got that 3rd place, needed a big finish there, and then Exniamo with that 1st place, that was very much needed after being in single-digit points after those first 2 games. So, holy cow. But, Frodan, I've gotta say, I absolutely agree with you that Solis is in top form when it comes to his performances throughout set 6. I mean, the track record right now, 5th in the Piltover Cup, 4th in the Challenger Series, qualifying for the mid-set finale through their finish in the Zon Cup, and now first, second, second. I feel like that speaks for itself.
I think so as well. I think that Solus, he's always been a player that is trying to pioneer a lot of like early game discovery. When the set first drops, he's one of the people posting tier lists, talking about this is like the way you play certain things. And in set 6, there's so much specialized knowledge of situations that it makes sense that Solus can excel in a situation where there's so many specific conditions that need to be met in order for things to happen, because you just don't get many reps on it. So in an environment like set 6 for Gizmos and Gadgets, it's not a surprise to see Solus doing pretty well.
Well said.
An innovator, right? It all just makes sense. It all just folds together. But let's go ahead and take a look at our lobby winners. We did get a chance to see both of these take place, Bertosaurus in Lobby A, and then Xniamo in Lobby B, which leads us to what the overall standings even look like when it comes down to just how the lobbies played out overall. We barely got a chance to see what was going on in Lobby B, but I mean, Admirable, there's already some surprises here when you take a look at who finished where.
The big thing I'm looking at here is that Bertosaurus, I think a big performance here in this game was a major spike to what they had. They had 10 points coming into the rounds, the super average finish. They finished in first. Suddenly they spiked to 20 points. For DQA, I feel like a performance that was in the top 4 would have been huge. They ended up finishing 6th place in that one, but they're still sitting at 23 points afterwards. And then when you look at Lobby B, I feel like for Xniamo, this was just absolutely necessary. They came into this game with 5 points, and so a first place here now spikes them to 15 and puts them right back into contention to make this top 8.
Yeah, I mean, another player that really kind of needed a big finish there was Setsuko as well. So getting that 3rd place in Lobby A, I'm so excited to see what the overall scoreboard looks like right now, because you called it Admirable. There are some players that are definitely in contention now.
My goodness. And just look at the trough between like number 1 and number 8 as well at this point. Like Solus is pulled way far ahead. DQA sitting in a comfortable spot. That 15-14 mark feels like that's going to be the tough spot to fight through on this one. Sox not having the strongest first half of this day, but we still have 3 more games today. If Sox can even come close to mirroring what they did yesterday, they finished today with 44 points. They can find themselves back in this top 8. But so this has been a really tough day so far, Dan.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's not terribly surprising whatsoever to see some of the strongest players perform well. I think a lot of people have high expectations of DQA, Ramblin, Vertosaurus. I think like Ace is getting a lot of hype, so there's almost like a favorite pressure on Ace as well. Like he has to live up to the expectations that Sensei Sox has placed upon his shoulders, you know, from yesterday's interview. But going into the rest of it, though, like I'm looking more at the bottom half. What does Dish Soap, Darth Noob, and Pokegam have to do to bring themselves back in? Or have they put themselves in a spot where they're saying, hey, you know what? It's good enough to get to this point. I mean, I'm just going to have fun with it. Some players, you know, they crack under that situation, and some players rise above it. Some players feel like they can't do anything about it because it's teamfight tactics at the end of the day, and you just got to put your best foot forward regardless of the results.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, when we got a chance to look at how Lobby A went, everybody was hitting. There were so many binary airdrops. I feel like that lobby was just absolutely blessed by Mortdog there. But we've seen so much different action happening just across the board for day 2 of the mid-set finale. Get some predictions in. Go to fantasytft.com, play the stock market, invest in some of these players, because who knows, maybe one of the underdogs of day 2 is going to make a huge comeback. So back that up. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. Welcome back to day number 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. I am back with Crowan and Wolfie to take you through game number 4. Crowan, we're already past the halfway point here. I can't believe we only have 3 more games to go.
I know, this day feels like it's flying by. We've had some great action, some great placements, and a ton of comeback stories, I think, on the horizon with these next 3 games left to go. I was talking about it earlier. I think there's a lot of room for the standings to shake up, and it's certainly already starting right now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about just going into Game 4, we are going to be following Lobby B, and there's certainly some comeback stories that we could see there, Wolfie, especially when you take a look at players like Socks, Dish Soap, even Rubba Vankanob that's kind of sitting at the midway point of where these scores are. What do you think these players can do to keep themselves in contention to make it to top 8?
So I think what's really amazing about this stage of a tournament like this is that every player here is one of the best, right? And sometimes the games are going to go your way or you're going to have a rough start. But I think what's really impressive and what makes a tournament like this so exciting is that these players have what it takes. I fully believe that everyone here has the potential to go first in a lobby. And so when you think about it that way, it becomes very exciting because on the one hand, you might think, oh, I have a lead, I'm safe, or oh, I'm behind, this is going to be really tough. But if the skill is there, then, you know, we're only halfway through the tournament. There's a lot of room for things to shake up and for players to kind of take their own fate into their own hands. So I'm really curious to see how these players who are so talented start to play now that they are a little bit backed into a corner.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good point. We have taken 32 of NA's finest tacticians and put them in a tournament together. Day 1 was super exciting. Day 2 is certainly living up to that expectation as well. But any way you slice it, any way you look at it, this competition is going to be fierce. And this is just a snapshot at the skill level that each of these players has when it comes down to just how they're performing today and how they perform overall for set 6. You know, Crowan, as we've seen this tournament continue, we have seen that a lot of these players are diversifying the compositions that they like to play. It seems to be different every single game.
Yeah, it is. There's some similar trends, but even in Lobby B last game, there was a couple of separate players rocking 5 Imperials, and we very rarely saw that on day 1, just a couple of instances. So to see 2 of those in the same lobby, kind of interesting. They didn't do amazing. They kind of held hands 4th, 5th, so it's kind of middle of the pack, but still, I think these players have really they're pulling out everything right now. As soon as they can get their hands on any sort of scrappy comp, they're pulling it together, making great boards of them, seemingly out of nothing.
Definitely seeing some of the highest level TFT that this game has to offer. Game 4 on deck. Crowan and Wolfie, take it away.
Thank you very much, Nekkra. Into game number 4, Wolfie. We're in the latter half of the day, and it's certainly important, especially when we look at players like Xniamo. Did pull out a first in this same lobby last game. Those are the great 8 challenger, like Jace 2, Fiora 2 board. See if he's able to make that happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's interesting about this point of the tournament is that the players are probably going to be feeling some fatigue at this point, especially players who maybe are a little bit more flexible, because one of the dangers of being flexible is that it takes more mental energy. You have to consider more of your options. You're rolling down, you're given something you weren't planning on, think about pivoting into it. And so I think a big part of these tournaments is stamina. Now that we get into the latter half of the day, I really want to see which of the players are going to be able to prove that, you know, they have the stamina, they have the mental fortitude to keep going without letting it impede their play, and which of the players are going to start feeling that a little bit.
Definitely. I think you and me both, coming from, competitive backgrounds, I mean, it can get to you having that training, especially in a tournament situation, that mental stamina to pull through, play at the top of your game. It is going to take a toll at some point. It's just, how long can you go? Players like Xniamo, it seems like they are ramping up. They had some couple of poor placements now with the first. See what they're going to take at this first augment stage. Actually passing up on a mercenary heart. Not a lot of players have made that same decision. And I mean, they didn't have any mercenaries on the board or on the bench. Lowy is now in this shop, but it's very interesting. Xniamo not wanting to play it super risky here.
Yeah, I think I respect it at this point too, especially having won the last lobby. They might feel like they don't need to gamble. Like, why take a risk with Mercenary? What if you can't cash out? What if you just take an augment and then, similar to a game we saw yesterday where a player couldn't even find Mercenary like at all throughout the whole game, it just ended up being a useless augment. It feels risky. Whereas something like Knife's Edge, you already have good components for this kind of augment. Of course, you can build a Guardian Angel, which is useful in a lot of AD comps. You can build an Infinity Edge as well. Same thing there. So I think that was the right call to play a little bit safer and basically not gamble on something volatile like Mercenaries.
Yeah, not gambling, and I think being rewarded, not hitting any other mercenaries, but instead hitting some great tier 2 upgrades, Singe 2, Darius 2, I think with Bodyguard especially, one of the best just solo front lines that we can have in the game. Could even sell some pairs to level up to 4, probably will avoid that, however. Does sell a couple units to pick up a pair of Camille's, and wanting to make sure to put everything in the front 2 lines, front 2 rows, because of that Knife's Edge augment. Going to allow Ezreal and everybody else to have a bit of extra AD. This Darius is tanking the Talon so well. Like, that's the power of it. It's going to be enough, though. It's going to be close. It just might.
This is going to be, I think, a positioning difference, where the Talon was on the wrong side, landed right on the Darius to give it extra healing, and the Ezreal was kept safe while also getting that Knife's Edge bonus. And I think that this is one of the great things about watching high-level players, is that they're going to make decisions that, a lot of players wouldn't make or wouldn't think about or wouldn't realize. And this unorthodox positioning, in addition to, having an upgraded Singed and recognizing that Ezreal 1 was actually a stronger unit and gave them more value, I think that's a really, really great play. And I'm really happy to see the game starting off with such minute differences that end up being, or decisions that end up making a big difference.
Yeah, definitely. Moving on board with Solus right now. Player in first place is honestly pretty comfy, I think, at this point. And Solus, he's really good at playing a strong early game board. I think almost every time we see Solus come out of the gates with a win streak, slamming every single component that he can into completed items, making them work throughout the whole game. And he's doing it right now, I think, with the Trundle, Warmogs. That's not quite traditional, but it's still fine. It's still strong, has a lot of great synergies. Might not win streak throughout all of Stage 2 here, just because, it's not the best board. But if he does have any losses, they're not going to be by that much. And a little cheeky Guardian's Angel slam by Xniamo there might hit Solus for a bit more than he would have wanted.
Yeah, I think that actually might be a difference maker here. That Darius staying alive kept the Ezreal safe because there were more units to chew through, and actually ends up being a win. And it makes sense, right? I mean, Darius is a strong unit now, and Guardian Angel is a flexible item later, so why not? Why not, ensure that you win the round and keep your win streak going? A bit unfortunate that the Trundle scrap rolled into the Gunblade, one of the few useless items you can get on that. Though with Rod, Rod's not the best Trundle item in general, so
no.
Considering actually going into Mercs, I was wondering if you were going to see this. So Mercenary is definitely volatile, and but has a lot of room for big finishes. So interesting to see Solus here opting to not make Trundles too, instead pivot their board, and we're seeing some great flexible gameplay.
Definitely a couple interesting things happen there. Not only Solus going to Mercs, but Xniamo and Sox both leveled to 5 before the Stage 2 carousel here. It's wanting to protect that win streak is something on a lot of players' radars. This is a bit different from Solus. He's, as I just mentioned, gone on a bit of a win streak for most of the games, but now he is going back to this mercenary strategy. And I do think Solus is one of, if not the best mercenary player in North America. I will stand by that statement. So mercenaries in the hands of Solus, especially when you get it early Stage 2, the whole rest of the lobby should be very scared at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the interesting things is that Solus didn't even make their board weak there. They weren't trying to lose. Like, they could have, maybe not put the Warmogs on the Alawi, or maybe played a different unit than the Trundle, but it doesn't seem to me like they're intentionally trying to lose here. And so maybe we'll see not like a loss streak mercenary style, but maybe something in the middle where you have them in, and if you win, great, and if you lose, you're still getting some value out of those losses. So very curious to see if Solus decides to lean into that loss a little bit more, or instead to kind of stick with this win streak style that you called out has been very effective for them so far.
Yeah. Ooh, an early Seraphine for Dish Soap. All right. Dish Soap definitely needs to start getting something together. Only has 6 points coming into this game in 14th place. Not sure that a Shaco focused board will be able to get you the first places that you need, right? Shakos, they get you top 4 sometimes, but they're not winning lobbies, especially in this tournament. I almost want to see Dish Soap play a lot riskier here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the Shaco's hopefully just an item holder, but I mean, we'll have to see where this ends up. I mean, it's fine for right now. Syndicate obviously has some good value early, but they are win streaking with this, but it's going to be close here. This round with this IE Talon is going to be pretty narrow to see if the Shaco survives for a little longer. Darius gets a huge spin that's going to keep him alive, and I think that's going to be enough to win the round.
Big.
Yeah, just
actually
barely
up against
is defeating Spencer.
Yeah, going against Spencer, who has an Assassin Heart, actually. So Spencer might be one going Assassin. Spencer was the player that we saw earlier on in today going 8th place, I think rolling into a Shaco and not really making anything happen with it. Did also go a bit of Assassins in the last game as well. Actually went a bit of a Twitch reroll with Trade Sector. Was able to get 5 Innovators as well, go a fast level 9. So a solid game from Spencer and going that assassin direction yet again. I think it is a good call it as well. Dish Soap doesn't necessarily, he's not committed to going Shaco assassins at this point. This could very well just be an item holder. Runans is a very flexible item, could go to many carries, which we consistently outline as it's the Yone's, the Urgots. It can find use not just on this Shaco here.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually choosing to play Katarina and make Econ over that upgraded Graves earlier, I think this fight is actually not going their way. You'll Shaco down, I don't think the damage is going to be here anymore. So Katarina doing her best, but it's not enough. And the Guardian Angel Darius is stronger than the just Belt Darius, it looks like. And with all the support, yeah, Dish Soap's going to lose their win streak. And I don't think that the Graves is enough to make a difference there. So maybe realizing that the difference in power wasn't that significant and deciding to play and make Econ instead. But definitely an interesting choice there. And hopefully it doesn't, hopefully not one they end up regretting.
Yeah, I think the Econ was good enough. Even if you lose at that point, you're still going to be able to make 50 in the next couple of rounds. I think it's fine from that scenario. Moving on over to Sox. Sox does have 3 Innovators online. Generally, Innovator boards are super strong. Even if they don't reach all the way up to 7, they're still getting a lot of top 4s. And Sox needs to at least start to put on the top 4s right now. He's had a uncharacteristically rough day so far. Dad buff, first place overall on the day yesterday, but is kind of really lacking thus far. He was, after yesterday, tied with the most top 4s with Asa with 5 out of 6 games yesterday. But Asa has pulled ahead, I think, to having almost 7 out of 8 at this point. Or I guess there's been 9 games so far. I think it's 8 out of 9 actually, but Sox has definitely not followed pace in that regard.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Sox is still in it at the moment, as I recall, but definitely needs to start. They're in the bottom 4, so they need to start picking it up here. And we actually see Sox with that current econ status. They leveled early. They leveled off tempo, so going to be interesting here. They will be able to get to level 6 cheaper. Interesting, really. Yeah, actually. So I want to get your thoughts on this, Crone. So they chose to build QSS on the Ezreal instead of an item like Chalice on the Twisted Fate. So that's I feel like, at least in my experience, I feel like I would have expected more players to make the Chalice there. So very curious to think about what Sox. I feel like Sox as a player isn't somebody who typically thinks about endgame comps as much as others. I think he really does value being able to play flexibly and kind of just play what he hits. And so I'm curious. It's interesting to me to see QSS built here over something that I would consider a bit more impactful and flexible, like the Chalice.
Yeah. So I think the main reasoning here is because of Knife's Edge, right? Chalice is going to lean into AP boards, but QSS is going to be really strong for the carries that will benefit out of being placed in that second or first row, like Yone, like Urgot, things like that. So while Chalice would be stronger now, I totally agree with you, it would scale worse into the late game. So maybe Sox is thinking more about the late game than we traditionally see him do, especially just with that juxtaposition, again, of the augment choice versus the item there.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And if we look on our right side of the screen, you can see Solus is actually win streaking with those mercenaries earlier. So I believe he does still have them in even. So just going and taking a few extra gold per round and continuing that streak and playing that win streak style that you called out that has been doing so well for him today.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Jumping aboard with Covenal here, who is playing what looks like Twitch reroll, unless things are very confusing. And actually going up against Sox, who we were just looking at. Ezreal is going to get hit there, but next to the Knife's Edge, it actually has quite a bit of AD. It feels like it's doing good damage against these units, and a big loss for Covenal, who drops all the way down to sub 50 HP before the stage 3 carousel. So yeah, they're not super close when it comes to their units either. I mean, they only have 4 Twitch by the looks of it, 5 Singed, and yeah, not really close in any regards.
Not a great spot at all. This is a little bit awkward here. I think Covenal has a lot of catching up to do. Could high roll into it. Assassin Heart actually is going to be pretty nice for this scenario. Gives the 4 Assassin buff already to the Twitch without having to level up. And you don't want to level up at this point, right? Want to keep re-rolling at this level 5. Make sure you hit the Twitch 3, the Singe 3. Probably not going to go for anything more than that, though. And still not hitting many more of them. Talon 2 does replace the Shaco, though. It's a bit of an upgrade.
Yeah, it's a bit of an upgrade, but your most important unit in the Twitch is still nowhere to be found, right? So
Yeah.
Definitely feeling pretty risky. You're continuing to roll, realizing they're not strong enough. There's a pair of Zac here, which I guess you can run over the Lissandra on your bench. But again, the really important thing is this Twitch, and I don't think those are best in slot Twitch items either. Well, here we go, a big find there. 2 Twitch in the shop, and we've gone from 5 to 7 just like that. So
Yeah.
all of a sudden, I mean, it's definitely not an ideal situation to be in, but we're a lot closer to the point where the board's going to be hitting those big swing points.
Yeah, a lot of different potential decisions Covenel is making there, whether it be playing the Zac pair over the Lissandra pair, but saying, no, Lissandra's a bit more. How much do I want to roll down as well? I think that's a nice consideration to that some players might have done a little bit more rolling there. But Covenel says, you know what? I'm not close to hitting my tier 3s, so I'm just going to roll down to 40, sit there, and then reevaluate it once, it can tell his board strength comparatively to the rest of the lobby, because that talent upgrade did come through as well. Still looks like not very strong, however. Valet, even still, with, being on level 6, 40 gold, is still 3-0ing Covenel, as, drops to 41 HP. Relatively low for a Stage 3 carousel.
Yeah, very, very low for a Stage 3 carousel, and there's no Radiant Blessing to save him in this set. So maybe I'm going to pick up an item here. They are going for the Rod here, maybe looking to make Morellas or a Locket or something like that. But yeah, I think that we should expect to see a big roll down. If not now, I guess it has to be 4-2, or 4-1. But I feel like we might see a bit more desperation coming out very soon, because you just don't have that much HP to play with. And I really like what you called out yesterday when we were talking about mercenary boards and cashing out, in that it doesn't necessarily matter if you get very strong, like when you only have one life left, because at that point, one bad matchup, one bad fight RNG, and you can just be out of the game at that point. And so knowing that you have to stabilize. It's tough to balance knowing, hey, I'm weak, I need to get stronger, I can't afford to lose that much more HP, and I want to make sure I have enough money left to get through the rest of this game. It's a really tough balance, and one that our players are wrestling with.
Definitely very hard. Valet levels up to 7, trying to protect the streak. Does put a glove on the Echo for a bit of scrap value there. Maybe could have positioned a bit better if it does roll into, just like that. It rolls into the Banshee's Claw, but it doesn't actually affect any allied units. And the matchup rolls into Roby Van Knob, who is also level 7. It could have been a Banshee's diff here. It could have blocked some very, very crucial Heimer rockets, Zillion ulti or something like that. It might not have made the difference, but still, you always got to be thinking about things like that.
Absolutely. And, speaking of things that we're thinking about, if you look on the right side of your screen, you can see that there is an Innovator heart emblem there, which is very interesting, because the only way to get to the 7 Innovator breakpoint is with some outside help, whether via an augment or via an emblem. And so having that Innovator augment there is going to allow Roby to potentially get to 7 Innovator. And their board looks pretty strong. They have a couple upgraded units, Zillion, Heimer, Ezreal. They have a Banshee's Claw. They have good Heimer items, which is both mana to let a cast more, and of course also that Gunblade for sustain. They have the Bear for extra AD and AP across the team. So they aren't as wealthy as maybe they could be. I mean, they're still at 30 gold to level 7, so they're actually, I think they're in a really good spot here, and they're on a win streak as well. So if they're able to maintain this, Heimer missed all of his rockets. That's really funny. But yeah, there he gets. He has the second batch, and with the blue buff, he casts enough that he should be getting them going pretty soon. So Darius goes down, and I think with that, I don't know if the Shaco one's going to be able to wither this Heimerdinger Storm. And yeah, a big win for Roby. It goes on a 5 win streak with this Heimer too. And all of a sudden, I mean, might be our first big 7 Innovator game of the day.
It's looking likely from this point. Roby has a comfortable amount of gold, comfortable amount of HP, as well as, that Innovator Heart, as you were talking about. Just needs to find a Jace and a Seraphine, which, sometimes is much easier said than done. Jace, of course, being a legendary unit. Roby Van is win streaking into Wolves, as well as Solus. Solus has not lost a round since that stage 2. I'm not sure if he still has mercenaries in, but at least is win streaking. How does he keep doing it? Solus just can't not win streak in the early game, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like the youth would say this is a player diff. Interestingly enough, we now have 2 Heimer on the bench, and they're not getting sold for econ. So perhaps we might see a Heimer 3 attempt this game. So we are jumping on board here with Sox, who is playing again this Innovator board that we saw earlier. And Sox, as you mentioned, is he's in the bottom 3 of this lobby, but he can't afford to finish in the bottom 3 of this lobby, or he can't afford for much longer because he is on the outside. No. So I think one thing that I really like about Sox is his willingness to roll, especially off tempo. I think Sox is a player who does a good job of thinking about how strong am I right now, how strong am I to the rest of the lobby, how much value do I gain by rolling? Is rolling here going to help me? And so I think he's a player who's a lot of fun to watch from behind because I think he's more willing to make decisions that are unique or at least unorthodox in comparison to a lot of what is considered meta or normal.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, actually. Off-tempo rolling is, I think, one of the most important aspects of what makes a good TFT player, because some of the players are just like, no, it's not these specific turns, I can't roll. It's just, it doesn't fit what I'm supposed to do. But there kind of is no supposed to. Sure, there's guidelines, but they're meant to be broken, right? Especially in these awkward niche scenarios in tournament play where the board strength of every single player, because they're such strong caliber players, is going to be different than solo queue, right? It's going to be different than ladder. It's going to be, you have to reassess, reimagine where you need your board to be. Off-tempo rolling, 100% agree with you. Sox is super, super good at that. And so, yeah, let's see what kind of board he makes up with here. He has 3 innovators. He has the Enforcer emblem as well on that Singe, still positioning everything in the first 2 rows. Again, because he has that knife's edge. And yeah, off-tempo rolling. Here we go, 4-1 level 7. That's rolling that we're used to from previous sets. Not so much so in set 6, though, but I think he's making it work here. He's already finding some good units. A Yone, a Fiora. Does end up actually taking them both out because they're not tier 2 quite yet, though. Oh, it actually still has the Fiora in, but does take out the Yone.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fiora, I mean, we've seen her do very, very well. I feel like she's a very not underrated, but she's a unit that doesn't always get the main attention on her because she's often paired with units like Yone or even Kaisa. But she's been doing very effective. I mean, just earlier today, we saw DQA win a lobby against Jin 3 and used Fiora into Shroud and some nice timing to take it out. So I think Fiora, very good here. And although it's not enough to win this round, I mean, one of the advantages of rolling early here, even though he's level 7, his rolling odds aren't as good, the units that Sox could hit are not out of the pool yet. Other players haven't really done their big roll down, so there's more Fiora in the pool. I do think, yeah, we are going to see Sox continue to roll here. He does not think he's strong enough. Rolls past a Taric. There's a Jin. He has a lot of single units. There's a pair of Yone, a pair of Fiora. But the gold is getting low. Yone 2 on 7. That's a big hit. Is he going to keep rolling? Does not look like it. Thinking about it.
I think it's going to sell this Fiora, maybe move some items over.
Yeah.
This Yone, now that it's tier 2, it needs to be the primary carry. Sox is making sure he can get everything on the board. Yep, there's the Fiora sell and the Deathblade Quicksilver onto that Yone. So it's going to be the main focus here. Kind of like you mentioned, Fiora is just going to be kind of that supporting unit eventually when she gets tier 2'd and placed onto the board, but not for now.
Yeah, right now, this Yone, I mean, it doesn't have best in slot items by any means, but, you know, Yone 2 at this point in the game is still quite good, and it's not enough here. The Talon, it depends on the buy. She doesn't do it, and barely Sox loses, which, I mean, it's not good to lose here. Your health is getting low, but honestly, Sox just spent a lot of gold heading in that roll down, and continuing a 5-loss streak maybe isn't the worst thing because you at least get more econ for your troubles. Jumping on board with Spencer here, who I think this is now at least the 3rd game that he's played Assassins. He did it in game 1, and he did it in the game that we saw him go 8th in, and so definitely comp. You know, you were talking about how the Shaco Syndicates hasn't been doing very well, but Spencer clearly is very comfortable with this Assassin Imperial board and is, you know, deciding to kind of, when they're right on the bubble, when I think they were in 9th place going into this, they've decided that, hey, this is a comp I'm comfortable with. It doesn't take as much cognitive effort for me than like playing flexibly. And I think it could be good, but what's not good for them is that they are level 6 and they are going up against Heimer 3 incredibly early.
What?
Already on the other side of the board, and I do not think that this talent is going to be enough, especially with that full backline positioning.
This is 4-3, and that's a Heimer 3. Oh man, that decision to keep the Heimers earlier is huge for Roby Van Knob. Spencer still has an okay amount of HP, you know, 40, and no Radiant Blessing, unfortunately, but still, you know, 40 gold, 2 Swains away from Swain 3, 3 Talons away, can very reasonably hit that. And I think actually if we do compare this 3 Imperial Talon reroll composition to Shaco, I don't have the stats on it in front of me, but I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Talon board does perform a little bit better, at least in getting more consistent top 4s. So I don't mind this decision from Spencer at all. He clearly leans into Assassins, has played it at least 3 games already here today. Last game it was a Twitch reroll. This game a Talon reroll. Certainly knows how to play them well and play them effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. I think something that's interesting here as well is that from this position, like Spencer, like they do, like the other game that I watched as well, they also didn't have that many Talons. So I'm really curious to see about. I really admire when players know a comp very well to the point where they're like, okay, this like if I don't roll now, I'm gonna lose. Versus like, you know, I'm losing HP, but once I stabilize, I'm really strong. So the one thing I worry about for Spencer is that I feel like a prismatic augment when you're playing a reroll comp sometimes can be a bit like hit or miss, where basically prismatic augments like they increase the power level of the whole like game by everyone in the lobby by a significant amount, and that can sometimes, just because the higher tier units have higher peaks, that can be really dangerous. But we do see them on the opposite side of the board going up against Solus here, who has lost their win streak, but and has rolled down actually. So they've decided to commit a little bit. They only have 10 gold left, and looks like they're probably losing to Spencer here. Although the Bramble Vest is actually one of the best items you can have into Assassins, and with that damage coming out, it's actually going to be enough to swing it. And this Alawi, not typically a unit that you think of being super impactful, but it was a great tank here with those amazing defensive items.
Definitely, that's mostly what Solus has here is just defensive items, and yeah, it's gonna be prismatic. We see Bruiser Crown, High Roller, and Golden Ticket.
Wow.
It is going to be High Roller, so gets a bit of gold. What is he going to use this High Roller for? His carry right now is just a Shaco 2, but wait a minute. A triple Fiora shop at level 8?
I think that direction was with the loaded dice.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Took me a second as well. Yeah, so double Fiora 2, definitely not a shabby carry at all by any means.
That's interesting because most players would, I kind of assumed, actually, it caught me off guard because I kind of assumed that most players would roll down to find a bit of direction before actually using those loaded dice, but Solus just used them out of the gates there. Only has one item for her as well, right? Only has the Bloodthirster, can make some good items, especially with the bow and a rod there. It could be like Jewel Gauntlet, it could be, Runan's Last Whisper, Giant Slayer, even things like that. But interesting to see Solus commit so hard on that. Maybe he knows that he's, losing a lot of HP, really wants to stabilize right now to just not go 8th, right? Solus is probably a lock to go into day 3 as long as he just gets middle of the pack placements, or maybe even slightly lower than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's actually a really good call out, which is that Solus doesn't need to play for first. If Solus gets 4th, he's still in a great position and is likely to move on to tomorrow. So, I do think what's interesting, though, is that he's not making great use of his augments. He took out Taric, which is giving both Enchanter and Socialite, and 2 of the augments here are specific to both Enchanter and Socialite. Enchanter with Ardent Sensor and Socialite with Duet. And so I feel like that's a lot of value you lose for taking out Taric 2 for a Camille 1. Of course, the synergies are nice, but I wonder if it was a good trade-off.
Yeah, I've got a chance to see what the choices are for these players, and it looks like a few of them actually ended up going high roller. Spencer as well. That's nice when you go to a reroll composition. You make sure you hit your 3 stars. Didn't see if Spencer did, but I think it's very, very likely at this point. Players have
I think that bow on Yumi was a mistake based on the fact that everyone just showed up on the board. This is right before the final bit of items, and I saw the bow go onto Yumi, which isn't ideal. But what is ideal is a Nico in this position when you already have 6 Fiora and 50 gold.
This is definitely going to be a level 8 reroll here. Going level 9, not worth it. See if he hits. Just needs 2 more Fioras plus the Nico's help.
Maybe a Yumi as
Where
well
are they?
to get that bow off of her.
Yeah, true.
Could go for Sion
Need a
here
replacement
as well.
Yumi.
Yeah, picking it up. Thinking about it here. What's tough is that by playing 2 Fiora on the board, you don't get the opportunity to... you're losing some synergies by doing that. So, Chemtech Yone, can't say I've seen that very often. What do you make of this, Crowan?
I think Xnyamo just saying, okay, I happen to hit a Yone. I have Chemtex on my board with, some early bruisers. Why not just run it, right? It's not going to be traditional, but still going to be okay. Unfortunately, the Talon does jump right into it and takes it out again. So probably not winning this round. But I don't think it's bad by any means. It might not stay the whole entire game being a Yone Chemtech board, maybe rotating out of one of those. But it's not terrible, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Curious what the augment choices actually were to take Chemtech in this situation.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe they were trying to play Urgot but hit Yone instead. Who can say for sure? But I like the decision to be flexible here, to not feel like you're I was gonna play Urgot. I built these items for Urgot. Like I'm gonna roll past this Yone too. Like no, Yone 2 is good enough for now. And if you can make it maybe a Jinx later or get that Urgot 2 that you might have been looking for, then that's fine. But still some nice synergies on this board. And in that last round, they actually didn't even use all their augments, as you might have seen. They or all their items, excuse me. They had 6.
Yeah.
unless I'm mistaken, I think there were six components on the bench there. So should
There were.
hopefully be a bit stronger now that all those are on the board.
Yeah, it seemed a bit dizzy, actually. Probably like wasn't a huge fan of what happened. Maybe did want to go Urgot, but ended up selling the Urgot that was on bench. Now have some great items on that Lissandra. They're helping buff up this Yone as well, some extra AP scaling. They have Banshees as well, but still, Yone's getting CC'd, kind of thrown about, as Solus now has a Rage Blade and BT on that Fiora. It's going to be enough, though. Fiora can get another Blade Waltz off. She can heal up a little bit, but no, not quite enough at this point. Solus still a couple of Fioras away. Gizmos stabilizes, but this board, again, isn't one that you will traditionally see, and one that you probably won't see win a lobby with unless you get something crazy like a Yone 3, but they are not on pace for that. Meanwhile, Dish Soap finding a ton of fantastic upgrades. Fiora 2 not only is going to make their board a lot stronger, being the challenger here to buff up the Kaisa, but it's also going to continue to deny Fioras away from Solus, and that's a huge deal.
Yeah, and Solus actually, because of the Nico's help, I saw on the bench last round, they still had a Fiora, so yeah, they're only one away, so this next carousel could be impactful. And Sox, we were talking about how they needed a big finish, and Sox unfortunately does go 8th place, which is really, really unfortunate after a strong day one.
Really unfortunate there, Sox, maybe with that game. He's going to need a couple back-to-back firsts or something, but for now, Dish Soap going up against Solus. This Jhin has some fantastic items, but not able to deal enough damage. Not hitting the Fiora. Fiora gets the lifesteal back up. Some great kind of pseudo carries as well with a Shiv and Locket on the Orianna. Definitely impactful. Solus doing it again, just taking early game win streaks and making them into strong mid game boards that scale well into late game. It seems he's so good at doing that. Only person above him is Robbie Van Knob, dominating the lobby, 74 HP and on a win streak. Covenel, meanwhile, does drop in 7th.
Yeah, absolutely. And even despite, I'm actually a little surprised that the double Fiora board was so strong, because on the other side there was Kaisa 2 with GA and Morello. So I really like the decision from Solus to play just, double Fioras because they're both upgraded, and that made his board stronger and not feel trapped in by his augments. Like last I checked, he wasn't even playing a Taric, which again I called it earlier how important that is. So yeah, I really like Solus's willingness to kind of just be flexible. And actually, we see, for a second there was a Fiora on the bench there, and I think that would have denied it. But speaking of 3 stars, only 2 Urgot away from Valet. We'll have to see if they hold on. But Solus hits the Fiora 3. That's a huge upgrade.
No one can stop Solus. I mean, I guess he went first, second in the first 3 games of the day. Honestly, they were so close to being, multiple firsts there, but he's putting himself definitely in a spot where he's likely to go first in this game.
Ooh,
maybe
nice
Flay can hit Urgot 3, but still a couple away. He might not got to get a chance to get there because he does roll into the Solus matchup here. Zephyr stops the Fiora for now, but Blade Waltz says they're going to continue to tear through this board as soon as Fiora ults again. Sure, there's a Guardian's Angel. Urgot's going to have the opportunity to res, but he's not dealing enough damage. Belay is going to go out with his next ultimate and does. Out in 6th place there. So close to Urgot 3, yet so far away.
Yeah, and I think that Fiora is really dangerous. We kind of talked a bit about it earlier, but when you have such a powerful upgraded unit, especially a 3-star 4 cost, having defensive items on them like a BT, and even on Fiora, I think Rageblade, you could make a case that it's defensive because it allows her ult faster. It's a big deal because because the base damage is so high, the more defensive units have so much more value. So jumping on board with Spencer here, who is currently in 4th, has a really strong board, has double Zephyr, rolls into the Heimer 3, but is actually able to Zephyr it. It's a really great positioning there, and they fully hit. They're level 8, they have Talon 3, they have Swain 3, they have a very powerful board, and yeah, Talon has QSS, so it's not going to be stopped by that Frozen Heart or by the Zillion ult here, and it's just very slowly cutting through the backline, but the Heimer is targeting it. It's on the 7 Innovator Dragon, and Heimer deletes it. It was looking pretty good up until that point. Echo does not get an ult off. It looks like here comes the stun, and I think Heimer's going to be too much. Is the Dragon going to go down? No, thanks to the Gunblade, it's still alive. Swain takes it out, but the triple ult from the Heimer, Ziggs bomb, is it going to be enough? Not really at all. And John is not going to be able to do this with her Bloodthirster. Spencer loses, but does secure themselves a top 4 as Exnialmo goes out in 5th, excuse me.
A nice comp to top 4 with. The times that we have seen 7 innovators in this tournament, it is very likely to go first place over a 50% win ratio on that composition. We finally get to see it, Wolfie. I don't know, though. These other comps are strong. Spencer can't deal with it, and he's about as capped as he can be. But maybe the Fiora 3 could. That'll be an interesting matchup to watch. I'm actually really curious which way that'll go.
Ooh, a Reforger, interestingly enough, on the bench there for Roby here. Gonna put that on the Jason, and yep, Reforge those items off.
Okay.
Gonna put Redemption somewhere on this board. I'm curious to see where it goes. Redemption has some value in the backline because it can actually be useful to keep your backline units alive and also shield them. And Ruby just had so much gold this game. Still has 40 gold left to roll with. That's a
crazy.
very impressive thing. Also, it's worth noting they have Stand United 3, and look at the left side of this traits here. They just have so many many traits active. So even though that Heimer is only 2 items, the blue buff and Gunblade, no offensive items here, it doesn't necessarily matter because Stand United is providing so much AD and AP.
Yeah, that's a ton. 8 synergies and 5 AD/AP per. I mean, just such a huge amount. This Heimer, is it going to be able to deal with the Talon yet again? It does. Dragon, just such a good tank. There's no way that Swain can get through the Dragon. And no, another hit here. Roby Van. 67 HP.
50 gold.
And
50
gold.
gold level 9. Just masterful played. I mean, at this point, what do? You've already 3-starred your carry. Yes. Yeah, there we go. That's the upgrade we were looking for.
The Singed at level 9. Let's go. Still needs Yuumi, Jace, and Seraphine. Hits 6 Scholar now as well. I feel like there's no way this board loses, right? I mean, there is a Fiora 3 again. I haven't forgotten about that one. But still, this is such a strong board. Did get a little bit weaker. There is less traits that the Stand United will get value from. There's only 6 now as opposed to 8. I'm not sure if it matters, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also 6 Scholar. So between 6 Scholar and the blue buff and the Jace buffing attack speed, I feel like this is looking pretty tough for anyone who isn't that Fiora 3. And even with the Fiora 3, I think it's going to be difficult. We do see Jace 2 on the other side, though, which is a very powerful unit. Though Dish Up does lose here. Do they get eliminated? They actually do. So all those Jaces are back in the pool, but Spencer goes out in 4th.
All right, now we get to see the matchup, Wolfie. We get to see 7 Innovators, 6 Scholars versus the Fiora 3 of Solus. It's almost like this Heimer is like machine gun Heimer with all this mana regeneration from the blue buff and the Scholars. Just never stops firing rockets. Oh boy, Solus, what can you do? Has Duet. Fiora is in one of those hexes. Everything is frontline besides for that Camille there in the back. She's just kind of a synergy bot here.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, though, is that there's no anti-heal on this board, right? There's no Morellos, there's no Sunfire Cape, and there's no Misfortune.
True.
And I think it should be interesting because the Fiora has good healing and it has such good damage output that it'll probably heal up pretty significantly. Heimer's firing away at the rockets. Big Dragon coming out. Some CC on the Fiora, but she's out of the front line here. The Scion's still alive. It does go down before the cast, though. Here comes the Fiora again. It's Fiora against the world, but she's had a lot of time to ramp up. Big CC, but she just stays alive and she's dodging the rockets. She does lose, though. Wow, there's just so many units, so much health for this Fiora to go through, to shoot through. And without a damage item here, I'm not sure if she's going to be able to do it. And that Morello's on the side of Roby might be the nail in the coffin here.
Yep, instant pick up there. Speaking of anti-heal, Wolfie, the game, the Mort Gods just gift it if he wasn't already strong enough. Fiora 3 is quite a monster. I don't think it's going to be enough, however, to deal with Roby Van's composition. Still rolling. 4 more upgrades. Still needs to find a Yuumi. A level up does happen from Solus there. Does put Tarek in. This is yet another Socialite.
Yeah, and they have the Socialite emblem on that Janna, so they don't have Seraphine, though, so it's only 2 Socialite,
only 2.
Unfortunately, and I feel like...
It did get buffed. More mana regeneration.
Yeah. I do feel like it's interesting, because although the Fiora is 3-star, the rest of the board doesn't look that strong. You even have a Camille 1, you have a Braum 1, Tarek 1, Scion 2 is nice, but yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be enough here, and QSS is a good grab on this Fiora, but... it depends really on her targeting, and she does shoot through a lot of the units, and there's some big CC in the backline, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, although she's still very healthy at this point, and she doesn't seem to be taking that much damage, so another big CC from the Scion. Hang on, maybe this is going to what Solus needed. Big ult from the Scion. I think Fiora might be able to do it here. She's back to full HP. No one can stop her from healing up, and the least with her spell there. Oh my goodness.
This Quicksilver is a big deal, I think, for Solus. That was a really, really clutch pickup on that carousel because it stops things like the Dragon Fear. It stops Singe Fling. It stops Zyra stun. It stops Zillion stun. It stops Yuumi stun as well. There's so much CC on Roby's board. Fiora being able to negate that for the initial part of the fight, take down that front line, and then make her way to the Heimer. Solus, with that pickup, might actually be the favorite to win most of these fights now.
Yeah, something I want to mention is that I think players oftentimes feel a little bit baited by the Socialite Hex. This is only 20% bonus damage, and I think it's making the Heimer position a lot worse because it keeps getting CC'd by the Scion. It also breaks the Banshee's Claw right away with the Blitzcrank. So I almost wonder if maybe Socialite is more of a bane than a boon here, because once again the Fiora just is taking a lot of this damage and just healing back up immediately.
I think you're right there. I think the Socialite Hex is a bait for Roby-Van, but will Roby-Van consider that the same way? I mean, you kind of have to. If 2 fights have gone this way, what do? Do you think this Yuumi upgrade is enough? No. Again, the first Yuumi ultimate is not going to CC the Fiora, and that is the one unit that you need to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Titan's Resolve really not what you're looking for here. An item like Giant Slayer or Jeweled Gauntlet or Rabadons or maybe even Chalice to give you a little bit more attack power would have been nice there, but I don't know if this is what they're looking for here. So we'll have to wait and see what decisions they make. There is, of course, like it's not wrong to say that it might have some value on the Heimer here, because it is when fully stacked, it's a 50% damage increase, which is pretty valuable, and Heimer just has built-in healing to keep it alive. It also gives it tankiness as well. So maybe Titan's Resolve Heimer can really do something here, but you're in a position where you've rolled down all your gold, and I don't really know what you can do to make your board stronger at this point. If you're Roby and Solus, their board had a lot of room for improvement. You can see on the left side of your screen that they took out Camille for Jace, and that's a much better unit, in terms of raw power, and is also enforcing that giant Heimerdinger. So it's going to be really interesting to see if the adaptation is made where the Heimer's moved is being bluffed.
Yes.
We'll see if it stays. It does stay there, so I like that adjustment a lot. And I also like the decision to put the Yuumi on the Dragon, because it is getting deleted faster than you would like.
Blitzcrank is now hooking the Zyra instead, so that Heimer is going to have Banshees available, is not going to get stunned by the Scion. Does get enforced, however, so it does still stop it. It gets CC'd again, though. Ah, man, even with the reposition, is it enough? Fiora, she's dropping low, but she has that Bloodthirster. The healing all the way back up takes down the Heimer. One more ultimate from Fiora. Yes, she is going to clean up this fight. Roby-Van, a 3rd loss in a row. This next fight could be the last. Solus could be coming back in this game to solidify another 1st place, Wolfie.
Yeah, this really feels like it could go either way. We've seen both these players win, and a lot of this will just come down to positioning and come down to how the fight goes. I mean, I think a big thing is the Scion, actually. It's so tanky, and it just continues to absorb these rockets and won't let the other units focus it down and focus on the Fiora, and then also just providing so much CC to the team. So we'll have to see how the positioning works out here. Scion moving to the middle of the board, allowing it to swing its axe ideally against both corners. Heimer in the corner, going to dodge the Blitzcrank here, but it does get enforced, and that Enforcer is such a big deal, and I think it's one of the main reasons that these fights have been going Solus' way. A big Seraphine ult, but it's not on the Fiora, which is just tearing through the backline one unit at a time. Heimer has made it to the Scion, but the Scion is only the first boss. It needs to make it to the Fiora as well. Scion getting another ult off. It does. It's a huge stun, but Heimer's not hit inflicted by the rockets. Big CC from the Dragon. Hang on, Heimer. Triple rocket, and Fiora goes into ult and dodges it. Seraphine gets an ult off, and Roby barely beats Solus, and it wins game number 4.
Roby-Van saying, "Nuh-uh, Solus, you're gonna go 2nd place yet again." Fiora 3, not good enough. The Innovators continue to reign supreme.
Access denied. I mean, Solus, I feel like, still can't complain with the fact that they went 1-2-2-2. That's pretty good. But wow, I mean, even getting that 2nd place though, Solus put on such a performance, Chrome, when it came down to how they played adaptively with those mercenaries at the very beginning, and also just a little bit unorthodox in that way.
Yeah, Solus just can't seem to lose the early game. Give him Mercs as well. He says, I'm just going to win streak Mercs. It doesn't matter. And uses that to, make super strong endgame boards. I think the high roller pickup there for the loaded dice, fantastic. Was able to get the Nikos as well to roll into the Fiora 3. So close, though, and we see why Innovators are so strong. If you get 7 Innovators, they are very likely to win lobbies. Just fantastic stuff from Roby-Van there, because, it's great when it comes to, this latter half of the day. Things are really heating up, and you want to be able to advance till tomorrow, because if you get to tomorrow, you're qualifying for something, right? Whether you top 4 and qualify for the regionals or just the Innovation Cup, it's still huge to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, there's still so much to play for. Let's go ahead and take a look at who won the other lobby as well. We already know that Roby-Van did win lobby B, but Setsuko taking lobby A. Challengers, once again, Wolfie, just doing so much work when it comes down to winning compositions.
Yeah, it seems like challengers are in a really good spot right now. We've been seeing them played a bunch. Obviously, Fiora 3 was the talk of the last game, but Fiora and Yone are just very flexible, and they're very strong, and they just... It's hard to deal with a comp that just melts your team quickly, right? Because of the attack speed the challengers gives, it can be really difficult, like, no matter your comp, to deal with them, because they're just attacking so many times, and it's often before your comp gets online. So, yeah, I mean, I think that, to me... These two comps that we see on our screen here are kind of the main storylines in terms of the compositions of this tournament so far.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of first and second places for these two comps in particular. But taking a look at how everybody else did in Lobby A and Lobby B, some disappointing finishes so far, Crowan, for some of these players in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at 8th place right now, Sox, Darth Nub needed some solid placements, but just didn't find them. It might be out of reach. I don't want to say anything is, locked out right now. I don't really know how to do math, but it's not looking real good for Sox and Darth Nub there.
Yeah, a couple of these players definitely need some finishes, but the competition is so fierce, Wolfie, that I feel like even just getting into the top 16, even making it to the mid-set finale is absolutely huge. But take a look at who is in top 8 right now.
Yeah, I think no surprises here in terms of Solus doing very well, and DQA I think had a bit of a disappointing finish that last game, but still thanks to their early lead, they're still in a pretty safe position, I would say. What's interesting to me is that we have a pretty clear divide between our top 8 and our bottom 8, with Volay in 8th having 24 points and Kievix having 21. So that's a non insignificant difference there. The gap is pretty wide. So if these players who are in the bottom 8 want to make a comeback story, they're going to have to... You can't finish 4th anymore, most likely. You're going to really need to kind of push for that top 2 spot and hope that someone in the top 8 does exceptionally poorly. So I think that going in, I mean, we still have 2 games left to play, but if this gap continues to hold, it's going to be really tough going into the final game. So I think now is where players really have to start considering that they're behind, so it's time to make some moves.
Maybe go for some comps or some plays that are a little bit more high risk, high reward. But we are reshuffling the lobbies around for these last 2 games, so another clash of play styles, maybe a little bit more contesting happening, although we haven't seen a whole lot of that today. But hey, viewers, get your predictions in. We've got 2 more lobbies games left to go for day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. Head over to fantasytft.com, take a look at where the stocks are, see if you want to, start narrowing down your investments and get a chance to win some rare little legend eggs for getting your predictions right. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, Game 5. Welcome back, everybody. It is day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. I am joined once again by Admirable and Frodan to take us through Game 5. Admirable, we only have 2 games left, and there seems to be a pretty clear distinction between who's in top 8 and who's in the bottom 8 of the day so far. What are some trends that you're noticing for some of the players that are really succeeding today?
I feel like one of the big things I've been noticing right now is that the players who are tending to kind of just play for tempo are just doing, I'd say on average, just, I don't want to say like strictly better, but on average they're doing a lot better across the board. And what I mean by that is that if players are not hitting big spikes early on or hitting like big clear direction early on with either items or augment combination, what's happening is they're just spending their gold, they're creating the strongest board they can, and they are just playing to make additional placement. Even if that placement is 6th to 5th or what have you, that's what they've been doing, and they've been having a stronger position, I think, across the board. And that's at least from what I have noticed on this one. I don't have like a graph or a document that kind of trends this across the board or what have you, but it feels like the players who are taking risks are not having the same outcomes as strong as the players who are just strictly playing to make the strongest board they can at the time that they can.
I mean, taking a look at the bottom 8 players that potentially have a chance to make it into the top 8 to move on tomorrow, Frodan, you know, there is kind of an argument that you might have to play a little bit riskier in order to make it into the top 8. But, you know, is that really the case when there is some data to back up what Admirable just said, which is just play with the hand that you're dealt?
I mean, that's what you're always trying to do in TFT, but there's definitely some ways that you can dial up the risk that you take on versus things that you have to be very careful about. And there's actually a cutoff between 8th and 9th place right now. There's 3-point gap between Vile, Setsuko, and Robovan, who are all tied at 24 points. And then there's a 3-point gap between Kivas and Spencer at 21. That's a pretty significant size. While it is a difference between 4th and 6th, you have 2 games. So you have to evaluate if you're a player like Kivas and Spencer, are you going to try to aim more for top 2? Or do you want to just try to steady gain advantage through a top 4? And I feel like you can't really do that. I think that you have to play a little bit more aggressively and try to see if you can have an opportunity to reach that top 2, because you have to imagine that other players are also aiming for top 4. So if you both top 4, the people who are ahead of you stay ahead of you. I think you got to dial it up a little.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, there are some players, though, that have played incredibly consistently and have been rewarded so far by being able to stay in the top 8. I think Asa is one of those players that has been very, very consistent in getting top 4s across the board. But, you know, I am really excited to see how these players do decide to dial it up as we do take a look at games 5 and 6, where we have also reseeded the lobbies again. So whoever you're with for your lobby, that's who you're with for the rest of day 2. So let's see what we've got. I mean, Challengers doing very, very well. Obviously, Innovators, if you can hit the 7 Innovators, is also doing exceptionally well. But there's some other compositions thrown in there that, let's just see what we get. Creativity, flexibility, definitely the name of the game as we head into Game 5. Admirable and Frodan, take it away.
All right, here we go. Game number 5, the pivotal second to last lobby that we'll be engaging in. It's an offensive carousel. A lot of bows, a lot of swords, a lot of rods. So no one is going to be hurting in terms of being able to combine potentially strong offensive items to start things off. We're going to hop on board with Ravan Kanab, who has done really interesting builds, but also some pretty egregiously overpowered ones. 7 Innovators, 6 Scholar with Heimer, 3 Jace, 2 with Blue. Like, what was going on with that?
Yeah.
That was one of the most hilariously overpowered versions of that composition I've seen in a long time.
You know, sometimes it's just things go a little bit overboard, and I'm not going to say that was the case for Robert Van Kanab's board. You know, I personally like seeing the egregiously powerful compositions. You know that is something that I thirst and crave. The more power, the better. Give it to me. But I will say that for Robert Van Kanab, they're going to hope that they can at least mirror the performances they have had in the first 4 games they've had. They've had the nice, solid 6th, 2nd, 6th, 2nd. If they can, I'm sorry, 6th, 2nd, 6th, 1st. If they can come anywhere even close to those finishes in these last 2, they're looking at a top 8 performance and moving on to day 3 of this one. So that's going to be, I think, a big focus here for Robbie Van Kanab, is that if they can just hit one more big performance, that's a great chance that they're making it into that top 8.
That's right. So starting things off with having a strong Yordle and a pretty good AP, I think Robvan has really shown that they're willing to play a lot of AP-based strategies, so this should be in their element. Ascension does also lean into the way you want to play AP. If you stall out, have a strong front line that just stalls with a bunch of CCs, and halfway through, after all of the CC wears off, damage activates, kicks in, and you start doing some big burst potential.
Oh yeah, it's like Power Rangers at that point. They just kick it up, and no matter what, it seems like they don't stop getting more powerful.
That was set 3 when they had mech infiltrators and the 3 mech pilots would all jump into the Garen. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you didn't play set 3, but that's literally what happened. Taking a look at what's going on here, we have a Poppy 2. I guess we could choose to level to play another Arcanist, but it does require you to sell other pairs, and I'm not sure if that's super valuable here. So I think Robovan will eventually move to one of the more ideal economic starts, which is 3 Innovator, 3 Yordle at level 5, if we can get to that point. We do have a couple other people who are leveling the 4, so we'll see if they can keep up the tempo.
Yeah, and this is, I think, an excellent point that you made that Robovan tends to favor the AP compositions here, because I know a lot of players that would have slammed Last Whisper in this instance. I know a lot of players that would have slammed Rageblade in this instance. I don't know a lot of players that would have slammed Jeweled Gauntlet in this instance, but if you're favoring AP, that does feel like what you would slam at this point. So I think that's an excellent little spot that you pointed out there, is that they're basically trying to get this econ very healthy, which means they want to keep all these things they have. You know, we're looking at Innovator possibility. We're looking at strong, some strong AP possibilities there as well. You're also positioning yourself on Carousel to make sure you can take advantage of the items that you have there. Just kind of one of the openings that you have when you start with Yordles.
That's interesting. What kind of builds are you thinking about when you slam Ginsu's Rageblade?
I just like Rageblade a lot. And I know a lot of players that kind of use that, and they play towards that Innovator lean. They like really lean that direction, and they're looking at like stacking like an Orianna or a Seraphine with like a Rageblade Shojin kind of thing.
Oh, sure, fair enough.
I noticed anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you value as part of the tree that you're trying to go for. Speaking of the trees, Pakigam, in this early Gangplank twin shot situation, clearly trying to angle for a mercenary start, but has not found 3 mercenaries. Going up against Sox, who has not actually had the day that he was looking for. He dominated day number 1. Day number 2 feels quite mortal. He's 11 points currently, with his most recent 2 games being a 7th and an 8th. Only 1 top 4 so far today, so it's been kind of rough. Akigam does end up getting the win versus Sox, and now has leveling to 5 and trying to leverage the fact that he can farm gold with things like this Gangplank, and the fact that he's picked Pirates. This is such an interesting augment that most people probably don't even know what it actually does, because just how rare that it's picked, which is 50% of the time when your mercenaries get the kill, the execute, then they have a chance of dropping a gold. And this also applies to creep rounds as well. A very interesting situation here.
Yeah, honestly, Pirates is just not that strong of an augment. But the situation that Pakigam is in right now, they're sitting in 15th place at 8 points. They need like back-to-back firsts in order to find themselves having a chance at day 2. Or I'm sorry, at day 3. We're in day 2 currently. If Pakigam can get back-to-back firsts, there's a chance that they can make it there. But if you're going to get back-to-back firsts and you know that that's what you need to have, you're just going to have to take giant risks. And when you're in that position and you can't make day 3 otherwise, why do I keep saying day 2? If you can't make day 3 without getting 2 firsts, what that means is take some big risks, because frankly, it's kind of fun to play at this level of gameplay and be taking big risks, because sometimes you get big payoffs and sometimes you take big punishments.
Wow, taking a look at the augment choices, 3 players having Knife's Edge: Setsuko, Exniamo, and Spencer. And then you're taking a look at some of the other combat augments, like the Ascension we saw, as well as Thrill of the Hunt. The only thing that catches my eye outside of that is DQA having that early Tome of Traits off that augment. Burtosaurus hits a Talon 2, levels to 5. He looks pretty strong. You have a player that can challenge Pakigam for board supremacy currently in stage 2. That would be it. We're looking at Setsuko's board, who also is very strong. This is actually exactly where Setsuko's in his element. He really likes playing like a strong core bruiser challenger frontline in stages 2 and 3, anchored by, if not the bruisers, also Camille and Warwick, and trying to leverage that to play powerful AD compositions. And that's how he's really climbed the majority of the set. It feels like this has anchored his Urgot play, really allows him to pivot into challengers very frequently. And he's very fluid by playing the AD Knife's Edge tree.
Yeah, it does feel like that they absolutely understand the branch between these two and how they end up fitting together. And this is actually where I felt like I got one of my strongest mid to end game transitions was watching Setsuko play exactly this way, where when you get to when you have to lean towards the challenger side because that's what you hit on your roll down, you use Zac and Mundo as your two core frontliners. They're your bruisers, and they sit there. You use Warwick as one of your challengers. That's where you get the Chemtech from, and then you slowly transition that board over to challengers. When you hit the Urgot thing, you already have a pretty strong core set up, and there's all sorts of different things that can happen that are just little nuanced differences based on your augments and based on what kind of items that you're panning out with. And Setsuko has performed very well over the course of set 6 so far, using this core build throughout the entirety of the tournaments that they play. This is where they lean and where they favor, and frankly, it has just done fantastic, and I've been very impressed with how clean it feels over the course of its performance.
Pretty interesting. At the last second, goes for a swap with Seraphine to the back line and places her in the Socialite Hex, probably to add just a little bit of healing that could potentially swing things. But all that healing is for naught when your entire team is dead, and Echo applies the anti-heal Grievous Wounds with his Parallel Convergence. That's just going to be a convincing victory for Birdosaurus behind that Talon too. Pokigom did end up losing, so Birdosaurus isn't challenged for streaking, but Setsuko immediately hits Trundle too. So the lobby's starting to heat up. On the other side of the equation, DQA 64, what looks like to be a 5 loss on stage 2, with Exniabo and Spencer behind them. DQA, a player who was feeling really good, but in the early lead, having a couple of strong first places, and is basically was in people's chat saying, look, as long as I don't have a repeat of yesterday, essentially if I just don't have a DQA moment going 8-8 to wrap up the day, I'll be all right. I think I'll be chilling. He says, I'll probably aim for like 6th place a couple times. And we'll see, man. When you aim for 6, sometimes you end up biting off a little bit more than you can chew.
Yeah, sometimes when you aim for 6, though, everything spikes in your favor, and you just end up cranking out at first. You're like, oh wow, who knew that just playing for as strong as board as I could right now was going to lead to literally the strongest board in the lobby. And so for Birdosaurus here, I feel like leaning for the strongest board in the lobby right now is definitely one of their major concerns. You're on a 5 win streak, you have 4 Assassin, you have Thrill the Hunt, you have fantastic items. Dan, it's really hard to disagree with what Birdosaurus is doing here.
Yeah, the only thing is that he's playing a lot of 1-stars, so if he does meet up against someone else who is spiked meaningfully that can deal with Talon, it's really just a Talon show on this board. There's a little bit of echo damage. If you meet somebody else that also has comparable amount of power, and Talon doesn't really get onto the right targets, it can easily swing right against Birdosaurus. Does end up going against Shaco. Shaco not able to get deceived at the last second, so another win here in favor of Bert, who does have that level advantage as well. Sox takes another loss. Sox does have a lot of potential to improve. He has a pair of all of his assassins that's currently on the bench, including the Zyra. So Sox is also capable of spiking pretty severely on 3-2.
And for Exniamo here, pretty strong items to open up with. I'm a big fan of Giant Slayer early on, even, just because I know that I have a Giant Slayer backed up at that point. And the Morello, these items aren't exactly where you want them ideally, but holy smokes, these upgrades certainly are.
Oh my gosh, the Samira 2 this early? I mean, that's kind of the situation that you need in order to spike dramatically, because Samira does require a lot of conditions to be right. Wow. One of them is that she wants to be 2-starred early, and another, she has to have items. So we do have this Giant Slayer. We can put a bow or a sword, start working towards other things like a Bloodthirster or Last Whisper, Infinity Edge. All these different items are pretty powerful, but the problem is Birdosaurus gets to jump. Talon deletes the Samira super quickly, and it's up to the rest of the team. This Twitch 1 with the Thrill of the Hunt makes all the difference. Exniamo makes Samira 2 and loses. It is a Thrill gap.
Yeah, I mean, Thrill is a very powerful, very, very powerful augment, I think, especially at the silver portion, because it means that everyone else's augment isn't going to be drastically stronger when it is stronger. It's just going to be slightly stronger because it's a silver augment. And so here, a second silver one gets found. And what that means is that your gold is going to be a heavy influencer over how strong your board is going to look right now. When you have 2 silver augments to start, it's not quite the same as when you have like a gold and a silver, or a prismatic and a silver, or even just 2 gold. at that point. So for Exniamo here, this finding a Samira 2 and then finding a way to really back this up is quite necessary. They sit at 19 points, which is 11th place right now. So they need 2 above average finishes coming into these final 2 games in order to strengthen their chance to find day number 3. Only 8 players are going to be advancing, which means half the field is getting cut.
It's just quite unfortunate that Exniamo matched up against Bertosaurus. I'm pretty sure Exniamo has the second strongest board in the lobby currently.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we do have a very fragile front line in the form of a Swain 1 and a Blitzcrank at 1 star. But outside of that, I feel like Exniamo, as long as they avoided Bertosaurus, would be on a streak. Now, that being said, that's a Gangplank at 2 stars for Pokygom. And he does have the Enforcer. He is actually trapping the Samira. It's actually kind of close, but the Gangplank is not being dealt with. No one jumped onto the GP. The RFC kept them very safe. And Pokygom continues to farm the gold. Impressive.
Yeah. This is definitely kind of interesting. I would assume that Exniamo's board would have been performing a little bit stronger in this as well. It could be a positioning difference. It could be, a bit of an augment difference. It might just be, like you said, the frontline difference at this point. It did feel like that frontline collapsed pretty quickly. So for Exniamo here, this is, again, one of those spots where I'm kind of scratching my head when I see these fights happen. It's like, wow, I really thought this was pretty darn strong in terms of the board.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to maybe Exniamo selling that Poppy too, which could have brought a little bit more stability to the front line. But I don't blame them. The desire to try to sell gold to improve your economic position, because it felt like with that Samira 2 spec, you should have been good enough. But either way, we're moving on and taking a look at how everything is transpiring. You do see 2 people speaking. It is Pocky and Bird, who did meet around here last time, so we'll see if they end up meeting again. DQA moves up to 7. A lot of people actually joining him as well, trying to keep up their momentum. Hopping back on board with Robovan, who has since not picked up a second copy of Heimerdinger. And this is a really tricky position for a lot of AP players. On the one hand, you're not the most stable. On the other, you still have a lot of HP that you can play with, and you do want to continue to eco up so that you have enough gold to roll at 8, because ultimately, the key is to avoid rolling on 7 at all costs. If you are able to greed it, you're going to have such a strong position to scale into late game because you have all the gold to hit the 4 and 5 costs that you need.
Pokygom moved up to 7 here as well and found a twin-shot sniper as their backup. But it's been tough to chew through this front line, and this is Ascension now active. Is this enough, though?
Oh,
wow.
My goodness. Is Gangplank just pickpocketing all these units for their gold.
Yarr.
And Pokygom is streaking.
Ooh.
Still, at this stage of the game with Pirates, taking a look at the Merc cash out for DQA. It looks like it's kind of minor, not like a crazy spike, but did pick up a couple of really special items like the Toma traits, as well as Aniko's help. When you look at this, is this enough of a meaningful power spike to make sure that DQA can pull himself out of his deficit?
Well, this mutant, I mean, this team is gonna mutate into like just a 5 mutant build, pretty quickly, and to just try to back that up as much as possible. And that tends to be a pretty powerful spike if you can find it early enough and 2-star your units. So the Misfortune acting as a mutant here with a Guardian Angel plus a Jeweled Gauntlet, if this leans onto the favorite side, you deal a ton of damage in a spot like this.
Right, especially with the Voracious Appetite now feeding more additional ability power. The ZZ Rock Construct feeds that into the Misfortune.
Wow.
DQA is turning things around, slowly but surely, piecing together a nice 2 streak, and has all the components to make sure that he can scale well into the late game. We saw a board like this from in a game. Oh my goodness, hold the phone. Another mutant emblem has just appeared, giving even more scalability options. Even it gets to put the mercenaries back in. What on earth?
Yeah, I mean, this might be a see you later Cho'Gath sort of situation too. I mean, do you really want to be taking up slots if this is how you're going to be buffing your board? You know, I don't want to take up 2 unit slots if my board's getting buffed from units. You know,
another GA
taking a psych from the. Oh my god, this is getting insane. I'm like losing my train of thought here because my head is exploding with how many possibilities DQA has there. Over on Spencer's side, that is an Innovator emblem that's sitting on this Warwick right now. And this is a hefty reroll for some Twitches at the moment.
Oof. Hitting a bunch of the units that he wants, but running out of bench space. Ends up hitting Twitch 3. Doesn't look like Ezreal 3 was very likely, so we might end up committing to a Warwick 3 as well. No Quicksilver on him. Instead, he's probably going to prioritize making Last Whisper, but we don't actually have any bow items, so it looks like he's instead just going to make Bloodthirster. That's just an okay item, not the best that you want for Twitch. But Spencer doesn't really get to negotiate in this position.
No, Spencer really does not. Spencer sits at 10th place at 21 points right now. And so, again, 2 above-average finishes are going to be necessary to find a strong chance for day 2. I'm sorry, for day 3. I swear I'm going to say day 3 one time correctly as we get to this point. I don't know why I'm slipping up so much. But the innovator thing here, I mean, I've noticed this to be like a much more popular composition in the last just week even of TFT is the reroll innovators for Twitch. And then just kind of scaling your way forward, moving into level 8. Like at times you're going to hit the big innovator spike from the 3rd augment, and you have a strong board because you have this Twitch 3 sitting in place. And I've even seen this Twitch get sold at the end of the game in order to get 7 innovator in play. It's kind of crazy how powerful I feel like this composition really is in terms of its fluidity with the game plan and the lobby. But right now, it's fitting pretty nicely. You know, Spencer has a decent life total. This is a pretty powerful board. It's just, is it going to be powerful enough? Because it feels like everyone is hitting some pretty big spikes right now.
Well, positioning of Twitch is pretty good because his Pierce can be able to land across multiple units. Does lack the Affinity Edge for the big crits. Hopefully this Warwick can tank for a little bit longer. That Heimer is at a 2-star. With the 3rd rocket, does end up getting a pretty significant amount of damage. Twitch trying to get the last bit of shots. Able to deal some pretty significant damage, enough to the Blitzcrank to push through. And Robovan does take another loss. Let's take a look at Bertosaurus, who is 1 away from a Talon 3. We saw him hit Talon very early. Rolling, finds another Shaco 2, finds a pair, another pair, hits the Talon 3. All he really needs is to find that RFC. That rapid fire cannon is so crucial, and while it has gotten nerfed since the Talon patch previously, it's still very much his best item in order to ensure maximum uptime. And now Robovan faces yet another assassin reroller.
Yeah, this is kind of nuts to be facing this many assassins in a row. It's not something you typically expect. And for Bertosaurus here, also having the assassin heart lined up, that means that you have 6 assassin just ready to go. Like it is locked and loaded. And so really the big deal is quite literally finding the RFC for this Talon and then finding something to back up a little bit of support for this. Because Talon does need a little bit of time. The thrill just doing work over in this spot. You know, Bertosaurus taking a much smaller hit as a result of that. And that's exactly what they need right now. They need a little bit more time. Akali with a bow. That's 5 gold with a bow floating there. Bertosaurus may not be getting an RFC. There is a big chance that they're not getting it.
Right, but if there is not RFC, you can still work on Quicksilver. It's totally fine, acceptable, and Spencer's going to go ahead and beeline for it. What does Birkin end up going for? Does he have to take a 1-cost cloak? Is there any other way?
Ooh.
He ends up taking a sword instead. I believe he has a belt. If that's the case, then he maybe can opt for a Zeke's, but either way, I'm actually not entirely sure either, because I think I might have lost track of his components exactly. Either way, we're heading over to Exnialmo's board and taking a look at what they're able to make. Looks like a Frozen Heart Slam, one of Echo's best items to get into the back line and also help him cast a little bit earlier on his Parallel Convergence. But the rest of the board seems like Exnialmo is teching up. I was wondering if Exnialmo actually wanted to consider rolling at 7 further to see if he can go for Samira 3, or instead, is this just a replacement Samira down the road and eventually transition to a traditional Challengers board? I think with the current setup and the itemization, it implies that that Exnialmo wants to stay on the Samira since he already has 6 of them and he has the Imperial setup. But the problem is the Imperial units are so contested. We're having trouble even finding a Swain 2.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's the case. I feel like that the augment being an influence here is part of, the back of Exnialmo's mind as well. You know, this could be a backup Samira. It could be a Samira 3. It could just be that maybe you're not even on Challengers at the end of the day. I feel like so much of it is going to boil on what this last augment is providing you. You have Knife's Edge and you have Stand United. You have so many different ways to generate your damage sources that this last augment could be a big difference. And this is a prismatic augment, Dan.
Prismatic Augment. So the first thing that jumps out of mind immediately, if you're re-rolling, High Roller has been buffed again and now gives you 8 gold instead of 4. So that is something that I'm immediately thinking about. However, is there a better way we could utilize things like Socialite Soul and Challenger Crown? What do the Challenger emblems really do? It gives you uptime on units like Assassins, like Talon could utilize it. I just don't think it's that strong. It is high roller. Do we rip the high roller right now and try to go for it, or do we do something else instead, like wait a round or two? Uses one high roller, hits Samira, and even gets another Fiora pair as well. So here we go. Another 3-star unit, and this time is one of the stronger 3 costs that you can hit. And everybody else in the lobby comes to look at it and see what does the board actually look like.
Well, how could you not come take a look at this point? It's such a fantastic little find here. So it's important to note that you do want to be maximizing the high roller chance there if you're going to be finding that. And Samira on level 7 is a 35% chance if you use it on either Fiora, Samira, or Camille in that instance, of which, these units are available from Exniamo's spot. So I think a wise choice and wise use of it here. It's just, is it going to be strong enough to get the job done?
Is this a loss? There's no way! The Zyra with the Syndicate is so tanky. You're telling me we hit Samira 3 and lost? Sox has to feel really good about that. He's preserved his streak. He picked the Assassin Crowns. Was able to get a little bit more crit damage. And that Zyra was unstoppable in that 1v3.
Look at these augments across. Setsuko with 2 Knife's Edge. Bertosaurus took Windfall for the gold there. DQA takes Enforcer. That's going to be a 4 Enforcer set, I imagine.
And
These are going to be
Exniamo,
some spicy builds.
apparently the graphics we have is the gold version of High Roller, which I guess sometimes it feels like the gold tier augment.
I swear I thought that was 2 Nikos that dropped. I was about to freak out. I was like, who gets 2 Nikos off of a last creep round?
Not next Exniamo, that's for sure. Very close, though. For in a situation where we see a big roll down here from DQA going for that Malzahar 3. He's very close to stabilizing with his mutant board. Finds a Jinx. Can go for Jinx 2 right here or a Malzahar 3. And I think if you just go by probability, Jinx 2 is much stronger of a make simply because she's just that much rare to find. Doesn't make either of them. Very confident that he should still be able to win. And he plays the Shroud onto this Kassadin and immediately dies. And the Dark Star power is spreading. Finding a way to get this Jinx to pop onto Pakigom's backline.
Oh
and
my
Pakigom does have
gosh.
the most health, but he went from 60 and took 16 and now is down to 44. A few more losses like that and Pakigom will be eliminated. Speaking of being eliminated, 2 of the rerollers, Bertosaurus with Talon 3 and Exniamo with Samira 3. The Imperial rerollers are struggling right now.
This is just crazy to see. Did you see how much damage that Jinx dealt on the dive down to Pakigom's entire board in that spot? Like, this is just a crazy amount of damage that DQA is finding from this front line just being sacrificed and being offered up in this way.
Whoa.
Wow.
You can actually sell the Kassadin in order to make that Malzahar. Something that people actually sometimes make a mistake, in my opinion, is they actually make Kassadin too. You actually want Kassadin to die as soon as possible so that you can continue to improve your Dark Star board. That's why you often put the ZZ Rod on a 1-star Kassadin.
Dan taught me this.
This works out very well for DQA.
Dan taught me this the first time I played this this build of a composition, and I just couldn't believe how strangely powerful it was to have your units actually die quicker at the start. And you're kind of seeing that exact same thing happen here, where it's like this Jace has been cranking through some damage right now.
Oh my.
I'm sorry, there's a pair of Jaces here.
What
One of them's not getting buffed. Oh my gosh, these damage hits are so huge.
This
DQA
Shaco
taking a loss here.
is outrageously strong. The Celestial Blessing plus the Syndicate healing just gives Shaco so much sustain. I also really like this Titans move on Shaco because it does give him some ability to scale deep into the fights. I don't expect a board like this to be able to be streaking in a prismatic lobby, and yet Sox is able to do exactly that. And this Tahm Kench with an assassin emblem is just chef's kiss. I mean, that's exactly what you want to be able to see to farm some items off of Tahm Kench in an unusual spot.
And that being able to crit on the consumption, that could be such a big difference. 6 assassin in play. Like, this Tom is not hitting lightly on the consumption process.
Oh, well, Shaco is right now being bounced around, and we do have the Frozen Heart, but the immediate Devour takes care of that, and this Shaco's tankiness is just not really to be underestimated. Is Titan's actually one of the better items on Shaco? I can't tell. It feels like right now Sox is just kind of playing whatever he got, and as a result is still cleaning up the rest of the lobby, and this is exactly what Mismatch Sox needs to climb back to the standings. Exniamo out in 8th place, despite hitting 2-star Samir on his 3-2 roll down and hitting that Samir 3.
How many mutant emblems are going to be in the game? My gosh, DQA has like 13 mutant emblems.
I mean, you can't even fit 13 mutant emblems onto the board. So DQA doesn't even know what to do with all of those mutant emblems. I'm sure what you can end up thinking about is replacing units like Kassadin for higher quality stuff. But yes, he is in a really interesting spot. And I think what's even more intriguing is that DQA isn't streaking any longer, and he's at 20 HP. But so is everybody else. As Suko is at 22, he's in 3rd place. Jin 2 picked up here for Pakigam. Sorry,
that's a 7th
another Jin. I apologize. He has Jin on the board.
That's an
Jin number
8th Jin.
8.
No way. Pakigam undergoing a pretty big transition here as well. A lot of items sitting on the bench as we got to this point. Is this enough to fight through, and where do these last 2 items go?
It's going to be tricky going up against Spencer. Spencer does have that 3-star Warwick and that 3-star Twitch. The Enforcer's a big deal. Twitch still not active. Jin is focusing on only the units in front of him, not actually getting good AoE onto the entirety of the team. But there's a secondary carry in the Kaisa. Actually, there's a Fiora. This team has so many carry sources. How do you take them all down?
Bertosaurus falls. Spencer down to 4. Setsuko down to 9. This lobby is getting close, and Sox is on top, and this is exactly what Sox needed in a lobby like this. He had to have back-to-back strong performances in these final 2 games, or there's no shot at day number 3.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Sox did take a pretty hefty loss, what looks like to be to Robovan. And if we're looking at Pakigam's board, he's not really preoccupied with Sox. He's just trying to make sure that he can survive long enough to get a chance at Jin 3 because that can swing. Oh, hold the phone. Never mind. He is very much preoccupied with the Mismatch Sox. This Kaisa needs to get out before the Devour, but not before the Tom Kench is able to get to there. And now Yumi is stuck next to the Tom Kench. The Kaisa Monsoon wipes out a lot of the units. Sox does end up farming a little bit extra. No, the Fiora just spat out. There's no items for Sox here. Oh my goodness gracious, what looked like potentially a strong option for Sox to land a comfortable top 4 now has been put into question of whether or not he will be able to go into the top 4. We have seen positions like this where anybody could get into that top 4 spot and be dropped out in 5th.
It's just, I wish I could see all these items across the board. Frozen Heart certainly feels like a great one for Pakigam. This board is all about buy time. And when you're sitting on a 2-star Kaisa, a 2-star Yumi, and you have 8 Jins in the tank, hoping to get that last one, Frozen Heart is exactly the kind of item you are ecstatic to see off of this creep round.
I think
Stage 6.
Yeah,
Go on.
I'm not sure. I just think that right now he's trying to go for it. He finds Jin 3. Pakigam has done it. Now it's really about keeping Jin safe. The power level of this lobby has absolutely skyrocketed. Oh no, and Sox not really hitting anything on his roll down. This is a situation where I feel like Sox hasn't really capitalized enough on things like his Tom Kench. And this very much could easily be a situation where it gets out of hand. Going up against DQA, who has a very strong mutant board, but only 1-star Jays, only 1-star Kaisa. The Enforcer does end up locking down the Shaco for quite some time. Able to potentially snipe 2 of these carries, but the Dark Star power is really starting to ramp. Jigs lands and destroys half the board. Oh, and Sox does survive. Setsuko takes the 5th. But is this where Sox drops off? I think 4th might be the best that he can ask for because Pakigam has Jin 3. DQA has Dark Star mutants out the wazoo, and Robovan has just such a big HP lead.
I feel like so much of this boils down to how Sox is able to position and then just really how the rest of the fight energy dissipates. I feel like against DQA, that was just not going to be a winnable situation. That Jinx ability is just wiping out the entirety of the board by the time you get to the end of it. It's almost like you're empowering the Jinx by having all these assassins in play. Twitch takes the Zephyr there, which is a really big deal. That is your weakest unit by far.
Okay. Okay, but we still are working on the bear, and we're not able to get to the back line, and that's big crits coming out from the Heimerdinger. Robovan, I think, has done it. A big Zyra hit didn't wipe out enough, and now it's just up to Braum to see if he can preserve as much HP, but with DQA at 1, Sox is going to land in 4th place. We have our top 3 settled. Pokygom is now on a streak. That pirate gold, farming as much resources as possible, has led to him nailing Gen 3. He has Jace 2 now. It's pretty much Pokygom's world, and everyone else is playing for 2nd.
Yeah, Roby Van Kenobi here, clearly went for the Innovator idea. It didn't quite work out. They found a Scrap instead, and that's where they leaned. 5 Innovator, 4 Scrap. It is a tremendous amount of frontline you have. You have a lot of time to take advantage of it. So the Heimer with the blue buff and then 2 AP items there, and then the Seraphine on top of that. You have plenty of time to get damage done here, but as you had mentioned with the Sox composition, I feel like this may be the peak of it because DQA and Pocky are just stacked to the brim right now.
I mean, the Jinx does land onto the battlefield, but she didn't do enough burst to actually take it down. The second wave will be good to put Robin down to 1 HP. It's down to 1 HP, which means... Wait, there's another mutant emblem, and it's on a Jinx. This game is so troll. You don't even need it. You don't even need it, DQ. Like, what are you going to do with that? Just prioritize, I guess, another item? Another
don't even benefit from it at this point.
I think for...
What does Pokygom take here?
Pokygom, just... The name of the game here for Pokygom is how can I avoid having Jin die? I'm actually just down to put this Warmogs onto Jin, but you can also put it on Yumi. You can also put it on Yumi to keep her, to make her shielding even more powerful. And also, there's a little trick where because you keep stacking Yumi with Warmogs, she ends up being the one getting enforced for the HP, and that doesn't really matter because she's attaching to champions. So it's a really interesting dynamic there that you can counterplay. Another option is exactly this. Jace scales with health as the front line. Ends up going for a last second rearrange. Robovan basically praying that he loses by fewer. We might see a double kill here, Nathan.
It's very possible. I mean, a Gen 3 is scary, and when it has a blue buff, it gets going real quick. Look at that back corner. Take note of it, because it's going to be going real quick unless this Jin can get collapsed on, which it is not getting collapsed on. Big hits at the end. Robovan's going to fall. DQA does win their fight, however, though. So it's now the heads-up battle. Pokygom maybe has 2 hits here, but it feels very difficult to break through and actually attack this back line. Again, if this Jin doesn't get collapsed on, the Jin takes over.
So there's 2 things that come to mind. One, in this situation, Guardian Angel is a really big deal to avoid Jin just immediately, destroying everything and you get a second chance. The second is that if Pokygom has to be mindful not to clump too much, and he knows that because the way Jinx interacts, so he can prioritize putting Jin to a safer spot, just like this. He clumps most of his units into the bottom right, puts Jin to the bottom left, he eats the Shroud, gets enforced, actually, because it's a 4 enforcer situation, and DQA has all the time to get set up, but can he actually find a way to get through everything? Jin goes into the curtain call, but the Yumi final chapter is a big deal.
Wow!
And all the damage comes through. Is he dead? 1 HP. We're going to stage 7.
Both players are at 1! Oh my gosh, every player's been falling to 1 at the final point of this lobby.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so the enforcers are a really big deal. It's making it super difficult for Pokygom to get things stable. A little bit of a punish, I believe, for actually having the Warmogs on the Jace, because the double enforcer means that Jace also got enforced. And so he actually had half of his front line gone and almost all of his DPS gone for the first few seconds of the fight. And that swung a lot of things. Not to mention, great positioning on things for DQA to make sure the lineup CC, having Yumi opposite corner of Jin, stopped him before his curtain call could really be active. And so in reality, Jin didn't even get to play that battle.
What's happening on DQA's side of the board?
Wait a second. What?
What? What?
Wait, what? What just happened?
6-7 Creeps wins the lobby.
Morthdog, can you explain? What?
I have never seen that happen.
It hasn't been since the early days of TFT have I ever seen a player go out on a creep round.
In a heads-up battle, there's only 2 players left!
What? I don't understand. There's Dark Star mutants. He has Guardian Angels, plural. What?
Multiple Guardian Angels, multiple mutant emblems. I don't know. Honestly, guys, I don't know. Let's just move on to the lobby winners, because I think we could speculate about this for the rest of the day. But hey, Bakigam won that lobby, and Kivix won the other one.
Hey, look at that. 8 Arcanist. You love to see it. Twisted Fate, Gary. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of weird things happening in this game.
I was told that DQA took out his carries for Enforcer and then lost to the Rift Herald. I'm not entirely sure what I'm not entirely sure. I have to go back and watch DQA's perspective. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought that it was kind of like a bug, right? Like maybe somehow the Rift Herald was inheriting way too much power, but it was a 1-item thing. It wasn't even 3 items. I thought like the Rift Herald had like IE, Jewel Gauntlet, and Blue Buff, and just like was like critting his team nonstop. I can't believe what happened.
I think I'm sure it was like a 9,000 IQ play. But let's take a look at how everybody else did in their game 5.
Asa, another top 4. Oh my gosh.
Wait, but
somebody's got to stop Asa.
Hold on a second. Solus went 8th.
Solus did go 8th. Does that change anything? I think if he gets another 8th...
I don't think it changes anything.
Yeah, 34 is a really, really safe number that he had going into it, so I'm pretty sure Solus is still almost guaranteed to go through, but it's still, like, not a great thing that he did go with. But it's okay. I think Solus is dominated enough. Sorry, I'm not ready to move on yet. I still have emotional labor that I need to work through of what I just witnessed on this broadcast, which was DQA losing to the Rift Herald on day 2 of the mid-set finale. I just can't. I can't!
I feel like if you had not followed that up with on day 2 of the mid-set finale, it's a totally believable line. When you put in that spot, I'm just like, okay, what happened? Like, we were watching it, and I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't, but what I do know is that I can read the graphic in front of me, which does show us that 8th from Solus does put the top 4 now a little bit closer. Solus, DQA, and Asa. I mean, Admirable, you pointed out that Asa had yet another top 4 finish, and that has moved them up in the standings to 3rd place overall. But there's still that clear distinction between top 8 and bottom 8, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think the 34 might be the magic number here. I'm kind of doing like just some very quick scenarios in my head, and I think that 34 might be locked. And it's because of the way that the lobbies are distributed. There's just not enough players that can overtake your position, I think. So again, I haven't done really the math on this. I'm quite confident that Solus is locked at this point. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4. I really don't see how 8 players, can exceed the 35 point total. Like I'm pretty sure that's impossible with the way that the lobbies are distributed at this point. So Solus, I think, can just turn off the jets and really enjoy the rest of the day. For DQA here, and for Asa, I think they might just need to make sure they avoid 8th places. For the rest of this, though, it is pretty close in the middle of the pack. It's really that 29 mark that Ramblin's sitting at that the players, I think, are attacking coming into this next round. So Ramblin through Spencer all need a strong performance if they're going to strengthen that chance at day 3.
Yeah. Then for everybody else, Exniamo and below, pretty much game over. It's very, very, very unlikely, if not basically impossible, to get through at this stage. I think it would take like a catastrophic series of events for everybody else above them to to not be able to qualify, and players like Dish Soap or Exniamo get through. Also, shout out to Bakigam, right? Like being able to do a Pirates build. Like we lost a little bit of the sight the forest in the forest for the trees here. Like, Pokegom started off picking pirates as his first augment in a situation where I think almost no other player in this tournament would even consider playing pirates, because I think it's like a troll augment, and he first places with that gold advantage. I think Gangplank is a really underrated champion. I've seen enough. I'm convinced. I'm 20 at 20 Gangplank on PBE until further notice.
Oh gosh. A lot of interesting things have definitely happened today. I feel like, yeah, we're just gonna move on from what happened in that game 5. But before we do, I want to get some final thoughts from both of you. Thank you so much for bringing us through those 3 games of action for day 2. But Admirable, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just going to give a shout out specifically to Pokegom on this one. I think that Pokegom plays some incredible builds and is just willing to take chances that no other players are. And when I was able to watch their perspective, it just continued to be the case. And Pokegom just spits out some incredibly hilarious lines at times. So big shout out to Pokegom. I think they inspire me to try a lot of different things in this game when I'm playing. And it's just been a fantastic day to watch. Congratulations on making it to this far. You should be very proud of yourself. This is not an easy point of the tournament seed to make it to.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, hey, the bottom 8 still go home with prize money today, so that is pretty sweet. But Frodan, any final thoughts from you? And please don't say Rift Herald.
Play your carries in PvE rounds.
Good advice.
That's my final thought.
All right. Well, thank you so much again, Admirable and Frodan, for your commentary for day 2. Viewers at home, maybe check out fantasytft.com while we go to this break. When we come back, the final game of day 2 to see who's going to be our top 8 moving forward to day 3 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. Hi everyone, welcome back from Rift Herald is MVP of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. We just have to talk about it right now. Chat's going wild about it. Crowan and Wolfie, you actually got a chance to like digest it before we came back to the break. So Crowan, break it down. Why was that like the most giga brain thing we've actually ever seen?
Okay, so I know everyone's gonna be, memeing DQA, laughing at him, but he actually made a, quote-unquote good play, or at least an almost good play. Enemy is running 4 enforcers. You don't want your top DPS to get enforced. You take out, it was a Jinx, Malz, and Kai'Sa, and you don't think you're gonna lose against neutrals, right? Like, you think, okay, I'm just gonna beat it with whatever I have on the board. Most players, I think, in that situation would be thinking the same thing. If they realized that the enemy had 4 enforcer, they would try to do the exact same thing. Just unfortunately, Rift Herald was 1 HP, didn't kill it, but at least he didn't get enforced, so I guess it worked out.
Works out one way or another, right? But the fact of the matter is, we have one more game today, Wolfie, and there's so much on the line for these players. Top 8 make even more money of that $20,000 prize pool, and there are also tournament invitations on the line for the 6.5 Innovation Cup, as well as the NA Regional Finals. Some of these players are right on the cusp, so what are you kind of looking forward to for this final game of the day?
I think composition is really one thing that I would say. Can players remain composed when the pressure is really mounted? And not only are they dealing with pressure, especially the players on the bubble who are fighting to maintain their top 8 or get into the top 8, they're also dealing with fatigue. They've played 5 very grueling games of TFT, and in the last game, maybe some fatigue is starting to show a little bit. And these players are trying to play at their absolute peak, right? They're trying to bring out their absolute best, and we've been here for a couple hours at this point. That can really start taking a toll. And so I want to see which of the players can maintain composure and continue to make these world-class plays after such a long day of TFT.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, 6 games is a marathon, Cronin, especially when it's the mid-set finale. This is the most games most of these competitors play from any of the tournaments that have happened so far in Set 6.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting to the last game of day 2. They already played a whole day yesterday. Having to digest all information as well and utilize that to move forward. It's just, it's a lot, right? But it comes down to this. We're only going to have 8 move forward to tomorrow. We're going to have to say goodbye to 8 fantastic players. It's sad, but it's just the way tournaments happen, right? So one more game to see who makes it.
Not only are these tournament days long, but these lobbies are super, super sweaty. It's finally time for the final game of the day. Game 6, Crowan and Wolfie, bring it home.
Thank you very much. It is time to bring it home indeed, Wolfie. We are on board with Kivix, who is the lobby winner of this lobby from last game. And I just gotta say, Wolfie, I think Kivix is the god of reroll. It doesn't matter what units pop up in Kivix's shop, he'll reroll them. He's rerolled Shaco with Zac, rerolled Vi with Trundle, rerolled Heimer, Vex, Tarek Vex, it doesn't matter. Kivix will reroll it and make it work. Absolutely phenomenal player.
Yeah, and it's so exciting to see because they're able to find these kind of unusual edge cases, right? Like, nobody thinks, maybe Zac 3 can pair with this, unusual unit. But, really being willing to kind of play what the game is giving them. I think many players kind of think of that in terms of the 4 costs, right? Like, I roll down, I hit some big impactful 4 and 5 cost units, but maybe it also is, there's something to say for it in terms of the 3 costs as well, recognizing, or even, lower cost units in general, and just being willing to be flexible and to take what the game gives you in multiple senses of the word, not just the sense that I think we normally think about it. It's absolutely a skill, and it's fun to watch. It's exciting. You never know what units are going to end up on the board when you're watching Kivix.
Yeah, I'm looking at this board like, Kivix could very well roll Twitch here in this scenario, or could just re-roll, Trade Sector. Speaking of re-roll.
Speaking of
re-roll, there we go, a snap pick from Kivix on the Trade Sector. There is no doubt in my mind that once we get to the end of this game, Kivix will have multiple 3-star units on the board. Again, it's just which ones, and 3 Twitch. It might end up being Twitch.
Yeah, that's tempting. You have a bow, which is useful. You have a Singed already, and you actually have 4 Twitch already because there was one on the bench to start the turn, and a Talon as well. So, very interesting here to see what ends up being built. And you haven't even played an opponent yet, and you're almost halfway to your goal of 9 Twitch. It's not a bad way to start the final game of the day.
Definitely not. Has the Camille as well, which likes to find her way into the board. Has Ziggs too, just for good measure. See what items. I think that'll be the kind of big deal here. Once an offensive item for the Twitch, doesn't get it though. Not fantastic Twitch items. Zillion,
Yeah.
good for the board, but what do you make of this from the item perspective?
Well, I think you have a locket and a bow here, which doesn't sound
Yeah.
too terrible to me. I mean, that's still
Sure.
pretty useful. Again, you have a singed pair as well now, and so I think that you can definitely. I think it's still. I don't think it locks you out of Twitch, right? Locket is a lot of
That's
value
true.
early. We are going to see that get built there. We might even see the bow put on the Twitch here, although maybe they want to keep the options open. But yeah, no, I don't think it precludes you because Locket is just going to be saving you HP regardless of the comp that you play. So I like this decision from Kivix here.
Yeah, and even choosing to make the board stronger as opposed to having more of the units that you want for the end game of this comp. Zillion is in shop but can't buy it, doesn't have enough gold, needs everything on the bench right now. Even if he wins, can't really afford to sell any of these one-cost units, so isn't going to win, of course. Is just going to take down a couple of units. Talon does a fantastic job of doing that. 2-unit loss for Kivix. I think this is a good opener to the game, especially going up against Ramblin, who is level 4 and has Cybernetic for their augment choice.
Absolutely. We see Ramblin has an eco on the bench as well, which is interesting. Another Samira, second Samira of the game. Oh, sorry, we've actually switched perspectives. So we're on Ramblin's board now. And
Yep.
they're playing that cybernetic enhancement, which allows units that are holding items to get both HP and AD increase. So probably going to see an AD comp from Ramblin here, and that's looking pretty solid given has good offensive components here. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to keep winning because although they have a good augment, they don't have very upgraded units here. And yeah, Trundle obviously is solid, but with no, I guess he does have the scrap online, but definitely one-star Trundle is not normally going to be enough to carry you here. Going up against Asa, who has Celestial online, which is going to keep some of the units alive in combination with that Tarek. And the double misfortune, single misfortune, thought that Ezreal was misfortune here. I don't know if it's going to be enough here. It seems like the AD and HP that you gain from Cybernetics is just a lot of value. Ezreal going to go down here, and it's all in that misfortune. Is she going to be able to cast one more time? She does. She pick up the KO on the Poppy? Just barely no. And
No.
a 3-unit loss there and a 3-unit win for Ramblin, making this Cybernetic start look pretty strong.
Yeah, spreading out the components to make sure you get as much value as you can out of that choice. Even going to be replacing one of these units. Has a couple of bruisers, a couple of scraps, a nice opener here. Ramblin can even sell to 10. Could level up right now if he really wants to protect the streak. We have seen multiple times throughout today players level up to 5 and at least pre-leveling. Could still make the decision if he wants to sell this Swain and the other two, but no, just the pre-level here for Ramblin. Now go up against Dish Soap.
Yeah, very interesting positioning, by the way. Putting the Blitzcrank in the backline with Samira in the third row. So very interesting there. We are going to see the Trundle pick up the KO on the Ziggs, although it will be felled itself right about now. But the Vi is also a nice position, keeping the opponent's units away from that Samira, who's probably doing the most of the damage on this board.
Yeah.
Picking up a big win against Dissoap here. So they are winning into the neutral, or into the carousel round here, which is a big deal because they pre-leveled, so they didn't even have the option of selling to make econ here, which they could have had if they lost. So yeah, going into the carousel now with 2 players at 100 HP still.
Yep, Covenel as well being the second one alongside Ramblin. Ramblin does have the Nico's help, as you mentioned. Was thinking of, a niche scenario where if a Ramblin happened to get another Samira, could just have Nico'd it for a tier 2, but no Samiras on this carousel. You see Valet rolling around very quickly there. Of course, Metabolic Accelerator is going to be healing Valet back up throughout the course of the game. Really nice augment when it comes to, wanting to at least top 4. And will certainly help Valet secure a top 8 finish on the day. Is currently in 9th, but a top 4 would be super, super good. Moving over to Covenel. Actually already has a Mutant Emblem. Taking a Mutant Crest for the first augment choice here.
Yeah, very interesting to see that here. And the mutation is Voracious Appetite. So every time any unit dies, they will boost the rest of the mutant's power. So definitely a strong augment. Useful in multiple carries. Can use it in Kaisa in the late game. Malzahar, Cho'Gath, obviously. All mutants benefit from it, especially ones that do damage. So gonna be interesting here. Going up against Solus, though, there was one patch during the set where that item combination on a Twisted Fate was considered particularly scary. Let's say.
Yeah.
And even since those nerfs, I mean, you can see how
Still
strong
good.
it is here. This was 100 HP. Covenal had 100 HP going into this round, and now takes 10 damage, the absolute maximum they could have between Twisted Fate with those items, and a really timely Zyra stun taking out the back line.
Yep, Solus with an early game strong board, name a better duo. Solus did go 8th last game, and that is because he tried a reroll composition, tried to play reroll protectors, but that doesn't make a strong early game board, so yeah, not a great finish for Solus there, but it's still okay. I think he's, feeling pretty comfortable moving forward into tomorrow. Kovano finds a Cho'Gath, actually could have 5 mutant, at least soon, right? It has to actually have a unit to place the mutant emblem on, but when he's level 6, he can make that happen, because Cho'Gath does take those 2 slots, of course.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see Coven will not play this Cho'Gath here, because although it's a weaker board, you do start getting those stacks immediately, and I feel like maybe they're considering not even taking it. Maybe they don't want to play Cho'Gath. I think one of the advantages of the mutant emblem is that you don't need to play Cho'Gath necessarily, because typically if you want to play 5 mutant, you need to have Kaisa or Cho'Gath, both units. Well, Kaisa being obviously difficult to hit, and then Cho'Gath taking 2 unit slots. But one of the advantages of the Spatula is that you don't have to play that Colossus unit, which can be quite difficult to make fit in a comp. Actually, not even going to pick it up here, despite it wouldn't even cost them econ. But yeah, they're just not willing to take it here, interestingly enough. So we'll have to see if they're able to find that Mundo to get that 5 mutant online, since they have the other 3 plus the emblem.
Not even letting Cho ride the bench. Just doesn't want to have him any part of that. And I think that's fine, right? With the Voracious Appetite, it's going to be a lot of damage coming through from, assumingly, I think, Malzahar in this situation, maybe even rolling for a tier 3, but still could push levels, right? Find a Kaisa. There's been so many strong endgame Kaisa boards that we've seen this tournament, and I think we might be seeing something similar. Moving over to Solus real quick. He does have 3 Syndicate, 3 Arcanist right now. Not great to get a bow and a belt with these items. A Giant Slayer actually could be slammed here. That would be not bad if Solus does want to continue this win streak, and he's so good from being in a position where he can win streak for a while.
Yeah, I was watching Solus a bit earlier in the tournament, and there was 2 consecutive rounds where he lost to ZZ Rot. So maybe there's a world where he thinks, hey, I've seen the power of this thing. Maybe it's time to put it in. But sure. No, you're right. It's just going to be the more conventional Giant Slayer. What's nice about these items is that although it looks like he's leaning towards AP. It's not. These items are still flexible enough where you can use blue buff on units like Jace. Giant Slayer is just useful across the board, and Morellos can be used on a whole number of different units. Solus doesn't seem too concerned about their econ here, and actually levels to 6 early, despite being only on a 3 streak. So a little bit unconventional, but they do get a lot of extra power by putting in that another Arcanist here, giving them a lot of extra AP across the Arcanist, and yeah, you see it paying off here as they pretty much, once again 6-0 the opponent. So this board, it seems like, is very, very, very powerful, and we can see why Solus is on a bit of a win streak.
I particularly like this line of play, specifically because Solus is in Game 6 of today and already in first place. He basically just needs to dodge 8th and 7th. He doesn't even need top 4, right, to move on till tomorrow. It's nice to get, point earner, point leader for the end of day. You get that interview, you get a little bit of praise there, but Solus is really just, I think, focused on that big picture. He knows set 6 Solus, peak form, really going for that first place slot on tomorrow, can just play to, make it there, no risk at all.
Yeah, jumping over to Darth Nub here, who is using an Assassin board, 4 Assassin, 3 Syndicate, some Bodyguard, and some Scrap units on play, but not a ton of HP. They're actually in last in the lobby, and speaking of Assassins, Kievix actually just hits Twitch 3 on the right side of our screen there, so not the only Assassin player in the lobby, which I think can be a little bit difficult when there's multiple Assassin players, even when they aren't rerolling the same Assassins, because it incentivizes players to position more for Assassins, whereas when it's just one player in the lobby playing Assassins, it feels less risky. But this might be the end of Ramlin's win streak. Yeah, Ramlin, who's 100 HP, takes a big loss to these upgraded Assassins, and Solus is now the only win streaker left in the lobby, so very interesting there.
Interesting indeed. Second augment is going to come through, and it's going to be another gold augment. Celestial Blessing now pairing this Assassin. I wonder what kind of Assassin is it going to be? Is it going to continue to be this Katarina focus, or is it going to move over into a Shaco? I think there's a couple of options here. Maybe not Talon, right? There is still the Samira on the bench, leaving open that 3 Imperial kind of playstyle. That's actually something else to note. There was only 5 games of Imperials yesterday in competition, but it did have a 60% top 4 rate and a 40% win rate, actually. And I think there's been even more games played today. It hasn't had the best finishes, but players are more willing to run that Imperial strategy. It might be a bit of far away here from Darth Nub's radar, just based off of, the unit roles that he's presented with, but still an option.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the nice things about Assassins is that you can carry multiple ones if the roles line up in such a way. Like, obviously, traditionally, you'd prefer Shaco, or if you're running Imperials, Talon, but maybe, if you had a bunch of Katarinas, that's the way to go. Jumping on board here with Kivix's board, who has managed to hit not only the Twitch 3, but also the Singe 3, and I think your predictions are already coming true. You said you expected multiple 3 stars by the end of the game, and you said I got you. So, really actually nice. I like Morello's a lot on Singe, and so to end up with that as your binary is very, very fortunate here, and might actually be enough to net them the win here, despite being down a level. So, ZZ-Rod's online, so you never know. Maybe ZZ-Rod, I do think it's quite strong, but no, it's not going to be enough here. Narrow loss for Darth Nub, which is unfortunate because they just stopped their loss streak. So now they are still low HP, they're not even at 50 gold, and they're not in a streak at all. It's a difficult spot.
Definitely a difficult spot. I did say Kivix would end this game with multiple 3 stars, but I didn't think it would happen so soon. Like, it's nice to be right about it. But Kivix did spend a lot of gold to find both of those 3 stars. Generally, players right now like to reroll while sitting above, 50 gold, sometimes 40, as opposed to that kind of old, hyper roll style of game plan where you just, after Krugs, spend it all, send it, hit your unit upgrades. It is working out. Kivix is able to stabilize with that, hopefully with some nice item pickups here. Going to be able to fully win streak, but actually Kivix there picked up double locket, taking a peek. So not any Twitch items, but maybe double locket Singe will be enough.
Yeah, I think that's one of the dangers of trade sector in particular, which is that because your board is so strong, because you're buying so many units, it's sometimes really difficult to get your econ up because you're just holding so many more units and your board is so much stronger. And so I'm not even sure how deep they rolled versus how much of that is just, they've just been hitting their units, and so they haven't been able to hit those big econ thresholds. But we are online with Dish Soap, a player who is in 6th place or 7th place in the lobby right now. They do have a few already, and they're playing Mercenaries, but looks like just a 2-loss streak on Mercenaries, so not the biggest one right now. So I think in their position, since they're playing Mercs, they're either going to want to get really strong really quickly, or ideally take a couple of narrow losses, which it's going to be close here whether or not they get any more KOs. The Vice should pick up one more. It's going to be close. Just barely. Fiora probably isn't going to get one more, but maybe it's going to be close. If she got ult one more time, she does. There's actually a chance she wins this. Hang on a second.
Yeah, the Titans, a lot of defenses, and the Shaco 1 and Braum with no items can't really get through it. Fiora's healing up the whole time. That's maybe not exactly what Dish Soap wanted, to be completely honest. That Fiora may be a bit too strong, an early cash out. As we saw from Solus earlier, you don't need to go on a crazy loss streak to still have value out of Mercenaries, but I think from Dish Soap's perspective, needs a good finish. His 13th with 20 points coming to this game, really needs a 1st or 2nd, I think, to be comfortable about moving forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely. Jumping on board with Valet here is one of the players on the outside, 9th place overall. Needs a good finish here, but I don't know if this is a great position to do it in, right? I mean, you do have Metabolic, which is a really powerful augment, which will keep their HP up throughout the whole game, but this is yet another player looking to play Assassins, and is that our 3rd Assassin player in this lobby, Crowan?
I think it is. Yeah, it's going to be Kivix, Valet, and Darth Nub all running Assassins. That is by far the most Assassins you expect to see. It's maybe 2 if it's kind of a weird game, but 3 is almost unheard of, especially in this meta.
Absolutely. So they do take another loss here. Their econ is in good shape, I would say, but the issue is that I think Nekkra called out earlier that, hey, haven't seen a lot of contesting, and all of a sudden for the final game of the day, it looks like we are finally getting to see that. So last I checked, we're all carrying different Assassins. We had Katarina on one side, Twitch on the other, and this looks like a Shaco board to me, but it's still scary because you do still need those other Assassins in the other comps, and only Kivix has been able to actually hit those Assassins, so we'll have to see where things go from here, but we talked about playing high-risk, high-reward style comps, so I think Assassins do fall into that category, but typically when you're uncontested, when you're playing, one of 3 Assassin players, that might just be a little bit too much of a risk given the reward.
A lot of defensive components here for Valet. Is going to roll until Shaco 2, that's probably when you stop, but no, actually Valet's rolling a little bit more. Very interesting. Does find a Braum. Okay, definitely stop now? No, okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. Valet, just keep sending it. But maybe it's just rolling one more because you can and still be above that 30 gold threshold. Can now slam the last Whisper for the Shaco. And for a bit of context as well, Valet seems like they are going that Shaco route of Assassins. Meanwhile, Darth Nub has pivoted into Assassin Samira. And that is a Jin 2 for Ramblin' at level 7, still 30 gold.
I don't know how that happened, to be completely honest with you. Jin 2 is a very, very powerful carry. We saw it doing quite well in day 1, and to have it at 4-1 with 30 gold, they have the same amount of gold as as the Shaco player here. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely not upset at that if that's happening to you. And speaking of maybe high roll units, Jinx already on the bench here or on the board here with a mutant spat, taking advantage of that Dark Star. That could be really, really strong, I think. If Jinx's main crash happens after a bunch of units are KO'd with Zizirot, that could be a big deal. And rolling here a little bit, we find Akali, Victor, Malzahar too. I mean, there you go. That's a pretty strong unit, to tell you the truth. They have rolled a bunch of gold, but they're already level 8. So I actually really like this position from Kovenal, who is in 10th place. This is another player who really, really, really wants to have a big finish here and end up in the top 8.
This is an insane lobby already. It's coming through with so many different things. 3 assassin players, 5 mutant, Kovano rolling into a Jinx on level 7. There's just so much happening here. I don't know where this is going to be in the end, especially if the next augment is a prismatic, right? Which it very well can be. That's going to be huge. And actually a huge win there for Kovano to stop Kivix from potentially win streaking there. Only a Jinx survives, but that's all you need. Great, I think, decision to level up to 8, stop the bleeding, make sure you get a good finish here. You don't want to start, taking a bunch of huge losses. You want to remain on pace with the strength levels of the rest of the lobby, because a lot of them just roll down, a lot of them just hit. You don't want to fall behind.
Absolutely not. And yeah, trying to figure out, this is a bit of an unorthodox board, 5 mutant with currently Malzahar carry, but you have a mutant emblem, you have a Jinx on the board. You could potentially try and fit a Vi in to get both Sister and Bruiser in there as well, because you don't currently have Bruiser, and giving yourself a little bit of extra health across the team. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. They're holding some units on the bench that I wouldn't think would slot in here. I feel like Victor without any support isn't really going to be phenomenal here. Leona is on the bench, Yone on the bench, Shaco on the bench. We'll have to see if they sell up here. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. And actually the Malzahar, because so few of these units are upgraded, it gets enforced, which is a big deal, because they really want to be spreading that damage around the board as fast as possible.
Definitely. I don't usually want to say things are objective misplays, but it is very strange that Kovenal is choosing to not play the Vi, but instead play the Taric. And the Socialite Hex is in the front row, and it was only a Mundo 1 with no items in that Socialite Hex. I think Vi giving Sister and giving Bruiser would have turned this fight around and allowed Kovenal to go on a win streak. So I think I will end up calling that one a misplay. I don't think 3 Enchanters is really worth that Taric being in there.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm curious as to why they're not even buying the Vi. I mean, Shaco probably shouldn't be going in this game. I mean, I know it's Darkstar, but it's not that kind of Darkstar, So, yeah, we'll have to see. And the only thing I can think of is maybe they really feel they need blue buff for Malzahar, so maybe they intentionally played a weaker board, but I still don't know why you wouldn't buy the Vi. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what their plans are as we jump into this next carousel here. Let's see what Kovenal goes for. I think there's a chance that they want to play Victor carry. I think they intend to sell the Jinx, put the mutant emblem on Victor, and run like Shojin and maybe JG.
I think you're right. I think it has to be that, right? Especially with not going that blue buff for the Malzahar, it has to be some sort of pivot. We'll get a chance to see that later. Of course, we don't have all the context what players do want to pivot into and things like that. So trust them, right? They're here for a reason. They're top 16 best players in North America. Meanwhile, Asa. I called Kivix the god of reroll. I want to call Asa the god of top 4ing. 10 out of 11 games in this tournament so far, Asa has top 4'd. The most by far out of anybody. And with another top 4 here, could make it 11 out of 12. He's in a bit of a rough spot, but has hit a Jace, is on 5 innovators. And hey, we know innovators do a great job at top 4ing.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that one interesting thing to note here is that they have the salvage bin, which gives you a lot of flexibility, because it'll allow you to play, use your items flexibly. However, you might get stuck sometimes in a situation like this one, that it looks like at least, where you have 3 components on the bench and you didn't even start with all your units on the board. So really interesting there, actually. The Shaco didn't get targeted by the Zillion despite being closer. I guess maybe it's stealth right in time. But yeah, Zillion goes for a ride here as we finish off all of the units, the Kench in particular, and this is also really, really interesting because there is that prismatic. It was a 50% chance, I believe. So going to be interesting here. Now, High Roller is, it might seem greedy. I think Windfall might be safer. Cybernetic also very useful, of course. But one of the interesting things about High Roll is that you do have a Nico as well. So maybe there's a chance at a Jace, but nope, they just go with Cyber. I think that's a good decision. Helps your whole team and isn't, like for Asa, who's in 3rd, they just need to make sure they don't have a really abysmal finish here. I'm actually not sure if they even can be caught, but regardless, no reason to take a gamble. And I watched one player earlier, I think used 3, I think it might have been Socks. So he had 2 Kench and he used the 3 loaded dice on all 3 Kenshin didn't hit a single one. So definitely no need to take unnecessary risks here. They are just going to go to the cybernetic, which helps all of your carries, especially that Jace, who is probably the ideal final carry here.
The items are already so spread out, right, over the course of or over 4 units, and so it's already good cybernetic value. And there's still a few components on the bench. Actually does Nico there. I do like that, not wanting to greed out, making sure the Seraphine is going to be as strong as possible. Asa again just wants to dodge 8th, dodge 7th to make sure they move forward into tomorrow. Playing safe is good for these players that are in the kind of top 3, top 4 spot already.
Yeah, absolutely. Some interesting positioning here. Not positioning, but fight RNG, where the whole team moved forward, and so Jace was only giving the acceleration gate to himself, I believe. Seraphine looks like it'll be enough here, and actually I think that Nico might just do it, because this is a pretty close fight, and maybe if Seraphine hadn't done as much damage, hadn't had as many units alive, this might have gone differently. So a loss for Kivix and Asa. Not much gold to play with, but they are still doing quite well here, as the lobby is actually quite clustered. I mean, you have Solus once again out in front, but only a 14 HP gap between 2nd place and 8th place. That's probably the closest lobby we've seen today so far.
Definitely is. Solus, again, in this comfort zone, being at the top of the lobby in terms of HP. It seems like he very, very rarely, only one time actually, he hasn't been. But Asa, that Nico was big for continuing this win streak. The win actually there allowed him to buy the Orianna without having to sell both Singed either. So we can keep the Singed on the bench in case one of these carousels moving forward, he can kind of luck into an Innovator emblem, because it can be on carousel. But for now, move over to Ramblin'. This Jhin is, certainly helped him out a lot to get to this point. He's currently 2nd place, but as you just mentioned, the HPs are so close. Ramblin' with a couple losses could very easily fall into, a bottom placement.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see Scion going in here, a very powerful unit. We have a Braum pair, we have Galio passing that. There's the Scion too, great holder of that Morelos, and also a pretty wide number of synergies, which is quite nice when you consider there is Stand United 3 online here in addition to that cybernetic. So Stoneplate, probably going to see Morelos go there too, and then I would guess Redemption is going to be going on. Actually, interestingly enough, I missed something. Maybe they're just doing it for cyber value.
Yeah, spreading components for cyber value, that really can be the only argument there. Redemption, I don't know. It's interesting. Might still sell one of these units later. Probably won't sell the Orianna, but could sell the Taric at some point. I think this Blitzcrank Bramble does want to be sold and put onto the Scion a bit later, but again, it is still cybernetic value, so it's always kind of a give or take. Like, how much is it actually worth it to spread your components versus stacking these units and stacking these items?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a decision these players are going to have to make. We are jumping on board here, passing a Malzahar 2. Doesn't it looks like it just wants to play, big
pivot
Akali with these items instead. Blue buff, GA, very good items with Akali. And double blue buff is actually quite interesting. That's a lot of tiers. We do have 5 Syndicate online, though, with Solus here. Actually, this is interesting. I feel like Solus hasn't played this style of board much this tournament, unless I'm much mistaken. And the blue buff ends up on the Yuumi, which will help with that first cast, although it's not... Typically, blue buff does better on units with smaller monopools, which Yuumi is obviously not.
That's an interesting Yuumi build. I mean, obviously Warmugs is a good item for her. The HP scaling is rather nice, but the blue buff and the Morelos would be better on a TF, I think, actually, in terms of just applying that Morelos to the whole board. Solus might end up swapping a couple of things here. Still needs to find upgrades like that Akali too. Is continuing to roll it down, and wow, hitting multiple things. Could even just sell this Yuumi to put Morelos in the Kaisa.
Yeah, I kind of like that, actually. I mean, you don't have a lot of synergies, but Kaisa 2 is Kaisa 2, and I honestly kind of feel like your front line's a little lacking here, right? So,
there we go.
There we go. Kaisa 2 is online. We get some more good units online here. We get Enforcer, we get Jason, which is nice. We have... I would like to see this Twisted Fate go in. I totally agree. I feel like you have 3 Bodyguard online right now, so... yeah, I'm actually surprised to see some of the ways these units are landing. Though I guess Morelos Kaisa 2 is a better holder than Twisted Fate, so that's my bad. And yeah, Jace with blue buff is good as well, so I take it back. There's a reason these players are playing.
The last round for sure, I think the TF would have been a bit better, but maybe holding that, not wanting to commit the items in case he can luck into a Syndicate emblem and go 7 Syndicate. 7 Syndicate Akali 2 almost like can't be killed, it seems like at some points. I mean, Solus can be killed right now, though. Remember that big HP lead he had just a few rounds ago? It is not there anymore. In fact, he's not even in first place anymore. Darth Nub has taken that on a win streak now with 40 HP, but the rest of the lobby continues to be so close, Woofy. Players are putting it all on the line here in the last game of the day, and there are multiple players in this lobby that need good performances here. It is very close.
Yeah, absolutely. And Solus, I mean, thankfully they're in a spot where they're probably okay regardless, especially with this HP lead, but yeah, that they have lost a lot of HP rather quickly, though with 2 upgraded legendaries, they hopefully should be able to be somewhat stable at this point, at least shouldn't be going in the bottom 2, I would hope at least, but we'll have to wait and see. Solus gunning for this static Shiv, but does not get it. Gonna take, yeah, Chalice makes sense here, give your Akali some extra power here. But yeah, it's a very close lobby as we jump on board with Covenel. Disho picking up a Jace 2, that's a big upgrade for really anybody, and we do see the power of 5. I really like this build on Kai'Sa. 5 mutant Kai'Sa with of course, the Darkstar mutation, allowing her to spread Morello across the whole team, and because she has so much AD and AP, mostly AP, those rockets that she fires will be doing quite a bit of damage, and they'll be healing not only herself, but other members of her team. Unfortunately for Covenel, though, Solus is the one with the Kai'Sa 2, which is going to make it very difficult for them to hit an upgrade, but hopefully that this Kai'Sa 1 with the 5 mutation should be enough.
Kai'Sa 1, is it going to be enough? That's the question. Oh, going up against Darth Nub, who is in first place, has a Samira 3 with the Assassin. It just it just 1 taps the Jinx and then 2 taps the Kai'Sa right after. Oh man, that positioning, so unfortunate there. That's what happens when there are multiple Assassin players in the lobby. You cannot position well against all of them. When even one is in your rotation, it just messes things up so much. Now Covenel is just on 1 life remaining. 4 HP means any single loss right now is going to be their last, and they need a good finish here, Woofy. How can they come back here? They haven't hit the Jinx 2, haven't hit the Kai'Sa 2. There's still multiple 1-star units on this board between Fiora and Vi as well.
I want to say that last fight was especially unfortunate because the Samira almost one-shot the Kai'Sa. She dashes out of range, but the Quinn had already targeted, so Quinn's little disarming missile swerved and was going towards the backline, made a little V, and then finished off the Kai'Sa before she could heal back up. But last round doesn't matter anymore. It's Ramblin with this incredibly powerful Jhin 2. Braum goes in 4. Sion is online. Is the Kai'Sa going to be able to do enough here? It's Kai'Sa 1. She dashes out of the Sion. She applies Morello's to the whole board. Darkstar's activating with the stun on the Kai'Sa. She needs to ult one more time. Jin's targeting her down. Doesn't finish her. She ults back up. She kills a lot of units, but there's still a lot alive. Jin is targeting her. And she goes down. It's not going to be enough. ZZ Rod is not going to be enough to take this fight. And unfortunately, Covenel goes out in 8th place.
A valiant effort for Covenel, but that will be their last game of the tournament. Cannot top 8 with that finish. Asa as well goes out in 7th, so not being able to be quite the top 4 god as I have previously stated, but still 10 out of 12 games top 4ing so far in this tournament. I think Asa is still in a comfortable spot to advance forward until tomorrow, but still for players like Ramblin, like Valet, it's still not decided yet.
Yeah, Valet, low HP, but the nice thing about Metabolic is if they're able to get a couple wins together, that can very quickly, in a lobby as close as this, turn into something a bit better. So it's all going to come down to these next, I think, 2 or 3 rounds. Valet could still very easily top 4, and they could even, they have Shaco 3 online. They could, it's not impossible that they could, turn this into maybe a top 2 or a top 1. Echo 3 on the other side of the board, despite multiple Assassin players. We see some big upgrades there. Kench is demanding an entree, and I like seeing this Assassin Kench. I think in part because obviously it can farm you components, but also you can build a lot of AP on it. You can crit as well. It has the spark, which is also good, and of course the ability to jump into the backline with squisher units. It just feels like a nice thing here. Going up against Ramblin, who does have that QSS Jhin, but the Shaco's on it. Great positioning. Nice CC from the Braum. The Braum will be going out soon, I think, but not quite yet. Yep, there goes a lot of the board, to be honest. And, an item on the board here for Valet, and Valet might be doing what it takes here. It's only down to the Scion, and although Bramblevest is great for this kind of position, it's not going to be enough. I would be very surprised if it won here on its own, and not going to do it here. Maybe Kench could farm. Yeah, Kench almost farmed another item there. It was just barely a little bit on a short, and another belt here coming out, which I think should combine into ZZ Rod if that's desired.
Yeah, it might not be desired, not the best item choice, so could actually greed it out, maybe turn that belt into something like, an Echo scrap item. There we go. Wants to farm more items, and yeah, blink and you might miss what happens in some of these fights because the Shaco just one-tapped the Jhin there. And that's what happens when you have a Shaco 3 with 6 Assassin, 5 Syndicate, with this board, 3 Assassin emblems as well, one on the Zyra, Tom Kench, and the Darius as well. Valley such strong board, and with that has top forward. Solus actually went out in 5th, and or excuse me, in 6th, and Dish Soap out in 5th.
Yeah, jumping on the Quinn immediately. It's Assassins versus Assassins, but there's some big CC here, it looks like. Jhin is on the talent here, going to take it out, going to take out a lot of the board. It's that main carry of the Samira still alive, and Sion gets an incredible stun, and the Jhin, or the Shaco, is stuck on this Bramble as Sion. I can't do anything against it. Katarina goes down, but so does Valet, but no! Metabolic was so close to healing them out of range, but they finish in 4th place, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to put them to tomorrow.
It's going to be close, I'm not sure as well. Ramblin still alive, fighting Kivix. Neither are going to be eliminated here. But Kivix does actually take the L. 2 assassin boards remaining, Wolfie, and actually all 3 of our assassin players made it into the top 4.
Yeah, a bit of a different kind of tale than we were singing earlier. We were talking about how, assassins hadn't been doing very well today, how, the more assassin players there are, the worse they tend to perform because it's easier to position for. But yeah, I guess something clicked with these players, and they've really made it shine. I also feel like every time we see a Sion on the board, it's just doing a great job. Probably because a couple of them have Bramble Vest, and we see some unusual positioning here. Positioning for, there's only 2 assassin players left, right?
Yep.
May as well frontline your carries. Don't stick them in the back line. Let the assassins get stuck on the Sion. But a great positioning with Zephyr, the main tank and Sion, lifted into the air very gracefully, but. That's not what you want if you are using Sion as your main tank. Sion's on the board now, but Jhin is getting targeted down. I don't know if the Yumi's going to be enough to save it. That's a huge Sion ult. Jhin goes down, and I think that's not going to be enough here. Yep, Ramblin takes big damage, but they are hanging on very narrowly, as so does Kivix, who goes out in 3rd. Ramblin in 6th place is secured, moving on to tomorrow, but are they going to be able to beat Darth Nub?
Darth Nub. Samira 3, Imperial Assassins, Ramblin. Some great positioning, right? It looks a little funny to put your Jhin in the front line, right? Your tanks in the back line, but that is how you counter Assassins. He's going to have to do it again and dodge the Zephyr, have the Samira get stuck on the Sion, and have Jhin targeted as well. A lot of things need to go right for Ramblin. It is very difficult to position correctly in this situation, but it can be done. Darth Nub is not a lock on this game. It will come down to some skillful plays, some skillful last-second repositionings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a couple of things at play here. Obviously, the Sion was the target of the Zephyr last time, but what happens if we change it to target the Jhin instead? Nope. Aiming for the Sion here. We'll have to see. It was a last-second switch. Let's have to see if it worked. John in the back line. No, it hits the Braum. Great switch.
All right.
The Assassins are on the Sion, who gets a big swing here, applying Morellos to a huge chunk of the field, and Jhin is already in its long-range form. Taking out, I think that was the Echo.
Oh.
On the Samira. Samira goes down. I think this is going to be a different story, and I think we're going to have one last fight after this. The fight's not over yet. That Sion is still alive. Quinn goes down. That is 3-star Katarina, though. Maybe she can do it. Good stun from the Sion. Is Katarina going to do it? No, she goes down. Sion versus Sion, but there are more units left on Ramblin's side of the board, and Darth Nub takes a big loss there, but is still alive. I think the next fight is probably going to be our last.
Most likely will be. That is the exact fight that Ramblin needed. The Samir to jump into the backline, get stuck on the Sion. Sion gets some CC through, and Jhin targeting the Samira. All of these things need to happen. It is hard to make happen consistently, though. Once it happens once, I think it's actually very unlikely for it to happen a second time. I think a reposition for Samira to maybe be towards the middle of the board here for Darth Nub should be the consideration. And she does just move into the backline, though.
Yeah, actually, they found a replacement Quinn, so that Zephyr is back on the table here. Zephyr can be put anywhere in a nice last-second switch. The Sion gets lifted up into the air, and we actually have backline Jhin this time. However, the Assassins aren't on the right side to deal with it, and that QSS is doing a ton of work here. Big Orianna ult takes out a unit. Multiple units, but the Jhin, who's it targeting? It's on the Sion. Sion is gone. I think this might be enough. I think the Ramblin Sion is still alive, taking out everything on the opponent's side of the field, and Darth Nub falls in second place while Ramblin wins the lobby.
Ramblin with a much needed first place there was on the bubble. Some expert positioning, multiple rounds in a row in the late game will probably let him move forward. I don't want to speak too soon, but Ramblin there, that was such skillful play to get that first.
Yeah, from the positioning and also just having to beat out with the 3 assassin players. I mean, talk about wild, because even in game 5, we saw a couple of assassin players come through, but day 1, Crone, they were basically non-existent. We didn't see too many assassin players at all.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of spoke into existence, Nekkra, like, oh, there's not many people contesting each other. And then the final game, yeah, 3 assassin players out of nowhere. Sure, they went different routes in the assassin tree, right? One was an assassin Smear, one was Shaco, one was Twitch, but all of them found success to get into the top 4. It's a very unusual that will happen in the same game, but that's TFT for you. Sometimes the unexpected can very well just happen.
Fair enough. I mean, the fact that all 3 assassin players did make it into the top 4 as well, I mean, Wolfie, it was kind of interesting to see, just because, you know, it's the last game of the day. You're really looking for people to make a big final finish. And when it came down to Valet, as well as just a couple of other players, Darthnub as well was also playing the assassins. Like, that's a great way to finish out the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is very high risk, high reward, and it's very positioning dependent as well, right? If you can get your assassins on the enemy carry, that's great. And if not, well, bad news. They're pretty squishy. So, yeah, I think that it's also interesting to me that all 3 of them hit their 3 stars. So definitely an unusual lobby, but very exciting to watch.
Yep, well, some great positioning from Bramblin secured them the first place in Lobby A, but let's take a look at who won Lobby B. I feel like might be some big shakeups here. It's Setsuko. Tom Kench, Malzahar carry. Maybe getting a Tom Kench pretty early on and just kind of feeding it, Crowan?
Yeah, perhaps so. Tom Kench can definitely get the job done when you're finding it early, able to farm a lot of components out there and just make your endgame board a lot stronger than everybody else, just based off the sheer number of items that you have. That was a clutch first from Setsuko as well. I think he was literally 8th place coming into this last game, so definitely decided his own fate there. Probably gonna move in forward into tomorrow alongside Ramblin, because yeah, Ramblin was in 6th actually, so both of them looking real nice moving forward.
Let's see the point distribution for Lobby A and B for this final game of day 2. A lot of interesting placements here. You know, Solis getting that 6th place. I still feel like they're safe.
Yeah.
But some really good finishes coming out of Lobby B as well, Wolfie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm curious to see which of these players have done enough to save themselves, and if any of the players who were on the inside of that bubble are now finding themselves looking in. So definitely some really exciting TFT games that we watched today.
I mean, yesterday and today has been full of surprises, full of excitement, and some of the best TFT that North America has to offer for Set 6. But let's take a look at the overall scores. You can see it here. DQA securing the first place spot. And that is such a close cutoff, Crowan.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
That is so crazy. A triple tiebreak situation that Valet ends up winning. Heart goes out to Spencer and Bert on that. Just so close. But hey, this is peak TFT. There's only 8 spots to move forward. So congrats to our top 8.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see some of the, newer names making it into the top 8, moving on to tomorrow. Really, Asa especially, just seeing how well they've performed in Set 6 so far. Great to see them move forward. And then Rabba Vankanab as well, just having some great performances day 1 and day 2. Maybe taking a little bit of time to warm up to each of the lobbies, but then Wolfie, they finished with some incredible performances for the last 4 games.
Yeah, they were a real pleasure to watch today, and I want to call out DQA, who kind of lost the battle and won the war, right? We all saw that unfortunate creep round, which is a bit too strong, but DQA gets the last laugh, don't they? They finished the day in first place and they advanced to tomorrow. So Rift Herald might be number 1, NATFT, but DQA is a close second.
Yeah, I mean, DQA even started off the day, though, with 2 first places back-to-back. I mean, that's incredible to see, but everybody in the top 8 played with superb consistency. Especially, Crone, you like to call out Asa as the top 4 master. I mean, that did secure them a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, Asa's so good recently. I think I referenced it earlier as well. Sox kind of calling Asa just a better version of himself. Sox unfortunately going home after today, and maybe, Sox kind of spoke into existence his own prophecy there. Asa moves forward, Sox doesn't. But he's just so good, able to top four in so many situations where it just feels like just a steal sometimes. Really excited to look forward to how Asa plays tomorrow with the same consistent lobby over the course of 6 games. Asa's done well in every single tournament so far in set 6 and is still keeping up the pace here. So I think Ace is likely to actually top 4 at the end of tomorrow.
Well, especially when you consider that Asa qualified to be here through the Challenger Series, and that's no easy feat, especially when you're playing that checkmate format at the final day. I think that's really, really awesome to see. But hey, this has been a phenomenal day of TFT action. Thank you so much to our partners at Ball Street for providing such an interactive way to be a part of the action. Unfortunately, the stock market is closed for today, but take a look at some of the trends. Maybe make some predictions or start thinking about predictions for tomorrow as we do look ahead to the day 3 competition. There's so much on the line that I'm so excited to see what's going to happen. But we gotta go to a short break because we've got a winner's interview coming up right soon. Well, I said we were going to have a winner's interview, and what better person to talk to than DQA, who got 40 points today to lead day 2. DQA, first off, congratulations on that incredible performance. You've had 2 phenomenal finishes looking at day 1 and day 2, but we got to get to the actual elephant in the room. Game 5, please explain from your perspective why you made that play.
Okay, so I actually really wanted to win. I didn't really want to win the last game and like be the overall winner today because, as you know, there's probably a winner's curse. So then Sox, for example, won yesterday and then he got out today. I didn't really want to win, but obviously I'm trying every single game, right? But after the game 5 happened, I really wanted to win the last game so that I could just come on the interview and talk about this. Okay, the reason that you're supposed to take out your carries against the neutrals is because he has 4 Enforcer on his board. If you take out your carries, then your carries don't do any damage, and the next turn they can't 4 Enforcer, which enforces the most damage on your board, or the unit that did the most damage last turn. So my Kaisa and my Jinx will not be enforced if I take them out that turn. However, as Goobum said in my chat right after, I should have kept the Malzahar in, because the Malzahar, A, would have helped me beat neutrals, and B, was getting enforced anyway because he had the highest HP. But yeah, overall, I think like my idea was there, and that was the correct play. It's just I'm supposed to keep the Malzahar in and actually beat neutrals.
Yeah,
it almost worked. It almost
yeah,
worked.
almost.
It was so close. I think a lot of players in that situation kind of to, maybe get some heat off of you would have made that same play, recognizing, opponents have 4 Enforcers. It just unfortunately happened there, but we can move past that at least for now. You start off the day very well, DQA, though, with, double first, but it got a little bit dicey after the lobbies were reshuffled. You got a couple of bot 4s, kind of. Was there anything that really changed for you when you started getting those bot 4s, and kind of how was your mental after that moving into the latter half of the day?
I mean, I think overall for like the past 2 days, I've been doing like relatively consistently. Yesterday I got a little scared when I had like really good scores. I think I went 1-1-4-5, and then the last 2 games I went 8-8. But today I think I played a little bit differently than I normally did. Actually, yesterday whenever I played Yone, I went first or top forward, and then today I played like a whole bunch of everything basically. So I think I'm gonna chalk up the first game that I played today to a high roll, and then I think I do think I'd played like the rest of the games fairly well. Obviously there are like a few like blunders, but overall it's games 3 and 4. I think like I could have played a little bit better, but at the same time, I think 6 was good enough. So I think my mental was okay throughout the tournament.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think your composure really showed. I mean, especially after a bit of an unfortunate way to end Game 5, going back and still doing quite well in Game 6 is very impressive. My question for you is something that we casters talk about a fair bit, is how being in different positions relative to the rest of the lobby and overall standings influences a player's play. So for example, a player who is really far ahead might be more willing to play for top 4, whereas a player who is really far behind going into the last few games of the day might be willing to play more risky. But I wanted to ask you personally, how much does your overall position in terms of the standings influence the way that you play the game? Like, do you have different modes, like I'm going to play risky or I'm going to play very safe, or do you still just kind of play your game regardless of where you are in the overall standings?
I think generally I would just play towards like my own game, but like I said earlier, today was like I was playing relatively consistently throughout the day, so I didn't really see it as like I needed to really play for a first. I just was more playing for like top 4, which is why like that calmed mindset, I guess, helped me like relax even after going the double 6 in games 3 and 4, because I was just thinking that the double first could like carry me through basically, and I just had to get top 6 afterwards and I would be okay in terms of points. So yeah, I would just say I play my own game most of the time. There's no like really big changes other than maybe playing a little bit more greedy if I'm playing from behind, but
yeah, some good insight there. I want to take a look a little bit at the big picture here of just set 6. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you just finished a semester at school, so that must like help how much time you have dedicated to TFT and to practice and stuff. So just how have you felt about set 6 in general? Do you think you're where you want to be? Do you have any specific goals moving forward? Obviously till tomorrow, the regionals must be on your radar. Do you think you have a good chance of qualifying for that and even moving forward towards Worlds? Just how do you feel in general about the set 6 for you?
Okay, so during my first quarter at school, that was like most of set 5, and I was feeling like really bad and like really burnt out of TFT during like most of set 5. But I felt like set 6 like really like reinvigorated me, I guess. And then after the first semester at school, during winter break I ended up playing a lot of TFT again, and then I started hitting higher ranks again, and I kind of made a return like at the Alley Coin tournament. I would say that overall set 6 has been a success to me. I think that the viewer numbers on Twitch just directly show that, and I feel like I've been having a lot of fun, I think. However, honestly, I'm gonna say that I feel like I'm the most disrespected pro there is, like in terms of like tournament performance, and also just like in general. But I'm looking to change that hopefully after this regionals and this Worlds hopefully, because I did make it to Worlds in Z4, but I just haven't really done well since then.
Well, we all know how hard it is to qualify for Worlds. I mean, there's so many talented players like aiming for such few spots, so don't beat yourself up too much over it is my advice. But
Yeah.
My question for you is a little bit more personal, and that is, what do you think is your biggest strength as a player, and what do you think is like your biggest weakness or the thing that you want to improve on the most? Like, what do you think? What would it take for you to be like to the next level of your game if you're not already there?
I would say that the biggest strength, I think everyone kind of knows you for this, is just like the 4-5 or like 50-60 gold transitions, like a full board pivot. I've always been able to do that really well, especially in like set 4, but I think in set 4 I was really, really narrow about like when I was pivoting, because I would only basically hold the kill units every game and I wouldn't like hold other units. But right now, I feel like I see a flex line much better, so then I can like, I think the way Esports Law Bryce put it was really nice. It was I know when to pull the trigger for when to commit to a certain comp when I'm holding 2 or 3 different comps on my bench. As for what I should improve, I think my biggest thing would be preparing for tournaments. Recently I've kind of like, TFT has been on like a back burner. I've played like maybe less than 10 games of TFT in like the past week, and I'm really busy with like midterms and everything right now. But I think yesterday I ended up watching ASAs and Sox VODs, and then that helped me prepare a lot for today, I feel like. So I think my preparation would really help.
I mean, the fact that you played so flexibly, we noticed that in your games yesterday and today. You were heavily rewarded for it today. So congratulations once again. I'm going to give you the floor to give any final shout outs you'd like to make before we send you on your way.
I'm going to say shout out to everyone supporting me, and shout out to my girlfriend especially. And then I think I'm looking to prove myself more and more, and we'll just say I was doing the Red Tail thing for publicity.
For publicity and maybe to try to avoid the first place curse. We're wishing you the best of luck as you prepare for day 3 tomorrow. Thank you so much, DQA.
Thank you, thank you.
I love it. I love that DQA and so many players are having fun with set 6. I mean, with all of the mutations, where the spotlights are, all the hex tech augments, really feels like you get so much variety when you sit down and play a game of TFT, Crowan.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think I can speak for the majority of the TFT community. We say that set 6 is the most fun that TFT has kind of ever been. So many people fall into that category. So many pro players as well have openly stated, like, yeah, they're so much more invigorated to wanting to do well in set 6. A lot of expectations that sometimes are realized, sometimes are not. You know what? Everyone's feeling that way. Only so many people can make that cut. DQA is certainly one of them. Hopefully he doesn't fall into that, you know, first place curse scenario like Sox did today. But hopefully for DQA's sake, you know, shouldn't be disrespected more, because he's obviously a phenomenal player, has been playing super, super great this whole tournament, and I think he can definitely keep it up.
Well, especially with the change in play style as well, to really be open onto, you know, what comes his way. I think that's been an important factor in a lot of the success that we've seen throughout the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. But that does it for day 2. We know the 8 players that are moving on to compete in day number 3. So Wolfie, any final thoughts for day 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a phenomenal day of TFT. We got some great moments. We had some big comebacks. And I'm really excited to see what things look like on day 3, because if you told me that, having watched both day 1 and then watching day 2 after, if you had told me that they were played on like different patches, I might have believed you, because the 2 days just looked so different, right? I mean, who would have expected that in our final day of lobby of the day, there'd be 3 assassin players who go 2, 3, 4, right? And so I feel like tournament metas within TFT are so interesting because so much of what you want to do often revolves around the rest of the players in your lobby. And so with just one big lobby tomorrow and 6 games, I just can't wait to see the TFT.
Chrome, what about you? Any final thoughts for the day?
Yeah, I mean, as well, I echo Woofy's sentiments. I think the meta changes have been absolutely insane, and I'm really curious as to what they'll land on for tomorrow, because sometimes what happens in tournaments, the way that we have, multiple lobbies, when they get shuffled up, depending on who's in your lobby, that might change a couple of things, potentially, but we're going to have the same 8 players throughout all 6 games tomorrow. They'll have some time to study up, know what everyone else is going to be running, and just play the best TFT that they possibly can. So I'm just excited and really, really looking forward to who's going to make it to regionals and qualify from tomorrow's play.
Yeah, with one lobby, 8 players is a lot less variation that you have to consider when thinking about who you could potentially be going up against in the other lobbies. If you had 4 yesterday and 2 today. But that does it for day number 2. Crow and Wolfie, thank you so much for calling that last game of action and for calling the games today. And to you viewers at home, thank you so much for tuning in to day 2 of the Gizmos and Gadgets mid-set finale. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the mid-set finale.